I was once an orphan, and at the age of 6, I found myself transported to what seemed like a parallel world, where I began living in a warm and loving family of 5. At that time, I made a wish with all my heart to find my parents, then drifted into a contented slumber. However, upon waking, I discovered myself sitting at a dining table with a bowl of steaming noodles in front of me, a noodle dangling from my mouth. The old house was bathed in warm and gentle morning light. Across from me sat a pair of middle-aged strangers who were my newfound family, and beside me, a little girl of about 4 or 5 was clamoring for her father to take her to kindergarten. In that moment, I thought I was still dreaming, unaware that this was a dreamlike cycle leading to a mysterious realm filled with terrifying beasts. The morning light filtered through the old house, soft and warm. Across the table, a pair of unfamiliar middle-aged adults sat quietly. Leaning against the door was a kindly old grandmother, and beside me was a little girl with big, round eyes, dressed in children's pajamas. "Don't just sit there, hurry up and eat, or you'll be late for school," she urged me, her voice gentle despite her plain attire and bare face, yet still charming. "Son, do you want a ride from Dad?" my father asked, a toothpick in his mouth, grinning broadly. Despite his tall and sturdy frame, he couldn't hide his receding hairline and protruding belly. "No, I want Daddy to take me to kindergarten," the little girl protested, pouting as she leaned over the table, diligently eating her porridge. "How about we take your brother first, then you to kindergarten, okay?" Grandma's laughter was as warm as spring, gently stroking the little girl's head. I looked down, the noodle fell with a plop onto the table. At 6 years old, I had no understanding of transmigration, nor did I grasp the concept of parallel worlds. I thought I was still dreaming, unaware that this dream would continue for 12 years. Now, I've fully adapted to this new world, becoming one with my host. This Gao Yang, 18 years old, is a high school senior living in a loving family of 5, with a kind grandmother, occasionally quarreling parents, and a unique little sister. Like my peers, I strive for the college entrance exam, often fantasizing about which university to attend, what job to pursue, and starting a family of my own. The wish I made at 6 has come true. I finally found my parents, along with a grandmother and sister. I live a happy life, asking for nothing more. Until my 18th birthday, when everything changed in an instant. After finishing evening self-study, I hurriedly rode my bike home. As I passed through a dimly lit alley, a shadow suddenly leapt out from the corner, knocking me and my bike to the ground. Although I fell and felt some pain, it was nothing serious. When I stood up, I saw a short middle-aged man under the yellow streetlight. His figure was gaunt, his face pale, his expression terrified. He wore a tattered hospital gown, and his body was covered in blood, appearing even more eerie in the night. "Uncle, are you all right?" I tried to utter a comforting word but was interrupted by his terrified and anxious voice. "Run!" He grasped my shoulders with force, sending a shiver down my spine. "Monsters! They're everywhere! Run! Get out of here!" His voice, full of despair, seemed to warn me of something. "Don't trust anyone." Bang! Before he could finish, a bullet pierced his temple, and blood exploded, forming a crimson rose behind his head. Then, the acrid smell of blood and a dense mist enveloped me, as his grip on my shoulders slowly loosened. His eyes showed eternal fear, etched with despair, confusion, and even reluctance. 2 seconds later, he fell heavily, as if leaving all his pain behind. I stood frozen, my feet gradually soaked by the spreading pool of blood, the sticky, clammy sensation clinging to me. The faint ringing in my ears was overtaken by the pounding of my heart, thump, thump, a relentless reminder of life. "Kid, are you hurt?" a warm voice sounded in my ear. "Don't be afraid, you're safe now. Close your eyes, don't look down." Several policemen rushed over, one of them embracing me, shielding my eyes. The next day, my name was on the local news headline: "Severe mental patient kills 2 nurses, escapes at night, holds high school student hostage, shot dead on spot." I took a day off to rest at home. The shock from that day lingered. The close encounter with a life ending violently was something no ordinary person could easily bear. The situation with the mental patient was full of mysteries. Something wasn't right, though I couldn't pinpoint what. That night, I took a sleeping pill, not expecting to dream of that summer night when I was 4. At that time, I had eaten too much watermelon and woke up feeling a pressing need. As I passed by my grandparents' room, I heard a rustling sound. Curious, I pressed my ear to the cold door, making the sound more vivid, yet unfamiliar. I had never heard such a sound, like the low growl of a beast or the lament of a deep-sea whale, painful and distorted, interspersed with rough and dull chewing noises. At that moment, my spine tingled with both fear and curiosity, my heart racing. Could it be a big bad wolf sneaking into my home, harming my grandparents? I mustered up courage, cautiously pushing the door ajar, peeping through the crack, and what I saw chilled me to the bone. Terrified, I turned and fled back to my room, diving under the covers, forgetting even my urgent biological need. The next morning, I wet the bed, thinking it was just a nightmare. But then, my mother entered the room, holding me with tears in her eyes. "Gao Yang, your grandpa is gone." As I followed her out of the room, I was stunned by the sight before me. My grandfather's body was being carried away on a stretcher by medical staff, covered by a white sheet. When my grandfather's funeral came, my sister and I didn't get to see him one last time. Reflecting on it now, I am filled with questions. My grandfather, who loved us dearly, why couldn't we see him in his final moments? Memories flood back, and I recall the shape under the white sheet looking oddly incomplete, as if missing a hand. Grandpa died of a heart attack, so why was his body missing a limb? In the dream, I gazed at the corpse on the white stretcher, my heart full of confusion. Suddenly, the body sat up. The white sheet was thrown off, revealing that crazed man, his eyes gouged out, leaving only deep, bloody cavities from which black blood gushed. He reached out with blood-stained hands, gripping my shoulders tightly. "Monsters! They're everywhere! Run! Get out of here! Don't trust anyone!" Ah! I woke from the nightmare, my heart pounding like a drum. The afternoon sun filtered through the curtains, a gentle April breeze rustling the window, outside the city's hustle and bustle. "Big brother, did you have a nightmare?" my sister asked, sitting at the foot of my bed, her head tilted, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. I was startled. "What are you doing in my room?" She replied with a look of disdain. "The sun's already up, Mom told me to wake you up." "Oh, okay, I got it." Her voice lingered in my ears as she left the room, closing the door behind her, leaving me still somewhat dazed. I got out of bed, drank a large gulp of water, and just then, my phone rang. I casually opened WeChat. Whoosh! I spat out the water in surprise, utterly taken aback. To get straight to the point, Gao Yang, seemed to be bidding farewell to my single life. This all started 2 days ago. My best friend Wang Zikai, in a prank, stole my phone and sent a 300-word heartfelt confession to Li Weiwei just for fun. By the time I discovered it, it was too late to withdraw. Although I quickly sent a message to explain, Li Weiwei remained unresponsive and avoided me at school for the next 2 days. Li Weiwei is my childhood friend, our families lived close, and we've known each other since kindergarten. Later, we both moved to the city and attended the same high school, such as fate. Before I was 6, she was my little princess, and I secretly vowed to marry her when we grew up. Sadly, this dream seemed increasingly out of reach following my transmigration. Over the years, Li Weiwei's presence made the boys in our class both envious and jealous of me. To say I liked her wouldn't be wrong, after all, who doesn't like a beautiful girl? But truthfully, I never truly felt that fluttering feeling. In 2 months, we faced the college entrance exams and will go our separate ways. Wang Zikai, my best friend, couldn't stand it and decided to pair me with Li Weiwei. Thus, this prank unfolded quietly. Now, after 2 days, she finally replied on WeChat, "I accept." This filled me with a strong mix of anticipation and unease. My feelings were complicated, and I thought to myself, didn't I already explain that the message was a prank from Wang Zikai? Why is she ignoring what I said? No, I must explain again. Just then, another WeChat message came through. "Want to meet up today?" I hesitated for a moment but eventually replied, "Okay." At 2 p.m., at Dewan Plaza in Shanqing District. When I arrived, Li Weiwei was already waiting. On her rare weekend off, she wore a light green sweater, and her usually tied-up hair was now cascading over her shoulders. The spring breeze gently lifted her hair and skirt. She held her hair down by her ear, happily waving at me. "Over here, Gao Yang." In that moment, I somewhat understood the feelings of those suitors in our class, realizing I had been oblivious to my own good fortune. I walked over with a smile, feeling slightly guilty. "Sorry for being late." "It's fine, Xingling and I already browsed around, and I bought some study materials, even got a couple for you," Li Weiwei said. Only then did I notice the tall, ponytailed girl standing behind Li Weiwei, casually playing with her phone, one hand in her pocket. Xingling, with her 1.67-meter height, was the sprinting star of our class and Li Weiwei's best friend. Her beautiful face, snow-white skin, and curvaceous figure made her the school's acknowledged goddess. Xingling's long legs were the ultimate attraction, drawing countless admiring glances. Interestingly, Xingling had almost no suitors. She never spoke to boys, her gaze conveying disdain, treating them like flies. Over time, everyone knew she had a dislike for men and stopped approaching. However, to me, she wasn't so much a man-hater as she was a beautiful lily. Once, when our eyes accidentally met, Xingling put down her phone, looking straight at me. Her powerful aura and aura of disdain made me feel like a fly eyeing a piece of dung. "Xingling, want to join us?" Li Weiwei called to her. "No, you two have fun," Xingling replied with an angel-like smile. Such a double standard, it's really too much. That afternoon, Li Weiwei and I enjoyed milk tea, watched a movie, and had barbecue, spending a joyful and fulfilling day together. Late at night, I walked her home along a quiet, deserted street. Suddenly, Li Weiwei turned, her face slightly flushed. "Hey, do you regret it?" I was taken aback. Huh? Regret what? She shyly said, regret confessing to me. Wei, actually. I began to explain, but she interrupted. I thought you'd be happier after I accepted you. Li Weiwei tilted her head, a hint of insecurity in her eyes. But then again, maybe once you guys win over a girl, you lose interest right away? Only then realizing you didn't really like her. No, actually that message. I tried to explain again, but she squinted her eyes in displeasure, scrutinizing me. Gao Yang, what's up with you today? Are you hiding something from me? Her tone was questioning. Am I? I felt a bit flustered. You are. You've been distracted all day. Her voice carried a touch of annoyance. Indeed, I had been distracted. I thought this date would help me divert my attention, but the more I tried not to think about it, the heavier my heart felt. After much hesitation, I finally mustered the courage to ask, Li Weiwei, can I ask you something? Go ahead, she answered casually. In our junior year, didn't your grandmother pass away from a brain hemorrhage? I tried to remain calm. Yeah, she furrowed her brows slightly, not quite understanding. Did you see her one last time? I grew more nervous, unable to retreat. I mean, did you see her body after she died? I was at school at the time, and by the time I got home, my parents had already taken her for cremation, Li Weiwei replied. I see, I said, feeling a vague sense of confirmation inside. Is there something strange about that? Li Weiwei looked puzzled. It's nothing. I hesitated. Even though I was only 6 before the transmigration, I had attended the director's funeral at the orphanage and had already sensed that there were differences between this parallel world and the one I came from. In today's world, most people are cremated quickly after death, often skipping the farewell ceremony. It all feels so rushed, as if they are trying to destroy some kind of evidence, like with my grandfather or Li Weiwei's grandmother. The more I thought about it, the more dread crept into my heart. What's wrong with you? You look pale, Li Weiwei noticed my unease. I took a deep breath and said slowly, Li Weiwei, have you ever thought that the world we live in is actually full of danger? She tensed up immediately. What are you trying to say? Don't scare me. My heart sank. Last night, I encountered a mentally ill person who was captured. You know that, right? I heard about it. Thank goodness the police shot that guy, or you might have been hurt. I was really worried about you, Li Weiwei said, her face blushing slightly. Actually, it was because of that incident that I decided to accept your confession. I shook my head. That's not it. The truth is, he wasn't trying to hurt me, he was warning me. Warning? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Weiwei's eyes. Warning about what? I briefly recounted the events and mentioned the incident when my grandfather passed away when I was 5. Her expression became increasingly fearful, and she moved closer to me, her arm tightly against mine. Could it have been a dream? You were so young then, she whispered. No, it was definitely not a dream, I replied with conviction. Do you think your grandfather was? Her voice trembled slightly, unable to go on. I shook my head. Not necessarily, it's just that I always felt something was off. You peeked into the room, didn't you? What did you see? She asked. I fell silent. In those memories mixed with dream fragments, I did see some vague things, but even I couldn't confirm if they were real. Actually, I tried to say something. Ah, never mind, don't say it. She lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. Let's hurry home. Li Weiwei, don't you believe me? I held her hand tightly. She paused for a moment, seemingly overcoming her inner fear, and finally nodded firmly. I believe you. I believe you too. Besides you, I don't know who else I can talk to about this. I took a deep breath and gathered the courage to say, actually, I saw a hand. A hand? There was unease in her eyes. To be precise, it was an arm, as thick as a normal person's thigh, covered in gray-blue scales that looked like tightly packed little bugs, writhing and rolling. It was truly disgusting. Oh my God. Her expression grew more serious. I don't understand what it was either, but it definitely couldn't have been a human hand. I frowned, a sense of dread bubbling inside me. Gao Yang. She looked up at me and asked softly, is this the kind of hand you were talking about? Suddenly, my heart sank, and a sharp pain shot through my wrist. I looked down and saw that Li Weiwei's pale, slender arm had split open, revealing gray-blue scaly flesh emerging piece by piece. In the moonlight, the edges of the scales shimmered with a ghastly, sinister light, growing longer and latching onto my arm, like leeches greedily sucking my blood. Li Weiwei, you. Before I could finish, she swiftly reached out with her other hand, grasping my throat and effortlessly lifting me up. The writhing gray-blue scales on her arm transformed into soft, sticky tendrils, plunging into my mouth, nostrils, ear canals, and even the corners of my eyes. My head was subjected to unimaginable pressure, and a suffocating fear overwhelmed me. I felt as if my head was like a watermelon in a microwave, ready to burst at any moment. Gao Yang, thank you. Li Weiwei's voice remained gentle, like a spring breeze, as she smiled and told me, you're the first awakened one I've met. I was speechless, her words like water in a drought, strangely comforting my heart. I will never, ever forget you. Pain. Intense pain swept over me like a tidal wave, and alongside it, the abyss of fear spread within. I was going to die, I was about to die. Death. I had never contemplated what it would feel like. Undeniably, this fear would vanish with my demise. No, I don't want to die. I struggled to open the half-squeezed eye amidst the tendrils, and in my blurred vision, something seemed to float. Slowly it became clear, a translucent six-pointed star emitting a faint golden glow. It spun quietly, as if waiting for my touch. I didn't know what it was, but some instinct told me this was my final chance to struggle before dying. So, I mustered all my strength, raising my left hand, inching it closer to the hovering star in the air. Almost. I could almost touch it. Ah! The excruciating pain drained my body of all strength, and my left arm fell limply. So this is humanity? The taste of human blood, the flavor. Li Weiwei's voice was filled with excitement, she panted, so beautiful, so wonderful. In her hands, my head felt like a raw egg, ready to shatter with a squeeze. Yet she couldn't bear to ruin me so quickly, restraining herself, maintaining the threshold of crushing her prey's skull. She wanted to savor every moment of my dying terror and despair. These emotions were too precious. She might never have a second chance in her life. Finally, the climax approached. She trembled with excitement. Gao Yang, you're a good person. I like you. I love you. I want you. Give me everything you have. In the instant the tendril's grip loosened, a glimmer of hope flashed through my mind, a chance to fight back. I jerked my hand up, snagging the six-pointed star in the air with my middle finger. Beep. System activated. Loading user information. Loading complete. Name, Gao Yang. Age, 18. Gender, male. Species, human. Status, awakened. Talent, luck. Serial number, 199. Rune type, miracle. Are you a system? Or a cheat code? Whatever. I want to use my talent. I couldn't speak, but I sensed the system capturing the voice in my heart. Luck is a passive talent, cannot be used. Then what use are you? I'm about to die. Help me, someone save me. Access ending, system hiding. Beep. As the system faded away, the six-pointed star's light dissipated like smoke, and I remained trapped in endless despair. Unwillingness burned within me like a flame of hope, only to be extinguished in an instant. I closed my eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. But something was strange. Why wasn't I dead yet? Why was the pain gradually subsiding? The tendrils that had been crushing my head were slowly retreating. Whoosh, the tendrils softened, as if they were being retracted into Li Weiwei's arm. I collapsed to the ground, finally freed from the suffocation and agony, clutching my throat and coughing desperately. Cough, 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 cough. I looked up and saw Li Weiwei's arms had returned to their normal state. Her eyes were filled with confusion, tears glistening. Why? My gaze followed her form downward to her chest, which was drenched in crimson. Li Weiwei reached out to me, her voice soft. You are my. At that moment, a long tangdao pierced through her back, stabbing her heart. Her body arched like a fish speared by a harpoon. Step aside, a cold voice came from behind Li Weiwei. Trembling, I stood up and finally saw it was Qingling. She held the tangdao firmly, maintaining her crouched stabbing position. Qingling? Why are you here? I couldn't help but ask. Move, she repeated coldly. Okay. I quickly stepped back, filled with confusion. Stand behind me. Qingling's command was undeniable. I complied, my heart racing. Qingling swiftly withdrew the blade, and blood gushed from Li Weiwei's chest, staining the ground a vivid red. I forced myself to hold back the urge to vomit. My gaze focused on the silver-white tangdao in her hand, miraculously untouched by blood. I stared at Qingling in shock as she deftly ran her long finger over the blade, as if performing some mysterious magic. The nearly 150 centimeters long tangdao vanished, seemingly folded into another dimension. What is this? Magic? Sorcery? Or some kind of special ability? My mind was in chaos. Qingling, however, showed no interest, her eyes cold as she said, "Don't ask anything. Go home immediately. I've already disabled the nearby surveillance. Nothing that happened here concerns you." But I wanted to protest, but her gaze, sharp as a blade, silenced me. You know nothing. Say it, her voice carried an oppressive weight. I know nothing, I struggled to respond. Say it again, she insisted, her tone icy. I know nothing, I repeated, feeling helpless but too scared to resist. Again, her eyes judged me like a verdict. I know nothing, I uttered under the invisible pressure. Good. She leaped gracefully, scaling the 2-meter wall, disappearing into the darkness, leaving me alone in stunned bewilderment. Deep into the night, I quickly left the eerie scene, running all the way home. The house was dark, my parents were already deeply asleep, only my sister was curled up on the sofa, her small face lit by the light. She was startled when she saw my battered face. "Wow, what happened to your face?" Her voice was clear and anxious. "Oh, this." In my anxiety, I had forgotten about the wounds on my face. "Ah, I know," she suddenly realized, "you're cosplaying as a zombie." Yeah, that's right." I agreed, going along with her interpretation. "Pretty realistic makeup, huh?" "Realistic. It looks just like the real thing." She laughed mischievously, teasingly. This girl, I couldn't tell if she was joking or being serious. Everything that happened was too sudden, and my mind was a mess. I didn't have the energy to deal with it. If my parents woke up and saw, it would be even more troublesome. I rummaged through the cabinet in the living room for the first aid kit and headed straight to my bedroom. After closing the door, I calmed my nerves slightly, taking out disinfectant and cotton swabs, and cleaned the wounds on my face, applying band-aids. I did the same for the injury on my arm, wrapping it with gauze. The whole process was painful, making me grit my teeth and sweat. After tending to the wounds, I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Fear and shock replaced sadness, and everything that night felt surreal. Li Weiwei, my childhood friend, whom I trusted and relied on for years, had suddenly turned into a flesh-eating monster? I preferred to believe she had been consumed by a monster and impersonated, like the story of Little Red Riding Hood where the wolf pretends to be the grandmother. But was that really the case? My mind was filled with doubt. The person who had killed me, Li Weiwei, still spoke her words as if she were Li Weiwei herself. Was it merely a second personality? I found it difficult to make sense of it all. The wounds throbbed, making me worry if I was infected. Would I wake up tomorrow as a flesh-eating monster too? The thought made me uneasy. I sat up, and the familiar six-pointed star floated in the air again, spinning quietly before me. I reached out to touch it. Beep. Entering system. Congratulations! You have successfully survived for 3 hours. What was there to congratulate? I had nearly died. My heart was filled with resentment. You can earn 3 luck points. I was puzzled, why was there such a reward? Talent, luck. Serial number, 199. Rune type, miracle dot. Effect, for every additional 60 minutes of survival, the talent holder gains 1 luck point. I suddenly understood. But what were these luck points used for? I couldn't help but ask. The attribute panel has various attribute values. You can use luck points to permanently enhance any attribute value. Open the attribute panel, I murmured, secretly eager. Looking at the attribute panel, I quickly grasped the significance of these numbers. Stamina, 10 endurance, 10. Strength, 10 agility, 10. Spirit, 10 charisma, 10. Fortune, 0. From my research, these 6 attributes likely correspond to health, defense, attack, speed, magic, and control. And that fortune, I guessed, might relate to evasion or loot drop rates. I only had 3 luck points, which felt quite meager. My eyes returned to the glaring number. Fortune, 0. Fortune? Isn't that my talent? I thought, wondering if there was a difference between the two. The system responded, luck is a talent. Fortune is an attribute value. That's not helpful, I muttered under my breath. This luck talent doesn't seem all that great. Can't I switch to another talent? No. I reluctantly thought, then let me see my talent list. Instantly, a dense table of talents unfolded before me. I quickly found my serial number, 199, which was indeed luck. Oddly, the talent names and notes for serial numbers 198 to 1 were all hidden. Why can't I see anything? I muttered, puzzled. The system cannot display unexplored information. This system is so frustrating. Why isn't it like the ones in web novels? Knock, knock, knock. There was a tapping sound from the window. Access ended, system hidden. Beep. I sat up abruptly, my heart tightening. A shadow had already opened the window and lightly jumped into the room. It was her, Qingling. She was wearing training shorts and a t-shirt, her long limbs gleaming white under the moonlight. She swiftly kicked off her sneakers, undid her ponytail with one hand, letting her black hair fall softly over her chest. I started to ask. Qingling, however, lightly jumped onto the bed, her bare foot pressing on my chest, pushing me back down. I ask, you answer. Okay. My voice wavered slightly. Do you like men or women? Well, women. All right. She smiled slightly, crossed her hands to grab the hem of her shirt, and quickly pulled it off. Let's go. Go? Panic surged in me. Go where? I felt her knees pressing on me, the moonlight outlining her collarbone, shimmering with a dreamlike glow, mesmerizing me. What else could it be? Don't pretend to be innocent. She smirked coldly, her disdainful tone leaving me stunned. She brushed her hair back, leaning closer to my face. My heart tightened, and I hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute. I'm not conservative, familiar with adult films, but the atmosphere felt like a carefully laid trap, unfolding too quickly for me to react." "What?" Her eyes showed a hint of provocation. "If I'm guilty, the law will punish me. Don't torment me like this." I tried to maintain composure, but my tone was somewhat flustered. "Quite wary," she said mercilessly. I thought to myself, isn't this a normal reaction? Just 3 hours ago, my most trusted childhood friend nearly crushed my skull, and now a mysterious beauty was this close to me. I should be suspicious of her intentions. "Relax," she suddenly softened her voice. I was at a loss for words. "If you really dislike me, you can imagine someone else's face." Her hand slowly moved down my chest. At this moment, my heart pounded like a drum, impossible to calm. "Or, maybe not, how about we start as friends?" As soon as I said that, Qingling suddenly stopped her movements. I was drenched in sweat, nervous, barely daring to breathe. She got off the bed, slowly put her clothes back on, and said blandly, "That's enough." I was at a loss, sitting up in bed, suddenly discovering a sharp, small dagger hidden under my pillow. After Qingling dressed, she flicked her hand, and the dagger seemed to fly back into her grasp, spinning in her fingers before disappearing in an instant. "Did you just plan to kill me?" My voice trembled with fear. "That depends on you," she replied coldly. "What does that mean? If I couldn't resist temptation and had bad intentions, you would kill me?" I tried to analyze, so this was a test, and if I passed, I would earn your trust. "All wrong." Qingling turned her back to me, tying her hair back. "If you had no reaction, I'd kill you." "Why?" I was even more confused. "Beasts don't have a true reproductive system," she said sternly. Suddenly, I understood. "So you were confirming my identity. What you encountered today was a chinchou," Qingling said calmly. "Chinchou?" I asked, puzzled. "There are many types of beasts, and chinchou is just one of them. They are cunning and adept at disguise, fooling the eye," she continued, her gaze intense. "If you want to survive in this world, trust no one." "Then how do I know you're truly human?" I raised an eyebrow, countering. "Good, you're learning quickly." Qingling's expression was particularly cold. To confirm whether a woman is a beast is troublesome, you have to actually do it. I was speechless for a moment. She tossed me a small bottle. "This is a special medicine. After using it, make sure to dispose of it, don't let anyone see it." I took the small bottle, examining it carefully. The blue liquid inside looked unremarkable, yet it filled me with unease. I hid the bottle under my blanket, my mind swirling with countless questions. What exactly are these beasts? Why do they take human lives? And what is my current situation? Qingling's abilities seemed far beyond my own. How should I face the challenges ahead? I was filled with uncertainty about how to become stronger. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. My sister barged in, startling me to stand up shirtless. "No, it's not what it looks like." She looked confused and asked, "What?" Turning around, I realized Qingling had vanished, leaving only the curtains swaying in the wind, moonlight spilling into the corners of the room. I was shocked. She moved so fast, truly like a shadow. Suspicious, my sister scrutinized me up and down, then suddenly smirked. "Bro, you weren't doing that, were you?" "I wasn't." "I'm not." "Stop with the nonsense." I was utterly exasperated. "And next time, could you knock before you come in?" "Got it," she replied carelessly, smiling warmly, then unexpectedly grabbed my hand. "Big brother, can we discuss something?" "Go ahead." Before I could react, she pulled out her phone, excitedly asking, "Look, isn't this dress cute?" "Sure." I immediately sensed something. "What do you want?" "It's only $498. Super cheap, and buying now saves $198. Her eyes sparkled. "Not buying saves $498, I calmly refused. "My birthday is in just 11 months. My sister pouted, her eyes full of hope. "Can't you get it as a birthday gift? I'll be dead in 70 years. Can't you pretend I'm already gone?" I humorously countered. "You don't care about me. You don't love me," she shouted, on the verge of tears. "You're not fit to be a brother. I'll tell mom and dad you went out fooling around tonight and came back with a bloody face." All right. Hearing her say that, I got nervous. So, I picked up my phone and transferred a few hundred from next month's living expenses to her. More than feeling the pinch of spending, I wanted to calm her anger. "Big bro is the best. Moi, I love my big bro the most." My sister gleefully ran off with her phone. Watching her close the door happily, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, when I woke up, the special medicine Qingling gave me had already taken effect. My wound had almost healed, leaving only red marks, like scratches from a mosquito bite. After breakfast, I headed to school. Entering the classroom, I glanced around and saw Li Weiwei's seat was empty. A dull ache rose in my chest, as if a piece had been carved out, leaving me feeling overwhelmingly empty. I recalled the past 12 years with Li Weiwei, going to and from school together, eating together, doing homework together, even setting off fireworks on New Year's Eve. Her first smile, her tears, her anger, all these familiar and beautiful moments were torn apart by the beast last night. I wished the presents in front of me were two beings, an innocent girl and a terrifying monster, but they were one and the same. I couldn't accept such a reality. During the morning self-study session, Li Weiwei's seat remained empty. The girls in the class whispered among themselves, her story had evidently spread. I hadn't slept much the entire night, with too many questions I wanted to ask Qingling. Unexpectedly, before the first class began, Qingling approached me, asking bluntly, "Gao Yang, where is Li Weiwei?" I was taken aback, unsure of how to answer her. "I don't know." "Don't know? Didn't she leave with you yesterday?" Her voice carried urgency and anxiety. "Yeah, we went home separately last night." "What's going on?" "She isn't answering her phone or responding to messages, and she's not coming to class." Qingling's brow furrowed, her frustration growing, and then she turned and left. Math class began, and our homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a heavy expression. He placed the textbook on the podium, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes seemed to hold some ominous news. "Class, student Li Weiwei was murdered last night." I was stunned, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Qingling stood up in shock, an expression of anger and sadness etched deeply on her face. "What?" Her voice resonated with my heart. I silently admired Qingling's reaction. It was a performance worthy of admiration. She and Li Weiwei were practically inseparable, so her intense reaction was perfectly normal. Meanwhile, as her childhood friend, my calm demeanor made me feel particularly regretful. So, I quickly stood up, trying to feign shock and confusion. "Impossible. I saw her just yesterday afternoon. She was attacked late at night on her way home, initially suspected to be a robbery, stabbed in the chest, and died on the spot." The homeroom teacher's voice was low and sorrowful as he sighed. "That's all I know." The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly heavy. "Oh my God, how could this happen?" I felt a surge of unease. So tragic, I never expected something like this to happen to her. The surrounding classmates were buzzing with mourning and shock, like a tidal wave crashing over us. "The murderer must be sentenced to death." Angry voices erupted like a volcano, the boys seething with rage, and the girls who were close to Li Weiwei were already in tears, quietly sobbing. "Class, I'm also very saddened and angry about Li Weiwei's situation." The homeroom teacher's voice carried a sense of helplessness. "The police are doing everything they can to catch the perpetrator and bring them to justice." His voice, though firm, couldn't dispel the shadow over my heart. "Tonight, if any of you wish to say goodbye to Li Weiwei's remains, you can go to the funeral home with me." The teacher's words hit like a stone in a pond, and my mood grew heavier. "Now, let's collect our emotions and continue with the class." The math teacher opened the textbook, suddenly calling out, "Qingling, Gao Yang, come to my office." I became instantly alert, my heart tightening. "Teacher, is there something wrong?" "The police are here. They need you to answer a few questions." The teacher's voice was calm but heavy. Qingling's eyes were red, as if she couldn't hold back anymore, and she rushed out of the classroom. I followed her quickly through the corridor, thinking over the situation repeatedly. I hurried to catch up with her, saying softly, "We should get our stories straight." "Our stories?" She turned, her eyes filled with sadness and anger. "About Li Weiwei," I said quietly, noticing Qingling freeze. She suddenly grabbed my collar, her voice sharp. "You do know something. Did you kill her?" I was shocked. "Huh? What was happening?" I stood there, as if caught in a ridiculous play. At this point, "Stop pretending." I tried to keep my tone firm. "Who's pretending?" Qingling looked unusually serious. "You're definitely suspicious. Why didn't you take Li Weiwei home last night? Her murder seems to be linked to you." "This isn't what I wanted." My heart tightened. What was Qingling playing at? Her voice became more aggressive. "You always wanted to pursue Li Weiwei, right? She didn't like you, didn't agree to be with you, so you killed her, right?" Two possibilities flashed through my mind. 1. The Qingling in front of me was not the Qingling I knew, which seemed unlikely. 2. Qingling was acting, possibly trying to protect herself through me. After all, she had said yesterday not to trust anyone. "I don't know what you're talking about." I lowered my head, trying to avoid her gaze, thinking the more I said, the more likely I was to make a mistake. "Stop pretending. I'll have the police thoroughly investigate you. If you really killed her, I won't let you get away with it." The furious Qingling stormed into the office. I was about to follow her when a tall figure blocked my way. I looked up to see a man in a police uniform, around 30, with a clean buzz cut, sharp facial features, and an experienced, piercing gaze. "Are you Officer Huang?" I asked cautiously. "Ha, we meet again." Officer Huang smiled, but his gaze was cold as a blade. 3 nights ago, it was he who shot the maniac and rescued me from a dire situation, Officer Huang Chi. Officer Huang patted my shoulder lightly. Come with me to another office. My heart tightened. Great, the prisoner's dilemma. 9 a.m., the dean's office. Sit down. Officer Huang sat in the dean's swivel chair, leaning back slightly, crossing his legs. His hands were clasped on his abdomen, his demeanor relaxed, as if in his own interrogation room. Don't be nervous, it's just us here, I just have a few questions. I thought to myself, just us is what makes me nervous, okay? Is your face injured? He suddenly asked. Oh, bitten by a bug, I said, pretending to nonchalantly touch my face. All right, let's begin. Officer Huang took out a notebook. Gao Yang, what is your relationship with the deceased, Li Weiwei? We've known each other since kindergarten, always got along well, you could say we're childhood friends, I answered, trying to remain calm. I watched Officer Huang take notes seriously, feeling a knot of tension inside. He asked me, were you with Li Weiwei all afternoon yesterday? I nodded, quickly recalling, yes, we watched a movie, ate at Dewan Mall, played until quite late, and went home around midnight. He continued, what time did you part ways? I furrowed my brow slightly, trying to stay calm as I answered, it was around 11, I think. I knew not to remember the time too clearly, or it would raise suspicion. So late, and you didn't walk her home, he pressed. I thought for a moment, then said, I walked her part of the way, but she said she didn't need me to walk her the rest, so I didn't. I thought to myself, the surveillance on that stretch was down, this was my chance. So I deliberately asked, Officer Huang, you can check the surveillance, right? It can prove my words. Officer Huang paused, his eyes shifting slightly. To be honest, the surveillance on the road where you parted ways is out of order. I was stunned, trying to show a shocked expression. How could that be? He continued, the possibility of premeditated crime is high. I felt him scrutinizing my face, trying to find a flaw in my expression. It could have been done by someone familiar, but that's just a preliminary guess. We have no leads, especially with no weapon or witnesses, he said heavily. Is there really no clue at all? I couldn't help but ask, my anxiety growing. I asked, did Li Weiwei have any conflicts with classmates, or did she offend anyone? Officer Huang leaned forward, his gaze intense. She was very well liked. I can't think of anyone who held a grudge against her. I shook my head, agreeing. He pressed on, what about anyone who might have been jealous of her? I pondered for a moment, my heart a mix of emotions, and shook my head. Not that I recall. Officer Huang nodded, his eyes fixed on my face, as if trying to uncover something. You like Li Weiwei, didn't you? I paused, a mix of warmth and loss welling up inside me. I guess. I did. He was silent for a moment before continuing. As part of the investigation, I reviewed Li Weiwei's chat history. You confessed your feelings to her, and she accepted. Yes, yesterday was our first date. I never imagined it would be the last. I lowered my head, the grief washing over me was genuine, not an act. Officer Huang stopped his questioning, stood up, and said, all right, that's all for today. He walked over, patted my shoulder, and said with a hint of meaning, take care. The questioning ended, and I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was a false alarm. As I left the office and walked back to the classroom, my mind was filled with memories and helplessness. Gao Yang. I heard a voice call my name. Before I could turn around, a strong arm suddenly came from behind, locking tightly around my neck. My breathing became labored, and I could only manage a weak sound. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha, weakling. Wang Zikai's laughter echoed in my ears. He was my high school classmate, though not anymore. What's with the look like you've eaten something nasty? He said as he released me. I knew he was here to handle the paperwork for his withdrawal from school. His blonde hair and lip piercing reminded me of his flamboyance and arrogance. Over the past week, he had been expelled for a fight, the reason being simple and crude. The other guy had just looked at him the wrong way. Wang Zikai came from a wealthy family, drove a sports car to school, and was the quintessential campus heartthrob, yet he had squandered it all, becoming a bully feared by all. Despite this, since freshman year, he had shown an unusual interest in me, even calling me his only friend, which left me both surprised and puzzled. At that moment, under his aura of violence, I replied blankly, Li Weiwei is dead. What? Wang Zikai was clearly shocked by the news, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How did she die? Robbery, she was murdered. I slowly uttered those words, a heavy shadow rising in my heart. Damn, that's so unlucky. Wang Zikai's voice echoed in my ears, the clicking of his tongue like a judgment on my tragedy. Too bad, I helped you confess to her a few days ago. Did she say yes? Probably not, right? Ha, someone like you, how could any girl like you? His confident face made me roll my eyes. This fool, always missing the point. Bro, my condolences. He casually patted my shoulder. Look on the bright side. You'll never have to worry about someone stealing her away. I held back from retaliating, feeling an indescribable fatigue. After school today, I'll pick you up, and we'll do OQ. Turn grief into motivation, this season we have to reach silver, he suggested excitedly. I shook my head, no, I'm going to Li Weiwei's farewell ceremony tonight. Upon hearing this, Wang Zikai jumped back dramatically, no way, you still want some ghostly love affair. I was speechless, wishing I could kick him, but that's Wang Zikai for you, you'll never hear anything normal from him. Get lost. I growled, feeling complicated. Wang Zikai waved as he ran off, leaving me to face this unspeakable sorrow alone. At 7 p.m., I arrived at the funeral home in Shanxing district, joining a dozen classmates led by our homeroom teacher, attending Li Weiwei's farewell ceremony. My heart was heavy, as if the world had turned unbearably gray. My feelings for Li Weiwei were complex. Despite her transformation into a monster last night, I felt compelled to see her off one last time. But I couldn't shake a nagging question, why hadn't Li Weiwei been cremated immediately after her death? This contradicted what I knew of the world. The hall was dim and solemn, Li Weiwei's portrait quietly placed on the altar, her smile as bright as ever. Her body lay in a transparent glass coffin, surrounded by vibrant white flowers, looking so absolute and cold. Her parents, dressed in heavy black clothing, stood by the coffin, bowing repeatedly to those who came to pay respects. Her mother's sobs seemed to pierce through the hall, while her father silently supported her, his face etched with grief. After the homeroom teacher and some classmates paid their respects and spoke with Li Weiwei's parents, they circled the glass coffin. The farewell ceremony thus concluded. As the line moved, I gradually approached the cold coffin, carefully observing Li Weiwei's body. She was dressed in a black burial gown, her makeup resembling deep slumber, as serene as in life. But remembering how she nearly crushed my skull last night, that fear surged back like a tide, raising the hair on my neck. The homeroom teacher went forward to speak with Li Weiwei's parents, while I, feeling parched, slipped away to the side room for some water. Pushing the door open, I found Qingling inside. Unsure how to face her, I silently went to pour some water. But she approached, asking, "Did the police ask you anything?" "Nothing much," I replied, suppressing my inner unease. "Tell me everything," Qingling demanded. After ensuring the room was empty, I decided to come clean. Why not keep up the act? She seemed taken aback. "What act?" "What you did today, you acted really well." My tone carried a hint of anger. Qingling's gaze swept over me, softly asking, "Have you met her?" I froze, then countered, "What do you mean? My other personality?" Her voice was calm but tinged with tension. "Are you saying, you have a split personality?" I asked, incredulous. "Yes," she replied, my heart churned with indescribable emotions. Qingling gently closed the door, speaking softly, "To survive in this world, you have to deceive yourself." Over time, I developed a secondary personality. She's my sister, Qingling. Most of the time it's me, but sometimes she acts on her own. Li Weiwei's death had a big impact on her. My heart clenched tightly. I can't tell what's true or false anymore. It doesn't matter, her relaxed attitude only heightened my unease. "Give me a reason to trust you," I insisted, struggling with my inner turmoil. "A reason?" Qingling raised an eyebrow slightly, her right hand moved gently, and a razor-thin blade suddenly flew from her chest pocket, pressing against my neck. "If I wanted to kill you, it would be easier than Li Weiwei doing it. Is that reason enough?" Her voice was cold, sending shivers down my spine. "Enough," I murmured, weighing my options. "It's better to live to fight another day." I briefly recounted my conversation with Officer Huang. After listening, Qingling fell into deep thought. "You're clever enough not to give anything away," she said coldly. "He's just a cop," I replied nonchalantly. "What could I possibly slip up?" She chuckled, her gaze piercing. "It seems you still don't grasp your situation. Do you know how many beasts are in this city?" "How many?" My heart raced, unease creeping in. "The ratio is 1 in 10,000. Qingling's voice was sharp as a knife. 1 in 10,000 is quite high. I feigned calmness, though my heart was churning. "No, it's 1 human among 10,000 beasts." Her words struck like thunder, shattering my composure. "What?" I nearly shouted, staring at her in disbelief. "You must be joking?" "No," she replied. "That's impossible," I said, incredulous, my scalp tingling with the absurdity of it all. "This is the reality." "Do you understand your predicament now?" she asked, her hand trembling slightly. I stood silent, my hand shaking. "In our school, it's just you and me, 2 humans, which is a rarity." Qingling stepped closer, her eyes cold as ice. "As for your family, friends, neighbors, and 99.99% of the people you've met in your life, they're all beasts, different kinds of beasts," she stated. I stood frozen, terror wrapping around me like a cold serpent. My grandmother, father, mother, sister, teachers, classmates, friends, could they all really be beasts? Since crossing over, I've lived among them for 12 years. My stomach churned, a wave of nausea hitting me. To be honest, you're the third human I've met. The first two were stronger than me, but they both died, she said. I clung to a glimmer of hope. Impossible, if everyone around me were beasts. I should have been dead long ago. Because you've never noticed their existence before, beasts don't harm unaware humans. They only kill the awakened, like us, she explained. Why? I asked, full of questions. I don't know either. Qingling shook her head, her expression grave. They seem to have their own rules, and my knowledge is limited. Her voice carried a hint of tension. Just then, the door to the tea room swung open, and both Qingling and I started, a sense of unease washing over us. What are you talking about? Officer Huang stood at the door, smiling, his gaze curious as it landed on us. The tea room fell into a suffocating silence. The air seemed to freeze, and I could feel my heart pounding wildly. We were caught. I glanced at Qingling, her face expressionless, her mind likely racing with calculations. If Officer Huang was a wrath beast, she stood no chance. In that moment, I understood her fear, though killing a wrath beast wasn't difficult for her. Revealing her identity as an awakened among so many people would be a death sentence. I hesitated, knowing escape might be futile. Even if I fled now, my identity was compromised, and I wouldn't survive long. Qingling's previous companion, stronger than her, had died due to a moment's carelessness. Among countless choices, Qingling gambled on the last shred of survival. Officer Huang, what brings you here? She finally broke the silence, her voice calm but tense. Officer Huang approached the water dispenser, bending to fill a cup with cold water, exposing his back completely to us. I thought to myself, time seemed to stand still at this moment, while the turning point of fate lurked right in front of us. After filling his cup, he turned around, leaning against the table by the water dispenser, still working on the Li Weiwei case. I'm investigating those close to her, which is why I attended the farewell ceremony. Did you find anything? I tried to sound concerned, fearing any slip-up. I've got some leads, but I can't share them with you. Officer Huang took a sip of his water, a smile playing at his lips. By the way, what were you two discussing? It sounded interesting. Something about beasts? Rules? My heart sank. There was no way to bluff past this. In that case, it was time to gamble. We've been playing a survival game recently. It's really popular. I glanced at Qingling, continuing. Really? Officer Huang nodded, interest flickering in his eyes. What's the name of the game? It's called Monster Human Family Fun, I answered truthfully, my mind racing with possibilities. Sounds interesting just from the name. Officer Huang sighed enviously. Young people have all the fun. Unlike us workers, we've long lost our entertainment. He finished his water, placed the disposable cup on the cooler, and leisurely walked out of the tea room. In just a minute, I was drenched in cold sweat, my back soaked through. What now? I asked Qingling. Qingling frowned slightly, deep in thought. Two possibilities. A chill ran through me, realizing he might be a wrath beast, already suspicious of us, deliberately testing us. And, I heard Qingling's voice continue, he's a delusion beast. Delusion beast? I asked, surprised. Delusion beasts are special, also known as lost ones. They believe they're human, even deceiving themselves. Even if an awakened appears before them, they won't harm them, usually ignoring key information and automatically correcting their brain's logic and memory. I pondered aloud, if Officer Huang is a delusion beast, then we're safe. Yes, but I wouldn't bet on it. Qingling walked to the door, peeking through the crack at Officer Huang in the hall, her expression icy. Wrath beasts have a strong desire for prey and won't share with their kind, they want exclusivity. I recalled Li Weiwei's attack. I've seen it. There are over 100 people in the hall, surely more than one wrath beast. That might be why Officer Huang hasn't attacked us, Qingling said firmly. He wants it all to himself. I couldn't help but gasp, my heart racing. Very likely. Qingling's gaze swept over me, carrying a hint of coldness. We still have a chance, but we must silence him. At 10 o'clock at night, outside the police station in Shanqing district, the sky was a curtain of stars. Qingling and I took a cab, following Officer Huang's car as it left. After getting out, we entered a cafe across the street, choosing a window seat to observe outside while concealing our true intentions. We ordered some food and drinks, and I pulled out a textbook, pretending to study with Qingling, but really just passing the time. Initially, I had firmly refused to accompany her in killing Officer Huang, but upon reflection, another thought emerged. If Qingling failed, I'd be the one to die in the end. In that case, perhaps dying on my feet would be more dignified. I picked up a glass of orange juice, took a gentle sip, and turned to her. I have a lot of questions for you. Go ahead, Qingling replied, her head lowered, focused on her mango pancake. Her knife and fork moved with precision, as if dealing with an enemy. Besides me, do you have any other companions? I've told you before, I knew 2 others before, but they're both dead, she said, as if recounting a mundane fact. So, you've been alone all this time? I found it hard to believe. 2, her eyes flickered slightly, there's also my sister. I immediately understood she meant her second personality, Xingling. You sisters have it tough. You should worry about yourself first. Xingling put down her fork, looking directly at me. If the plan fails later, I'll run and hide. What about me? I couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Her gaze was cold. I won't take care of a burden. The harshness of her words cut deep. Was I really just a burden? A mix of resentment and reluctance stirred within me, but I ultimately decided not to humiliate myself further in front of her. We waited until late at night, when Officer Huang finally emerged from the police station. He walked to his patrol car, only to pause as he pulled out his keys and noticed the front tire was damaged, an act orchestrated by Qingling's remote control of her dagger. He didn't seem too bothered, instead pulling out his phone and chatting with someone, laughing as he crossed the street to buy a pack of cigarettes. Qingling and I maintained a cautious 50-meter distance, trailing him. Officer Huang smoked and talked on the phone, heading into a small park, seemingly taking a shortcut. Here's our chance, Qingling's voice carried a hint of excitement. I was filled with doubt. Could he be setting a trap for us? Qingling's gaze sharpened, then we'll see who the real prey is. The park was dense with trees, deserted late at night, with Officer Huang the only one walking the path. The more isolated he seemed, the more dangerous he felt to me. Qingling and I donned masks and sunglasses, following him into the park steps. When the opportunity arose, we slipped into a neatly trimmed hedge for cover. At that moment, Qingling extended both hands, aiming at the surveillance on the lamppost above. I focused intently, as if controlling something. 2 seconds later, I clenched my fist, and a faint sound emanated from the surveillance camera as the red dot vanished. Go distract him, say anything to divert his attention, Qingling instructed in a low voice, leave the rest to me. My heart tightened, and I nodded, okay. I took a deep breath, stepped out of the bushes, and quickly caught up. Officer Huang, I called out loudly. Officer Huang stopped, turned, and frowned slightly. Who are you? I pulled down my mask, revealing my face. Oh, it's me, Gao Yang. What are you doing here so late? He asked with a smile. I continued weaving my lie. I suddenly remembered some clues about Li Weiwei's case and wanted to tell you. Really? Officer Huang smiled, walking eagerly towards me. All right, tell me. Suddenly, his smile vanished. In an instant, he turned, drawing his gun from his waist. A gunshot shattered the night silence. I heard the shot, and Officer Huang swiftly fired 3 times. Sparks flew in the air as he expertly shot down 3 daggers aimed at me. However, the daggers were just a feint. My heart jumped as I sensed a shadow darting from the left like an arrow. A sharp white blade flashed by, and though Officer Huang managed to draw his gun in defense, it was futile. The gun was sliced in half, along with 2 of his fingers, cut like spring onions. Half a second later, his head seemed poised to roll. But it didn't happen. The narrow, sharp tang sword stopped at his throat, not striking down. I noticed a slight crack in the skin at his throat, blood seeping out, evidence of the blade's aura. I withdrew the sword, stepping back 2 paces, and said calmly, "You're not a wrath beast." He clutched his bleeding fingers, his face pale, but his eyes lacked panic or fear. How did you know? If you were a wrath beast, you'd use your arms to block my attack at the last second, I said, lightly tracing the blade with my fingers as it folded and vanished in my hands. They have faith in their bodies, it's an instinct. Humans, however, use what they believe is sturdier to block my strike. Correct, I'm also an awakened. Officer Huang chuckled bitterly, a hint of gratitude in his tone. Thank you for not killing me. At 2 a.m., in the emergency room of the 3rd hospital in Shanqing district, Qingling and I waited quietly. Officer Huang's hand had been successfully reattached and was being bandaged. Soon, he emerged from the hospital with a smile, saying lightly, "Tomorrow, I'll write a report claiming you 2 were attacked by street thugs, and I got injured helping out." Qingling and I exchanged glances, speechless. Hungry? Let's get something to eat, Officer Huang suggested, breaking the silence. We headed to a nearby alley, where a small food stall served late-night spicy hot pot. A simple blue tent covered the entrance, beneath which a cart emanated a delicious aroma, the dim lights lending a touch of warmth to the cold city. The owner, an energetic man in his 60s, greeted us cheerfully. Officer Huang. Oh, what happened to your hand? He asked warmly. Occupational hazard, Officer Huang replied casually. Your job really isn't easy, huh? No drinking for you today? The owner teased. That's right, same as usual, Officer Huang responded, his smile unchanged. The familiarity of the scene seemed to wash away the unease, leaving only warmth. The owner got busy, then turned to Qingling and me. What'll you have? Qingling scanned the menu with an expressionless gaze and quickly decided, 1 skewer of mushrooms, winter melon, potato, cabbage, fish balls, crab sticks, fried gluten, a serving of tomatoes, and sweet potato noodles. Extra spicy. I was momentarily stunned by her decisiveness and thought, Might as well join in, I'll have the same. The three of us sat side by side at the cart, enveloped in the aroma of the spicy hot pot. Officer Huang, looking content, murmured, "Surviving feels great. I thought I'd never taste this again." Xingling silently bit into a potato, her focus so intense it seemed she was isolated from the world. Exercising caution, I whispered to Officer Huang, "Let's not discuss these things in public." Officer Huang glanced up, looking at Uncle Lu, who was busy cooking meat. "It's fine, Uncle Lu is a delusion beast. He automatically ignores anything he doesn't want to hear, right Uncle Lu?" Uncle Lu looked up, puzzled. "What's up?" I said, "Today's pork lung is crispy, I'll have another serving." "Got it." Uncle Lu chuckled, and I finally relaxed a bit. "Were you deliberately testing me and Qingling today?" I couldn't help but ask. Officer Huang's smile carried a trace of resignation. "I already knew you were an awakened, I just didn't expect your girlfriend was too." "Not a girlfriend," Qingling interjected while eating a potato slice, then moved on to a fishball. "Remember the mentally ill person I killed that day?" Officer Huang asked. I remember, my heart tightened, impossible to forget. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this mess. He was also awakened. Officer Huang's eyes showed regret, but he was fully exposed. It was better to send him off than let a wrath beast torture him to death. I said nothing, the silence heavy with sadness. That brother's talent was olfaction, sequence number 175. He could distinguish the scent of beasts, living in constant fear until he finally broke down. Officer Huang's gaze lingered on the steaming hot pot, as if praying for the soon-to-be-served pork lung. "He immediately smelled that you were human, which is why he told you to run. If I hadn't shot him then, you might have been in danger." His tone was serious. "Thank you." My voice was tight, filled with gratitude. "It's what anyone would do, we're all in the same boat," he smiled. "You mentioned talents earlier." I licked my lips, curious about the topic. "Does every awakened have different talents?" "Of course," Officer Huang answered confidently, pride sparkling in his eyes. "My talent is Gun God, sequence number 41, proficient in firearms, always on target, with extremely fast shooting speed." "What's my talent then?" I asked deliberately, curiosity piqued. "You've always kept it hidden, and I don't have a talent for detection, so how would I know?" He chuckled, shaking his head. I nodded in resignation. "Oh." Officer Huang turned to Qingling, his eyes full of admiration. "Your girlfriend's talent should be metal, sequence number 20, able to control any metal elements." "Not a girlfriend," Qingling corrected him again while eating a mushroom. "In addition, she has the talent, Blade God," Officer Huang continued, a slight smile on his lips. "Her swordsmanship and destructive power are beyond what ordinary people can achieve." "Can there be multiple talents?" I asked, intrigued. "Once awakened, a person immediately possesses one talent," he explained. "More can be comprehended later, but the method and pattern remain a mystery to me." I pondered deeply, eager to uncover the secrets behind these talents, filled with both anticipation and doubt about the future. I couldn't help but wonder, did Officer Huang have a system of sorts? It seemed unlikely. "I've lived longer than you, and as a police officer, I have access to a lot of information channels." Officer Huang smiled slightly, as if his confidence came from those invisible resources. "In fact, I've seen a complete list of talent sequences, and based on my experience, I believe the information in it is accurate and reliable." "How many talents are there in total?" I asked, finishing the fishball and starting on the cabbage. "There are 199 sequence numbers in total. Theoretically, the smaller the number, the stronger the talent." Officer Huang's gaze was envious, directed at Qingling. "You're really strong." At that moment, a pang of sadness hit me. I was sequence number 199, meaning I was basically invisible, which was truly heartbreaking. "Lucky, they say?" What a joke. Qingling put down her chopsticks, her gaze firm. "Give me the sequence list." "There's no physical copy." Officer Huang pointed to his head. "It's all in here." "Then tell me." "Telling you," he smiled slyly, "isn't impossible." "You have conditions?" I immediately guessed his intention. "Of course, there's no free lunch," he smiled meaningfully, "except this hot pot. Here's the deal, help me with something, and as a condition, I'll first tell you all the sequence numbers after 50. Officer Huang casually picked up a perfectly cooked spinach leaf. His tone was casual, yet carried an air of mystery. "Not only that, but I'll also answer one question for free, anything you want to know that I happen to know." "What do you need us to do?" Qingling's voice echoed, tinged with tension. "You have to agree first." Officer Huang smiled slightly. "It's definitely not difficult, and I guarantee there's no danger to your lives." His smile was strangely warm, and our silence seemed to heighten the tension. I understood clearly that with a police officer like him, I had no real leverage, and opting to keep a low profile seemed the wiser choice. "You already know the 1 in 10,000 ratio, you should understand how dire your situation is." Officer Huang's sigh carried a sense of helplessness. We're all orphans of the world, long abandoned by the gods. Qingling was silent, hesitant. I remained silent too, unsure how to respond. Then Officer Huang's voice became coaxing. I believe that to survive in this foggy world, besides having strong talents, you need to grasp as many rules as possible. His gaze was leisurely, yet his tone was unwavering. I assure you, my information is worth its weight in gold. This deal is absolutely worthwhile. In that moment, I realized this wasn't just a deal, but a call from the abyss. A surge of indescribable impulse stirred within me. Deal, I blurted out, a simple thought flashing through my mind. Since he put it this way, I might as well agree now and reconsider later if needed. Qingling shot me a glare but didn't object. Smart choice. Officer Huang seemed pleased, pulling out a notepad and pen from his uniform pocket. He began writing on several slips of paper, the sound of pen on paper rustling in the night. Don't blame me for being stingy. After all, I can't fully trust you. Being born into this hell, we have to fight tooth and nail to survive. He folded the slips and handed them to Qingling. As she reached out, he quickly pulled them back. Remember, open the first slip after your evening class tomorrow. Only open the second slip after completing one task, and the third after two. You must follow these instructions. I watched as Qingling took the note and tucked it into the breast pocket of her school uniform. Once it's done, I have 2 questions to ask. Alright, once it's done, I'll contact you. Officer Huang stood up, taking out his phone, and at that moment, a clear sense of urgency surged through me. By the time I got home in the middle of the night, my mindset had undergone a complete transformation. After learning about the 1 in 10,000 human-beast ratio, the warm image of my family of 5 could no longer form in my mind. Based on the experience of the host from that night when they were 4, I was almost certain Grandpa must be a beast, but exactly what kind, I still didn't know. Grandma, being in the same room with Grandpa, was likely a beast too. And as for Dad, Mom, and my sister, I could no longer easily face any of it. I didn't want to think too much, but deep down, I hoped my family were all humans. Even though the odds were as slim as winning the lottery, I couldn't dispel that glimmer of hope. After all, they had been my family for 12 years. If, on the night of my 18th birthday, I hadn't been bumped into by that lunatic, if I could have lived on in ignorance, grown up, started a family, and then died of old age, maybe that would have been a pure kind of happiness. It's not sad for someone to live in a falsehood or a lie, as long as they never wake up. But the irrelevant ifs no longer matter. I've awakened, and the peaceful life I once knew is gone. Now, my life has become a merciless cage. Every step feels like walking on thin ice. One misstep and I might plunge into an abyss. At 3 in the morning, while everyone else was sound asleep, I couldn't escape the scolding from my parents tomorrow. But tonight, I could finally escape their gaze for a while, giving myself time to adjust my mindset and find the best way to face my family. Exhausted in both body and mind, I sank into the bathtub, just wanting to enjoy the warm water. As I looked up, the hexagram above me emitted a faint glow. This time, I didn't touch it. Instead, I closed my eyes and silently recited the voice in my heart. Enter the system. Beep. Entering system. I had gained 27 luck points, bringing the total to 30. Use them? Use. Opening attribute panel for you. I saw the basic attributes on the panel had increased slightly, but it was enough to make me feel a change in the air. Will the attribute values grow automatically? I asked curiously. The attribute values will fluctuate based on your physical abilities and condition. Reflecting on a productive day, I couldn't help but feel proud, thinking I had grown stronger. If I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day, I thought confidently, if I could keep it up for 3 years, until my hair fell out, would I become the strongest on earth? In theory, your body will become stronger, but you might also face muscle strains, knee wear, and other injuries. I hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked, then how do I become stronger? Use luck points to permanently enhance attribute values. Additionally, different talents provide permanent boosts to different attribute values. The image of Qingling's Blade God talent popped into my mind, and I eagerly inquired, is the Blade God talent powerful? Talent, Blade God. Serial number, 32. Rune type, damage. Max level Blade God, Blade Weapon Specialization, Blade Weapon damage increased by 3 times, Physical Armor Penetration Rate 91.4%. Max level Blade God permanent attribute boost, Stamina plus 400, Strength plus 800, Agility plus 1000, Charisma plus 400. I couldn't resist asking, and what about the Gun God talent? Talent, Gun God. Serial number, 41. Rune type, damage. Max level Gun God, Firearm Specialization, Firearm Accuracy 97.3%, Firing Speed 12 shots/second. Each piece of information fueled my desire for strength. igniting an endless fighting spirit within me. I opened the system interface, and the attribute boosts of a max-level gun god flooded in like a torrent. Stamina plus 300, strength plus 700, agility plus 800, charisma plus 300. Damn, these numbers made me feel dizzy. A thought flashed through my mind, was this some kind of plant? Stupid system. I couldn't help but mock. Luck isn't saving, and spending won't change fate, I silently recited to myself. You also discovered a new talent, metal. Would you like details? The system mechanically asked. Don't show me, my heart can't take it, I thought to myself, feeling fed up. Do you want to allocate your points? The system continued to urge. Only 30 luck points, what's there to allocate? Just put it all into luck. A sense of anticipation burned within me, as I wanted to see just how lucky I could get. Once luck points are allocated, they cannot be changed. Are you sure? The system's prompt was cold and unfeeling. Sure, hurry up. I almost blurted out without thinking. Congratulations! Your luck has surpassed 30, granting a permanent 6-point boost to all attributes. At that moment, information flooded my mind like a tide. Stamina, 18, endurance, 18, strength, 17, agility, 17, spirit, 17, charisma, 16, luck, 30. I was stunned, mumbling to myself, 6 points, could you be any stingier? Suddenly, I realized something was amiss. 6 attributes each increased by 6 points, totaling 36 points, not a bad deal. A hint of joy flashed through my mind. Additionally, you've unlocked the hidden panel. Would you like to unlock it? The system's voice sounded again, carrying a hint of mystery. In the morning, my mother's nagging voice woke me up, filled with discontent. The college entrance exams are coming, yet you stay out all night, don't reply to messages, and don't answer calls. How can we trust you? My heart tightened, and I lied. It was Wang Zikai's birthday, he dragged me to karaoke until midnight. My mother retorted angrily, Wang Zikai? Didn't he drop out? You shouldn't keep hanging out with that kid or you'll end up going down the wrong path. At the breakfast table, my father was cheerfully munching on a donut, speaking in a relaxed tone. Shao Kai? His dad's got money. Son, friends like him are worth keeping. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Birds of a feather flock together. My mother shot my father a glare. Honey, times have changed, my father said, refusing to back down. How have they changed? My mother demanded. In today's world, skills are secondary, it's all about connections and resources. Friends from Shao Kai's circle will definitely be useful in the future. My father surprisingly defended his point. I listened quietly, feeling a mix of emotions. What kind of twisted values are these? My mother's angry voice pierced my eardrums. Honey, I'm not saying anything else, just that our son should make more friends, find more paths. I trust Gao Yang will have his own judgment and won't truly go astray with him. My father's tone was pleading, and he winked at me, right, son? Dad, Mom, I'm full. With mixed feelings in my heart, I couldn't find the words to respond to the family atmosphere. I absent-mindedly took a few bites before grabbing my backpack and heading out the door. I knew my family was likely to be beasts, but for a moment, I wavered. They raised me, cared for me, and gave so much. How could they be beasts? Yet, Li Weiwei, once my childhood friend, could transform into a demon in an instant. What exactly are these beasts? What do they want? What is this parallel world really like? These questions lingered in my mind, much like the reason for my crossing over when I was 6 years old, which I still didn't know. I spent the entire day at school going through the motions of a normal day, without even exchanging glances with Qingling. After evening self-study, I went to a small alley near the school without surveillance cameras, feeling the tension building inside me. Soon, Qingling appeared. She took out 2 thin black hoodies from her large backpack, along with 2 baseball caps and masks, and softly said, "Put these on." This? I stammered, unsure how to respond. Qingling didn't seem to mind, even teasingly saying, "Or do you want me to set up a changing room for you?" Before I could respond, she quickly started undressing, her speed astonishing. Just as I turned away to avoid looking, she had already removed her top, revealing her fair neck and delicate collarbones. I felt a surge of nervousness and hurriedly began changing my clothes. 3 minutes later, we were both dressed in black hoodies, hoods up, caps and masks in place, ready to go. Before setting off, Qingling pulled a note from her pocket. Curious, I leaned in. The note explained that our city was divided by the Li River into East Bank and West Bank. The East Bank is the old city with pedestrian streets, prestigious schools, museums, and financial centers, while the West Bank is a rapidly developing new district focused on tourism. We lived in the Shanqing district on the East Bank, just as the note described. The Qingyang Bridge was the first modern bridge connecting Shanqing district with the Feiyang district on the West Bank. It was old and worn out, like an elderly person. Although traffic was sparse during the day, at midnight it became crowded with trucks, as it bypassed a toll station, making it the preferred route for long-distance freight. Late at night, Xingling and I arrived under the eastern end of the bridge, the rumbling of trucks above echoing in my ears, shaking my heart. Despite my worries about the bridge collapsing at any moment, Xingling sat cross-legged on the riverbank, focused on her task. I glanced down at the note again, which clearly instructed East End of Qingyang Bridge, use your metal. I waited patiently as Qingling's eyes slowly opened. She softly said, found it, it should be that thing. I was eager to ask what and where, but I held back, standing silently by her side. Qingling stepped down to the riverbank, reaching out towards the river. Before long, her brow furrowed. What's wrong? I asked. The distance is a bit far. Come hold me, she said, her voice tinged with unease. Hold you how? I was puzzled. Like the Titanic poster, she said, her analogy instantly making me understand. I got it. I immediately wrapped my arms around her slender waist from behind. As the breeze from the river brushed past, I could smell the floral scent in her hair, like a swaying meadow. In my embrace, she leaned forward slightly, extending her hands towards the river by another meter. Without overthinking it, I held her tightly. The water's surface began to ripple, growing increasingly intense. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rectangular metal box broke through the water, suspended in midair. Xingling gritted her teeth, pulling back with all her might, drawing the heavy box towards us. I tensed up, struggling to pull it in, like a tug-of-war. Just then, Xingling's weight suddenly disappeared. Before I could react, we both tumbled backward. I didn't rush to get up from under Xingling, instead lying comfortably, feeling her warmth. She breathed heavily, yet there was a sense of peace. Being pinned by a beauty, this feeling was surprisingly pleasant. Isn't your metal talent supposed to be powerful? How come it seems? I carefully chose my words, my survival instinct evident, so ordinary? I just realized it not long ago, the level is too low. Xingling stood up, serious. I can sense metal at a maximum distance of 20 meters, control it at 10 meters, and the weight limit is 10 kilograms. That thing exceeded it. I silently noted that no matter how strong a talent is, it depends on its level. Perhaps a high-level weak talent is more advantageous. Xingling walked over to the metal box, took out a knife, cut through the waterproof seal, and gently opened it. Driven by curiosity, I leaned in, shocked to find a black sniper rifle inside, with disassembled parts neatly embedded. In the moonlight, the cold black lacquered metal exuded a dangerous yet alluring sheen. At that moment, the system voice sounded in my mind. Would you like to observe the unfamiliar item, costing 1 luck point? Observe. The system continued, M82A1 semi-automatic anti-material rifle, 12.7mm ammunition, magazine capacity 10 rounds, effective range 1,800 meters, gun weight 14 kilograms. A heavy feeling settled in my heart. It seemed I was really going to kill someone. Even for Officer Huang, acquiring such a sniper rifle in a short time was impossible. He had clearly been preparing, hiding it here, waiting for the opportunity. I stared at the sniper rifle, lost in thought. After a moment, Xingling took a backpack from the metal box, covering the box with it, her gaze sweeping over me with a hint of expectation. Carry it. I quickly walked over, lifting the heavy black backpack onto my shoulder. Xingling opened the second note, remaining silent for a long time. What's up? I asked. Where's the hotel? Her voice was calm as always. Given the wait, we could only walk. An hour later, we arrived at the Pink Hotel, greeted by neon lights exuding an aura of desire, flashing shyly as we approached. The ground was littered with suggestive cards. Are you sure? I swallowed, wondering if this was really the place. See for yourself. Xingling handed me the second note. Go to the Pink Hotel, south-facing room on the 5th floor, open the third note at 6. Xingling and I entered the hotel together, and the man at the front desk caught my attention. He was in his late 20s, wearing a t-shirt with a JoJo face on it, his hair sparse and face oily. He was engrossed in a mobile game, shouting, "Anyone need a scope? Hey, help me up." So close, almost dead. I looked around, feeling a chill. In such a hotel, the front desk was manned by someone like him. Had I really stepped into a completely different world? Ahem, I cleared my throat. A room, please. The man looked up, his gaze lingering on Xingling behind me, clearly interested. Just one? Two, I replied, feeling a mix of tension and unease. The man at the desk flashed a lewd smile, with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Wow, bro, you're in for quite a night. I felt my face flush with embarrassment, quickly looking down as I said, a room on the 5th floor, facing south. Do you have any available? The man put down his phone, searching as he chuckled. Let me see. Ah, lucky you, there's one left, Mirage. What? I was taken aback, sensing something was off. That's the room name, he said, a strange smile on his lips. Automatic waterbed, passion chair, couples bathtub, ceiling mirror, the ultimate experience. Alright, that one, I said, my face burning, as I hurriedly pulled out my phone to scan and pay. Sure, just need your ID, the man reminded. I froze, suddenly realizing I'd forgotten my ID. Helpless, I turned to Qingling, who shook her head slightly. Sorry, can't help you there, the man said, feigning sympathy. If you're stuck, I could recommend an outdoor spot? Guaranteed excitement. Qingling showed no emotion, turning to leave. Seeing her walk away, I panicked, thinking she was upset, and quickly followed her out. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Qingling had already caught someone. Wang Zikai? I exclaimed. Wang Zikai had just stepped out of an internet cafe, about to get his car, when Qingling grabbed him. He looked at us, bewildered. Gao Yang, what are you two doing here? Qingling cut to the chase. Do you have your ID? Let me borrow it. Wang Zikai looked us up and down, his gaze settling on the Love Hotel behind us, a hint of surprise in his voice. You two, getting a room? I nodded. In that moment, Wang Zikai seemed struck by lightning, stepping back dramatically. No way. Seriously. Though his words were joking, his mind was in chaos. He'd always thought I was single like him, trying to set me up with Li Weiwei, never imagining I'd make such progress today. Now it seemed I was not only ending my single status but might also lose my virginity tonight. Wang Zikai's mind was in turmoil. Gao Yang, Li Weiwei, your childhood friend, just died a few days ago. It's not even the 7th day. Is this right? Is this appropriate? You beast. Qingling's voice was sharp, piercing my heart. She impatiently searched him, coming up to Wang Zikai. Give me your ID. Wang Zikai, baffled, said, Wait, Qingling, aren't you into girls? How'd you end up with a guy? I was confused, but Qingling ignored him, firmly saying, What's so great about Gao Yang? Consider me. I'm rich, handsome, romantic. What doesn't measure up to Gao Yang? You're brainless. Qingling found Wang Zikai's ID, pulling me towards the hotel desk. After successfully checking in, we entered the elevator together. Wang Zikai stood there, dumbfounded. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Why? I might not have a girlfriend, but I won't let Gao Yang get ahead. He rushed to the desk. Hey, what room did they get? Sorry, that's private. The man began, but Wang Zikai grabbed him. Bang! Wang Zikai slammed him onto the desk, threatening, Say one more word, and I'll make sure your private parts disappear. Got it? 501. 501, the man blurted, pale. Wang Zikai gritted his teeth. Get me a room, 601. Yes, right away. I replied. It was my first time in such a love hotel, and to be honest, I didn't like it. Everything was red lights, carpet, walls, furniture, even the bed canopy, like stepping into a cramped spider's lair. Qingling locked the door, drew the curtains, and opened a metal box, carefully assembling the sniper rifle. There was still time, so I sat on the soft waterbed, finding myself locking eyes with her. The atmosphere was subtle, she seemed perfectly at ease, while I didn't know where to place my hands. Just then, my phone rang. It was Wang Zikai, his voice booming in my ear. Bro, don't do anything rash. Think it through. Once you take this step, there's no going back. You're tainted. A man without self-respect is like rotten cabbage. I spit on you. Pa. He continued, women are trouble, they'll only slow your reaction time. It was both hilarious and frustrating. Hurry up. Playing ranked matches is the true path. Kai urged, I'm in room 601, the gaming room. Big screen, high-end surround sound, it's awesome, get up here. If you're a brother, rank up till dawn. I hung up, feeling a mix of emotions. Are you lonely? Qingling asked, curiosity in her eyes. Ha, I was caught off guard. Why do you hang out with idiots? Her expression was puzzled. Well, it's complicated, I chuckled awkwardly. She stood up lightly, heading to the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. The bathroom was a frosted glass enclosure, but I could still make out her silhouette. She quickly removed her outerwear and skirt, hanging them on the glass door, then her white underwear was revealed. This was going too far. I quickly lowered my head, but the glass below half a meter was clear. I couldn't help but look up, my gaze drawn to her long legs and smooth ankles. The sound of water flowed as the bubbles of body wash trailed down her legs, spreading on the floor. My heart raced, and I grabbed my phone, trying to distract myself. Soon, the sound of Qingling's shower stopped. She emerged wrapped in a towel, irresistibly alluring. She said to me, You should wash too. Do I have to? I asked, feigning nonchalance. In others' eyes, we're here to rent a room at a love hotel. Every detail must be logical, not to arouse any beast's suspicion. Qingling said, walking to the bedside table, opening a box of condoms. She took one out, carefully wrapped it in tissue, and put it in her backpack, seemingly intending to take it with her. She paused, asking me, "Is one enough? How many do you usually use?" I was speechless, at a loss for words, and simply said, "Just one." In the room, we created all the reasonable traces, then rested with eyes closed. Though my mind was full of questions, I was wide awake, my thoughts racing, real questions swirling in my mind. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm blared loudly. Xingling opened her eyes and quickly got up, while I remained seated, eager to ask her, "I remember you mentioned before that beasts don't have reproductive systems." Xingling nodded, walking over to the small fridge in the corner. She opened it and pulled out 2 bottles of drinks. She handed one to me and opened one for herself, taking a light sip. "I have a question," I said, fiddling with the bottle in my hand. "Officer Huang, he's married, right?" She nodded, patiently waiting for my next question. "Then, given the 1 in 1,000 chance, his wife is likely a beast, right?" "Probably," she replied. "If they were to, wouldn't that cause problems?" I asked, feeling my doubts grow heavier. Xingling took another sip before answering slowly, "Beasts don't lack a reproductive system, they lack a truly human reproductive system. But they can mimic, and there are subtle differences." "Mimic? Differences?" I pondered, trying to sort out the tangled thoughts in my mind. Xingling's expression was calm as she spoke. "I awakened when I was very young. The first human I encountered was my cousin." "Oh," I responded softly. "He had relationships with many girls. Until one day, when he was intimate with a human girl, he discovered the feeling was completely different from before." "And then he awakened?" My feelings were mixed. It seemed the fate of a playboy wasn't good. If Xingling's cousin hadn't awakened, perhaps he wouldn't have met with misfortune. Xingling nodded. "He told me that if you've never had a relationship with a human, you won't notice anything amiss no matter how many times you interact with beasts. But just once with a human, and you can sense the difference. So, do you have experience in this area?" I swore I was engaging in a serious academic discussion. "No," she shook her head. "My cousin said males can tell easily. Male beasts mimic the human reproductive system, reacting instantly, whereas the human body reacts slowly." The test from that night flashed in my mind, and my face turned red. As for female beasts, my cousin said it's hard to describe. Xingling suddenly looked directly at me. "Why don't we try it once, so we both gain experience?" I choked on my drink, sputtering it out. "What, is it funny?" She frowned, a strange seriousness in her eyes. No, if there's a chance, we'll see." I hastily changed the subject, glancing at my phone. "It's almost 6 o'clock. Xingling pulled out the note from her pocket, a glint of cold determination in her eyes. My heart tightened, already guessing what she intended to say. "Is it about killing? Who?" She handed me the note. "See for yourself. 6 o'clock, outside the second observation deck along the riverfront, kill the woman beside me, aim for the head or heart." I stared at the words, my mind racing. The woman beside me implied Officer Huang would also be present. The target was undoubtedly his colleague, friend, or family member. He wouldn't do it himself but would be there to create the perfect alibi, using us to kill and clearing his own suspicion. It seemed things were far from simple. Xingling drew back the curtains, pushed the passion chair to the window, set up the sniper rifle, and leaned her head, her right eye peering through the scope. The scene was surreal, a tall beauty wrapped in a towel, sitting on a passion chair, calmly aiming. Soon, she murmured, "Target in sight." I hurried over, whispering, "Let me see." Through the scope, my gaze fixed on the second observation deck along the riverfront, a mix of emotions swirling inside me. The morning sun shone through the mist, soft and pure. I stood on the second observation deck, feeling a sense of artistry in my heart. My red dress fluttered in the breeze as I wrapped a white shawl around myself, gazing at the shimmering river, my thoughts rippling like the water. Not far away, Officer Huang's figure became clear. He wore sports attire, a towel draped over his shoulder, stopping to walk towards me. As I handed him a bottle of water, an involuntary smile spread across my face. He took the water, returning the smile, and I took the towel, gently wiping his sweat. In that moment, every action seemed so natural and kind. After a brief conversation, Officer Huang took back the towel and continued his jog, seemingly planning another round. His departure left me with a sense of longing, watching him disappear into the morning light, before I turned my gaze back to the vast river. "His wife?" I asked Gao Yang, my tone tinged with complex emotions. Xingling nodded, suppressing her feelings. His wife might have sensed his awakened identity, or at least had serious doubts. Officer Huang decided to eliminate her just in case, wanting to use our hands to do it. With a click, Xingling set up the gun, decisive and swift. "I'll do it." I remained silent, emotions intertwining within me. I knew I wasn't a saint, so how could I judge Officer Huang's decisions? If the sniper's aim was at my grandmother, father, mother, or sister, could I pull the cold trigger? My heart was a whirlwind of emotions, growing more troubled. Xingling took a deep breath, her eyes filled with resolve. The target hasn't moved. 3, 2, 1. Whiz of the gunshot rang out, silenced but still unsettling, like a muffled grunt, short and weak. I sensed something amiss, raising my head in surprise. Xingling's brow furrowed. She clearly hadn't anticipated what happened next. As she pulled the trigger, a sudden black figure descended from the sky, blocking the gun's path. The bullet struck the figure. In an instant, Xingling and I saw it clearly. The black figure was Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai was hanging upside down from a rope tied around his waist, dangling from the window of room 601. A vivid red stain spread across his chest. Without hesitation, Xingling wielded a knife, cutting the rope and swiftly catching Wang Zikai, pulling him inside the window. I turned around, hearing her shout, "Don't just stand there! Help!" Her voice was filled with urgency. Rewinding a minute earlier, Wang Zikai was in room 601, having just lost 3 ranked matches in a row. The more he thought about it, the more things didn't add up. Gao Yang was notoriously bad at pursuing girls, even his childhood-friendly Wei Wei didn't work out, yet now he was with the school beauty Xingling. It was unbelievable. Were they secretly studying? No, Xingling was an athlete. Her academics didn't matter since she could get a sports scholarship. It all seemed to hide a more complicated secret. Even though my grades were decent, I'd always been lazy, seemingly forever disconnected from hard work. Lying on the floor, I listened intently through the boards. The silence below was unusual, not at all like people driving. Plus, how could they be doing it all night? Even if Gao Yang was busy, he should have returned my call by now. But everything seemed to point to one truth: Gao Yang had definitely found a new partner to rank up with, thinking my skills were lacking and wanting to ditch me. At this moment, he was surely playing intense ranked matches with Xingling. This was unforgivable. Confronting him directly would lead to denial, so I devised a plan. I found a rope, tied myself up, and prepared to climb down from the 6th floor window to catch him in the act. Slowly descending, I was nearing the 5th floor window when suddenly, the curtain of room 501 lifted slightly, and something resembling a gun barrel protruded. What on earth? I didn't have time to think as my foot slipped on the air conditioner unit, sending me tumbling downward. Pain shot through my chest, my vision blurring instantly. When I came to, I was lying on the room's carpet, blood gushing from my chest, slipping into unconsciousness. He's losing a lot of blood. Find something to compress it. Xingling's voice echoed in my ears. In my days, Gao Yang rushed into the bathroom, grabbing a thick towel to press against my chest, quickly soaking in crimson. Under normal circumstances, being shot at close range by a sniper would leave a gaping hole in my chest, but now it felt like just an ordinary bullet wound. It appeared I was undoubtedly a beast. What do we do? I asked, anxiety burning within me. I don't know. Xingling's tone carried a helplessness, having not expected this idiot to show up, throwing the original plan into disarray. We have to save him, I said resolutely. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Her eyes flashed with refusal. Or what? Leave the body here? We have a record of renting the room. We'll be discovered eventually. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. He's likely a lost beast. A lost beast, one who believes they're human, even to their death, unaware they've become a beast. Xingling's eyes wavered slightly, but soon she became stern, a knife appearing in her hand. No, we can't take that risk. If he's not a lost one, we'll all die. I knew I couldn't persuade her, not even myself. Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. After 3 seconds of silence, I gritted my teeth, turning my face away. Do it! Just at that moment, there was a knock at the door. I jumped, quickly grabbing the blanket from the bed to cover Wang Zikai's unconscious body tightly. I hurried to the door, opening it a crack, filled with vigilance. Who is it? Outside stood the front desk guy, his face animated, his voice low. Miss, let me in quickly. What for? I glanced at him, asking warily. He looked around, leaning closer, speaking conspiratorially. I know what's happening in the room. I'm an awakened one too, let's talk privately. In my mind, I weighed whether to kill him or let him in. Ultimately, the choice was clear. I let him in. The chubby guy pressed his hands against Wang Zikai's lungs. Before that, I had removed the bullet from his chest. Now, his hands were enveloped in a green energy, particles flowing continuously into Wang Zikai's chest. The bleeding gradually stopped, and the bullet-torn wound began to heal visibly. 5 minutes later, the rescue was over. The chubby guy let out a wail, sitting heavily on the carpet, drenched in sweat as if he had just taken a shower. He gasped for breath, feeling half dead. Luckily, this kid's a beast. If he were human, I couldn't have saved him. During the rescue, the chubby guy's identity became clear. I'm Gao Yang, and I watched Fat June in front of me. His name is Haning June, but everyone prefers to call him Fat June. 4 years ago, he became an awakened one, possessing the gift of healing, serial number 45. Sadly, after his parents passed away, he inherited his aunt's hotel, which he transformed into a love hotel. Qingling crouched down, checking Wang Zikai's heartbeat, then told me to clean up the scene. I have questions for this dead fat guy. Fat June gave a fawning smile, odd yet helpless. No need to be so formal, just call me June Fat. Immediately, I glanced at him, asking, how do you know what's happening in the room? He froze for a moment, quickly smiling apologetically. Actually, I installed cameras and bugs in the room. Before he finished speaking, my tang sword was already at his triple chin. Spare me, miss. Let me explain first. Fat June's voice was rising. You have 10 seconds, I replied coldly. First, I definitely didn't put cameras in the bathroom. I have principles. He wiped the sweat off his face, voice trembling. I installed the cameras not for personal pleasure. I'm above such lowly interests. Get to the point, I urged impatiently. Aren't you curious? Fat June trembled, cautiously pushing away the edge of my sword. What's the state of these beasts in private? At that moment, I seemed to understand that this chubby guy wasn't simple. Behind his casual demeanor, there was certainly more hidden. Qingling's tang sword disappeared from her hand. You're observing beasts? I asked. Yes, ever since awakening, my worldview has been shattered, blowing my mind. Fat June glanced at Wang Zikai at his feet, continuing, after accepting reality, I've always wondered, are these beasts really pretending to be human 24/7? Fat June's voice trembled with a mixture of frustration and curiosity. I can accept the lost ones, they're so clueless they fool even themselves. But what about the other beasts? Are they playing house with us every day? Why are they doing this? He turned to look at me, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I just awakened 3 days ago, so I haven't thought about it that much yet, I replied while mopping the floor, silently pondering the question. I installed cameras partly to see what these beasts are like in private. Fat June continued, a disappointed look crossing his face. But I never expected them to be acting even in private. They mimic all the mundane things humans do. Qingling and I fell into contemplation. As I mulled over the situation, Fat June sighed again. On the other hand, I was also looking for humans. The brother who awakened me is dead, and I've been alone all these years. Finally, I've found you. I'm so excited and happy. He opened his arms, intending to hug Qingling, but faced her cold stare and turned to embrace me instead. I'm really so happy, boo-hoo. I thought I'd be lonely forever. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears finally streamed down Fat June's face. Brother, I'm suffering inside. Waking up every day to act, 3 years and then another 3 years, when will it end? I'm not good at comforting people, so I awkwardly patted his shoulder. There, it's okay now, it's okay. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door again, and my heart tightened slightly, plunging the room into silence. Qingling and I instinctively looked at Fat June, who shook his head in confusion. Qingling and I exchanged a silent glance, and she quickly drew out her tang sword, sending a shiver through me. Who is it? I raised my voice, walking towards the door, trying to appear calm. Housekeeping, came the voice of an older woman from outside the door. Housekeeping? I confirmed again. Didn't 501 show us checked out? No, you must be mistaken, she replied, a hint of unease in her voice. Mistaken? Let me check. Fat June came to the door, gently patting my shoulder and whispering, it's okay, it's Aunt He, the cleaner I hired. She's a bit scatterbrained. I breathed a sigh of relief, as if waking from a dream. Oh, sorry, it's 401, I got it wrong, huh? Aunt He apologized from outside the door as expected. It's okay, I replied softly, and the tension seemed to quietly dissipate. Just as I thought everything was fine, a chill ran down my spine, and an uneasy premonition washed over me. I suddenly turned, lunging towards Fat June. Get down. At that moment, a powerful arm burst through the door. It was definitely not a human arm. The brass-colored muscles were thick and bulging as if forged from steel. For fingers ended in sharp, blade-like claws that sent shivers down my spine. As I tackled Fat June, the terrifying claws followed, a wave of pain hitting me as my left arm was slashed. Blood stained my fingertips as the claws, excited by the scent of blood, furiously tore at the door. The door, like fragile cardboard, was shredded in an instant. A beastly figure stepped into the room, its steps crunching on the splintered wood, filling the air with a chilling sound. The room was dim, bathed only in a weak red glow. 3 of them, 3. Auntie's voice was a bizarre mix of excitement, inexplicable lament, and overwhelming gratitude. All mine, all mine. I hid behind the waterbed, biting back the pain in my arm, using my other hand to cover Fat June's terrified mouth. Next to me, he trembled slightly, terrified tears wetting my fingertips. In the dim light, I lay there, trying to discern the enemy's form. Indeed, what met my eyes was Aunt He, a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 50s, wearing a cleaning uniform. Her emaciated and aged body was grotesquely mismatched with her overly large limbs, as if she was on the verge of breaking apart. Step by step, she approached the entryway, her body quivering with excitement. As she moved, a smooth dark green tail slowly emerged from her back, growing laboriously, dripping with viscous fluid, as if undergoing a bizarre birth. The tail forced her body to hunch forward, filling me with unease. Finally, the tail, as thick as a thigh and over 2 meters long, fully extended, dragging along the ground with a cold, serpentine rustle. At that moment, she looked like a lizard woman. Fear gripped me to my core, dizziness and tinnitus intertwined. Unable to fight back, I could only endure the pain, hold my breath, and await my fate, striving to delay death as much as possible. I knew I was no match for this monster. In an instant, my thoughts drifted to the time I crushed a cockroach with a slipper. Back then, the cockroach scurried under the bed when I spotted it, but I easily chased it out. With disgust and arrogance, I mercilessly smacked it dead. Now, I felt like that small, desperate cockroach, my only hope lying in Qingling hidden somewhere in the room. Everyone was locked in a tense standoff for what felt like an eternity, perhaps only 7 seconds, I didn't count. Whoosh, 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 3 sharp little daggers flew from the shadows, aiming for Aunt He's eyes. She swiftly raised an arm to block, and with ding-ding-ding sounds, the daggers fell, unable to cut through her hard arm. It was clearly a feint. In that moment, I saw Qingling burst from the wardrobe, holding a sword in both hands, lunging for Aunt He's heart. Though Aunt He's reaction was slightly slow, it was incredibly fast nonetheless. She caught the sharp tang sword with both hands, her 8 hard claws sparking against the blade. My heart tightened as Qingling let out a low shout, her legs, waist, and wrists unleashing a burst of power, driving the sword forward with all her might, a thread of hope determining my fate. Bang! I heard Aunt He hit the wall, yet she stubbornly clung to the tang sword, defending her heart. Qingling pressed on, the blade inching into her chest. She let out a howl, caught between human and beast, her tail whipping violently, slamming into Qingling's waist. Qingling staggered back, her strength dissipating instantly. My heart tightened, sensing the situation growing increasingly perilous. Aunt He grabbed the tang sword, flinging Qingling and the weapon together, hurling them towards the standalone shower. With a bang, the tempered glass shattered, scattering everywhere. Qingling panted in pain and anger, slowly advancing towards Qingling, while my heart felt gripped by an icy hand. A blanket flew through the air, momentarily covering Aunt He. I saw Fat Jun muster all his strength, intending to make a run for it. But as the blanket landed, Fat Jun, in his nervousness, slipped and fell flat on his back. Don't kill me. Mom, save me. He whimpered, flailing helplessly like a fat eel, unable to get up. Aunt He tore through the blanket, her gaze locking onto Fat Jun. Her hostility was palpable, and it was clear she no longer aimed for a simple kill but rather sought to eliminate the easy target before her. Whoosh, 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 3 daggers flew towards Aunt He's eyes with precision. Terror gripped me, as if the scene before me was tethered to my soul. A piercing scream erupted, my eyes. Her claws flailed wildly, her agony evident. My body trembled, yet my hands moved unwaveringly. An inner voice echoed sharply in my mind, "You're useless. You can't change anything, so don't be nervous." Despite this, I chose to persist, refusing to give up. Just do it, you're already here, it's about participating. I kept telling myself, and miraculously, the bizarre self-consolation eased my fear and tension. As Fat Jun pulled back the blanket, I had already crept to the entryway, picking up the fallen tang sword and decisively cutting the hairdryer's cord before quickly plugging it into the wall socket. I couldn't deny the apprehension within me, the distance was still insufficient. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my teeth and seized the tang sword, thrusting it towards Aunt He. The blade pierced her thigh but did not penetrate deeply due to insufficient force. Aunt He reacted swiftly, swinging a palm at me. I was prepared, leaning back, but her hand still managed to scratch my nose, sending blood cascading down. Despite losing her sight, Aunt He didn't flounder. She tried to grasp the tang sword embedded in her thigh, attempting to pull it out. Though the sword wasn't deeply embedded, an invisible force seemed to bind it, hindering her actions. Meanwhile, Qingling, lying on the floor, opened her arms, her face contorted in pain, blood staining the corners of her mouth. "Hurry," she urged. I grabbed the severed hairdryer wire, pressing it against the tang sword. Sure enough, there were no dramatic sparks like in the movies, nor any visible effects of electrocution, just a dull buzz as Aunt He's body slackened, dropping to her knees. She didn't faint, trying to stand again, but I didn't hesitate to deliver another shock. Aunt He convulsed and slumped back down, her struggling tail thrashing against the floor. Even an ordinary person would likely lose consciousness from such an electric shock. At some point, Qingling had risen. She stepped forward, ruthlessly pulling out the Tang sword from Auntie's thigh and driving it into her right chest. Auntie let out a heart-wrenching howl, her hands still flailing wildly. "Help!" Qingling's voice cut off, filled with despair and helplessness. Qingling shouted, her voice echoing in my ears. I hurriedly discarded the wire, grasping her hands from behind, pushing forward with all my might. Finally, the Tang sword pierced through Auntie's chest. Her body convulsed, unable to even scream, her head lolling as she was pinned against the pink wall, the scene grotesque and chilling. Qingling, bruised and battered, gasped for breath. She exhaled deeply, leaning wearily against my chest, seemingly attuned to the thump-thump of my heartbeat. After a few seconds of silence, she turned, collapsing onto the waterbed, nearly fainting. Her white bathrobe was speckled with blood. My mind was blank as I clutched my aching shoulder, standing in the wrecked, filthy, blood-stained room. The air was thick with an indescribable stench, a blend of rotten eggs and burning plastic, with a hint of menthol and mustard. Unable to hold it in, I knelt before Auntie's corpse, retching violently. Fat Jun, having escaped death, was still busy barricading the door. He spoke with lingering fear. "Luckily, no one else is on this floor." "Didn't you say there was only one room left on this floor?" I swallowed bitter bile, wiping my mouth. He chuckled, unconcerned. "I was just kidding. Business has been terrible lately." Fat Jun scurried over, tending to my injured arm with basic first aid. "Bro," he called out suddenly. "I'm younger than you," I replied, exasperated. "From now on, you're my big brother." Fat Jun's gaze shifted to Qingling on the waterbed. "And she's my sister-in-law." I stood silently, sensing the exhaustion and killer intent emanating from Qingling's body. Fat Jun suddenly asked me, "Bro, I have a question. How did you realize something was off with Auntie?" I took a deep breath, my voice tinged with fatigue. The sound. If she was here to clean, there'd be a cart, right? When I sent her off, I never heard the sound of wheels rolling. "Impressive." Fat Jun slapped his thigh, praising excitedly. "Quick thinking. How come I didn't think of that?" "Of course. My brother's got a sharp mind." I was startled, turning to see the source of the voice was Wang Zikai. I widened my eyes, staring at Wang Zikai sitting in the corner. The air grew eerily still, silence enveloping the room. "You?" I finally broke the silence, confusion welling within me. "When did you wake up?" "Just now." Wang Zikai grinned, his eyes filled with excitement as he locked onto me. "Just now, when exactly?" Fat Jun instinctively took a step back, voicing the question I also pondered. "A few minutes ago?" The question echoed in my mind, foreboding the severity of the situation. Wang Zikai's reaction made me feel even worse. "You saw everything?" "Yeah, I did." He sprang up excitedly, eyes shining with disbelief. "When I woke up, you guys were fighting. So cool. I thought I was dreaming." He gestured with his hands, his voice brimming with excitement. "I saw Qingling get swatted, flying through the air, glass shattering everywhere." "Whoa." I realized then it wasn't a dream, scared me senseless, so I played dead. I couldn't help but facepalm, my head throbbing intensely. What exactly was that Auntie? She turned into a lizard person, but now she's dead and back to human form? And who are you three, really? X-Men? Do you have superpowers? This is like a cow on a plane, just insane. Wang Zikai's incessant chatter left me helpless. "Wang Zikai," I interrupted his excitement forcefully. "What's up? Be quiet, let me have a moment of peace," I said, feeling overwhelmed. Behind me, Fat Jun took a step back, unease showing in his eyes. "Big brother, big sister-in-law, we can't keep him around, let's take action." "I'm not the sister-in-law," Qingling mumbled, lying motionless on the waterbed, her voice weary. "This idiot, do whatever you want with him." "Idiot?" Wang Zikai pointed to himself, looking wronged. "Are you talking about me?" "No," I shouted, pointing to Auntie, pinned to the wall. "We're talking about this lizard monster." "Wow, it really is a lizard monster." Wang Zikai got even more excited, as if something had stirred within him. I took a deep breath, having made a decision. "Wang Zikai, what I'm about to tell you is very important, so listen carefully." "Okay." He listened intently, his eyes filled with anticipation. 5 minutes later, he was solemnly trying to digest my words. "So you're saying my body was modified when I was young, making it very special, and now these lizard monsters are here to kill me?" "Exactly." I nodded, my tone firm. "We're all new humans, modified to resist the lizard people. And you're the most unique, a one-in-a-million warrior, destined to face the lizard boss. The information is overwhelming, let me process this." He leaned against the wall, deep in thought. I stepped forward, emotions stirring within me. "Wang Zikai, Qingling and I have been secretly protecting you. I've been distancing myself because my identity was compromised, and I didn't want to involve you. You saw it just now, that lizard almost killed us." "Really?" He turned to me, disbelief in his eyes. "It's the truth," I replied with conviction. "Good brother. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Tears welled in Wang Zikai's eyes as he gripped my hand tightly. "To be honest, on the first day of school, when I saw you in the crowd, I felt you were especially pleasing to the eye." I couldn't help but smile wryly. Over the years, I hadn't taken much of a liking to anyone, not even my parents, yet somehow I always felt a strange kinship with Wang Zikai. "I never expected it, you hid it so well." "That's the bond of fate," I smiled slightly. "Looks like we're destined to fight side by side." "Damn right." Wang Zikai was as excited as a child. "We'll take down those lizard people together and save the world." Hearing this, I exhaled in relief, thinking to myself, this simple-minded kid managed to save his own life with such a straightforward belief. Next to me, Fat June stood frozen, unsure of what to do. "Bro," Fat June forced a stiff smile, whispering a reminder, "let's keep a low profile. There are lizard people everywhere, we need to stay hidden and grow stronger quietly. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood." "Got it." Wang Zikai nodded solemnly, thumping his chest. "Don't worry, once I grow, I've got you covered." I knew this was just the beginning. 10 minutes later, Officer Huang finally arrived after receiving the call. Moving past the barricades, he entered the room, his expression grave. "Something unexpected happened, the mission failed," Xingling said from the bed, while Fat June carefully tended to her injured arm. Officer Huang glanced around the scene, his gaze stopping at Auntie, pinned to the wall, shaking his head. "Quite brutal, let me guess. She looked like a lizard." I couldn't help but ask him, "What kind of beast is it?" "It's also a Chinsho beast." Officer Huang squatted down, observing Auntie's remains quietly. "From what I know, Chinsho beasts generally fall into 3 categories: slayers, devourers, and heralds." He sighed softly. "You encountered a slayer, very strong. However, this one was heavily degraded. If it were at full strength, I'd be preparing to collect your bodies now." Hearing this, everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. Officer Huang continued, "But the most terrifying of the Chinsho beasts are the heralds. Encountering one is certain death." I couldn't help but ask, "Are the heralds very strong?" "Not exactly strong, but special," he replied coldly. "They use their unique vocal cords to immediately alert all beasts within a kilometer radius." I fell silent, contemplating this stroke of luck, thinking perhaps my luck stat was indeed well placed. Maybe there was something to that superstition after all. "Officer Huang, nice to meet you." Fat June offered a friendly smile, extending his hand. I stood silently by, watching them shake hands, feeling a touch of anxiety. Officer Huang turned, his gaze landing on Wang Zikai, who stood there looking both bewildered and confident. "And this spirited young man is?" But before he could finish asking, Officer Huang's brow furrowed, a hint of coldness in his eyes. My heart tightened, and I quickly stepped forward to shield Wang Zikai. "Officer Huang, he's one of us." Officer Huang stared at me quietly, momentarily silent, seemingly skeptical of my words. Yet, I sensed she was coming to an understanding. The lost ones don't necessarily need to be killed, given their human resemblance. Theoretically, they can coexist peacefully if not provoked. However, in reality, human understanding of the beasts is negligible, making this approach extremely risky. Still, since she hadn't taken action against old Lu herself, I figured she wasn't in a position to lecture me. I sighed softly, hoping she would understand. "Is it safe?" she asked in a low voice. "Safe," I replied firmly. Officer Huang nodded, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep breath. "All right, you 3 tidy yourselves up and head to school as usual." She turned to Fat June. "You're the owner of this hotel, right?" "Yes." Officer Huang nodded, her gaze sweeping over the grim scene. "I can handle this as a burglary, but the fight marks are too obvious. Covering them up in the short term is nearly impossible, too risky." I looked at Fat June, reading a hint of anxiety on his face. "Is there any other way?" he asked. "Have you checked the news lately? Couples hotel gas leak explosion. 1 dead, 1 injured." Officer Huang's tone was calm, as if laying everything bare before us. The deceased would be Aunt He, and Fat June would play the injured party. The show must go on. After all, Fat June could recover. It seemed like a solution with no real loss. But, this is my entire property. Do I really have to blow it up? Fat June was heartbroken. "I didn't buy insurance. I won't get compensation and might even face fines. Is it more important than your life?" Officer Huang retorted, her tone resolute. I echoed her sentiment, trying to persuade Fat June. Officer Huang is right. Nothing is more important than life and death. Hearing this, Fat June sighed and cursed. Burn it, burn it. Trading one building for a few companions is worth it." His words carried a tinge of resignation, but I understood his determination. 10 minutes later, Xingling and I stepped out of the hotel. The city was just waking up, and under the morning light, everything seemed to be illuminated anew. Pedestrians were sparse on the street, a few breakfast carts stood quietly, and several young people, still dazed from an all-nighter at the internet cafe, wandered aimlessly. A lazy water truck slowly rolled past them. Damn, now everyone looks like a lizard person to me, Wang Zikai exclaimed excitedly, following behind Qingling and me as if he were on a caffeine high. Keep your voice down, I reminded him in a low tone. Go home and stay put. Qingling and I are heading to school first. Pick us up at the school gate tonight. I have a task for you. Got it, Wang Zikai shouted enthusiastically as he dashed across the street and leapt into his sports car. Before driving off, he waved at me, shouting passionately, let's kill them all and save the world. A lost one staying rational after such a shock is truly unusual, Qingling remarked coldly. I thought you spared him, I sighed. No way, Qingling replied, her sharp eyes devoid of warmth. If he dies tonight, our suspicion will be too great. We need to find a suitable opportunity to. Her words trailed off as her expression suddenly changed. I asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Following her gaze, I turned abruptly and was shocked to see her staring intently through the crowd behind me. My heart skipped a beat, and a voice filled with immense shock reached my ears. Gao Xinshin? My sister stood silently a few meters away, wearing a newly bought Lolita dress. Her golden wig shimmered in the morning light, making her look like a beautiful doll. Her expressionless face sent a complex wave of emotions through me. If I usually ran into Gao Xinshin, I'd definitely compliment her with a "you look beautiful." But now, my heart was so tight it almost stuttered. Sis, what are you doing here? I was just dealing with some stuff with my classmate. Stop pretending. I've already found out. Her voice was as cold as ice. In an instant, my heart sank. Qingling stepped forward, quietly flexing her fingers, ready to strike at any moment. But I clung to a sliver of hope, struggling internally. Sis, what are you talking about? I don't understand. It's too late. Her mocking smile was unfitting for her age, and at that moment, I felt an immense despair and fear, as if an invisible hand was choking me. Harold. Officer Huang's warning echoed in my mind. I never thought I would one day have to face a family member in battle, much less that it would be my beloved sister. The street was sparsely populated, and assuming a third were beasts, that would only be 3. And Officer Huang had said that heralds use their unique vocal cords to alert all beasts within a kilometer. This meant that not only the threats on the street but also those sleeping in buildings would awaken instantly. I knew in my heart that unless Qingling and I could teleport instantly, there was only one outcome, certain death. I gave up, the possibility of escape slowly fading from my mind. You run, I might be able to hold them off for a few seconds, I told Qingling, feeling a surge of tension. However, Qingling remained silent, choosing neither to flee nor to attack. My sister didn't transform immediately as I feared. Instead, she walked toward me. Her eyes filled with resentment, her demeanor defiling the bond of family, and her determined steps struck me deeply. You dared to get a girlfriend without my consent, she accused, pointing at me angrily. What did you say before? You need my approval to find a sister-in-law. You two even went to a place like this hotel, she continued, incredulous. You guys even mix with that crowd. She stomped her feet in anger, the atmosphere growing tenser. Qingling subtly adjusted her sleeve, trying to hide the wound on her wrist, and slightly turned her face away. It's not what you think. I silently thanked heaven and earth, relieved it was a false alarm. But my sister grew more agitated, pulling out her phone in anger. I've already taken pictures and posted them on social media. I'm going to expose your disgrace, get you expelled from school. My heart sank instantly, feeling like everything was crumbling. I didn't even know how to explain. Get mom and dad to kick you out and disown you. Without hesitation, I snatched my sister's phone and quickly handed it to Qingling. Delete everything. Okay, Qingling complied. What are you doing? Give me my phone back. Don't think you can destroy the evidence. My sister tried to retrieve it, but I held her head with one hand, rolling my eyes. At such a young age, she already had her mind filled with these things. Qingling efficiently deleted the posts, photos from the album, and even retrieved the backups, finally tossing the phone back to Gao Xinshin with a wave. You handle the rest, she said, looking eager to go home, take a shower, and sleep deeply. No problem, I replied. 10 minutes later, my sister and I sat in a McDonald's. The morning sun streamed through the glass window, casting a soft glow over her, enveloping her hair, skin, and dress in a dreamy halo. Girls at her age, just past childhood and stepping into adolescence, carried an unintentional vitality and energy that could infect everything around them. And I, having been through a fierce battle, gradually relaxed. Gao Xinshin, thinking herself mature, appeared to me as an adorable young kitten. She pouted, biting the straw of her drink, and swung her legs in dissatisfaction. Gao Xinshin? I called her tentatively. She ignored me, turning her face away coldly. "Sis?" I tried again. "Don't think a happy meal will make me forgive you," she said firmly. "It really was a misunderstanding. Qingling and I are just friends." Now that the college entrance exam is coming, I was just staying up all night to study, I hurried to explain. "Who studies at a couple's hotel?" she retorted directly. "Many people online say it's unexpected." I fumbled to make something up. "Really?" She looked at me, half believing. "Of course, we're just study buddies," I said, feeling like I was grasping for excuses. "Saying you haven't studied, but secretly working harder than anyone else, accidentally getting high scores," she pressed further. "Exactly. That's it." I nodded. "Despise," she said, her face full of disdain. "Heh," I could only chuckle bitterly. "By the way, how did you know I was here?" "My dress arrived yesterday, so I put it on, wanting to show you when you got home. But you never came back, and you didn't answer your phone." I waited until I fell asleep, her voice carried a hint of disappointment. Pouting, she said angrily, "When I woke up, I got angrier and angrier. I called Wang Zikai, and he said you were at a hotel with a girl from your class, so I rushed over to catch you in the act." I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, responding, "Sis, that's not how you use the term catch in the act." She raised her voice, tears glistening in her eyes. "Don't joke around with me. I was so excited to show you my dress, do you understand that feeling?" Hearing her say that, my heart tightened a bit. "It's not too late to see it now, the dress looks great." "It's not great. The dress is wrinkled," she cried, her swollen face full of disappointment. "And my face is all puffy. At night, my face is at its thinnest, which matches the dress best." Feeling a warmth inside, I pinched her cheek. "Sis, you're beautiful all the time. More beautiful than the girl you were with at the hotel," she pressed. "More beautiful," I answered firmly. "Then if she and I both fell into the water, who would you save first?" Her question caught me off guard, but knowing her personality, she'd probably say, "Save your sister first, I want to swim a bit longer." "Of course, I'd save you," I said, filled with warmth and certainty. "Good. You said it yourself. Pinky promise." I heard my sister's voice, and she held out her little finger. "Pinky promise," I responded. At 8 in the morning, in the Shansu district, at City High School number 15, I walked to the school gate with my backpack, thinking of how to come up with an excuse for my tardiness when I unexpectedly saw a familiar red sports car parked by the roadside. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Sure enough, at the school gate, Wang Zikai was there, engaged in a heated argument with the gym teacher checking for latecomers. "I'm not dropping out. I want to go to school," his voice was loud, even a bit angry. "Student, you've already withdrawn. Stop causing trouble." The gym teacher was clearly at a loss, not daring to be too harsh with this rich kid. "Teacher, I've had an epiphany. I want to study." Wang Zikai continued to shout, a hint of longing in his eyes. "It's good to have an epiphany, but first, you need to go through the re-enrollment process." The teacher tried to reason with him. "No, I love studying. Learning is the true path of righteousness. I don't want to waste another second." His enthusiasm overflowed, and when he saw me approaching, his face immediately broke into a smile. He ran over excitedly. "Brother, I told you to stay home, didn't I?" I asked, frowning. "I couldn't stay. Just thinking about being a new human makes me so damn excited," he explained, clearly thrilled. I was exasperated, thinking Qingling was right. This fool Wang Zikai really should be dealt with before he causes trouble. "Hey, you guys have powers, why don't I have any? I should be the chosen one, right?" Wang Zikai blinked, like an eager puppy, tail wagging if he had one. "The power within you has only just awakened, everything takes time," I bluffed. "Makes sense." He seemed to completely buy my words. "By the way, you have a task for me tonight, right? Let me know early so I can finish it sooner." His thoughts always seemed to drift like the wind. "This task can only be done at night." "All right." He put an arm around my shoulder. "Let's go to class together." By the end of the day, I was nearly driven insane by Wang Zikai, like trying to raise a husky. I finally had to teach him a set of cultivation techniques to keep him quiet and still. Sure enough, he sat in his seat, motionless, beginning to cultivate. During the second evening self-study, I went to the restroom, only to be intercepted by Qingling as I came out. "Follow me to the rooftop." The rooftop? That didn't sound promising. I followed Qingling up to the rooftop, the iron door clanging shut behind us. She looked around, ensuring no one else was there, before asking, "How's your sister?" "It's fine, it's handled," I replied, sighing internally. If it were possible, I truly wished my sister wasn't a beast. If she were, I'd rather she just be a lost one. A gust of wind blew, making Qingling's long hair flutter, disrupting her gaze. She continued, "I know you're close to Wang Zikai, but he's a beast." I was silent, having long expected this day would come. Clouds drifted across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. Xingling's figure was swallowed by the darkness, and I couldn't see her expression, only hearing her indisputable voice. After evening self-study, take him somewhere deserted, and I'll kill him. I was silent for a moment before finally looking up and asking, what if I don't agree? Without hesitation, she replied, then I'll kill you too. I knew Xingling wasn't joking, she never had that habit. The current situation was within my expectations. Saving Wang Zikai was a decision born of a certain saintly mindset, but I hadn't yet sorted out all my internal concerns. Today, I'd spent the whole day thinking and finally had clarity. Now, it was time for my performance. I decided to use the ultimate move from hot-blooded manga Talk no Jutsu. Xingling, I know you've survived this long because of your extreme caution and decisiveness. She responded coldly, flattery won't work. Then let me ask you a question. What's your purpose for surviving? She seemed puzzled. What purpose does surviving need? Do you want to die? Of course, I don't want to die, but everyone eventually will. Even if you live to be 100, you can't avoid that day, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed as I smiled. But living can't just be about eating and sleeping, there must be things you want to do, right? Xingling remained silent. You can take your time to think about this question, I continued, but I'd like to give you a reason not to kill Wang Zikai first. Go ahead. Although I've only been awakened for a few days, I've already realized how dangerous it is to be an awakened one. I knew that surviving wasn't just because of my strength and caution. Another crucial factor was my second personality. Xingling was aware of this. Yes, once we become awakened, we instinctively repel and guard against all beasts, I said. Xingling's second personality, though aloof and misandrist, could coexist peacefully with those beasts, which made me somewhat envious. Other awakened ones aren't so lucky. For instance, Fat June and I, no matter how good our acting is, there's always a defense at the bottom of our hearts. When we meet other awakened ones, we instinctively want to band together. It seems safe, but it actually harbors greater danger. Xingling stepped out of the shadows, her expression firm. Exactly. These beasts aren't foolish enough to test us easily. Fat June's observations are accurate, but they will watch our every move while lurking. Li Weiwei is proof of that. Before I awakened, she was close to me, but once I awakened, she showed her true colors, trying to corner me. Xingling nodded, a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes. If several humans are closely connected, the beasts will suspect whether these people have awakened. After all, in this 1 in a million probability, such relationships are unusual. I took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Yes, but if we don't band together, we can't gather more information, learn the rules, or seek the truth. Even if we struggle to live to 100, we're still. I paused for a moment, just as Officer Huang had said, orphans abandoned by God. Xingling's gaze shifted, lost in thought. Back to my earlier question, I stepped forward, looking her in the eye. Xingling, what are you really living for? A surge of anxiety welled up inside me as I asked Xingling, don't you want to find out why this world has become like this? Don't you want to uncover the truth? I took a deep breath and continued, or maybe we could escape to a truly safe place, or even defeat the beasts. This should be our most urgent task. Xingling remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. I caught a glimpse of her expression, a spark of hope igniting within me. The problem now is, we awakened ones can only become strong by banding together to ultimately win. However, unity also means the risk of exposure, and before we gain enough advantage, we might face complete disaster. What exactly are you trying to say? She finally asked. I knew I had seized the opportunity, my tone becoming more excited. There's a way right in front of us to effectively reduce our risk of exposure. Lost ones. A flash of understanding crossed Xingling's eyes. Yes, lost ones are the perfect smokescreen, I explained. The beasts constantly disguise themselves as humans. One beast might recognize another but may not distinguish what kind of beast the other is. As long as we keep Wang Zikai around, we can actually reduce suspicion from other beasts. Reflecting on my own life path, I continued, Wang Zikai and I are friends, and we met because of Li Weiwei's death. Our relationship makes sense. If you kill Wang Zikai now, it will surely raise more questions. Xingling nodded gently. Li Weiwei was your childhood friend and my good buddy. Wang Zikai is your good friend. If they both die and we still interact frequently, it will only make outsiders more suspicious. I smiled, saying, maintaining close ties with beasts is important, it's a cover. Officer Huan probably doesn't kill Grandpa Lu for the same reason. Xingling nodded, alright, you've convinced me. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to myself, at least I managed to muddle through. That night, I returned home, and everything was as usual. My parents nagged me about staying out all night, but besides that, they didn't notice anything unusual. I dealt with them and then returned to my bedroom, locked the door, lay on the bed, and tried to calm myself down. Then, I heard the beep of a notification. The phrase, "enter system," appeared before my eyes, and I felt a surge of unusual excitement. You have gained 71 luck points. Wait, isn't it supposed to be 1 luck point per hour? I wondered, how long has it been since I last logged in? About 50 hours? I muttered to myself. The system continued to prompt, "Your luck talent has leveled up to level 2. This surprised me even more. From now on, the danger level of your survival time will affect the gain of luck points. Recalling those 20 minutes of life and death moments, I realized that the luck point reward during this period had increased 60-fold. Could it be referring to the moment when I was attacked by Auntie? It seems that seeking wealth amidst danger is not just a saying. Allocate it all to luck, I thought to myself. When the confirmation prompt appeared, I hesitated slightly. Once luck points are allocated, they cannot be changed. Are you sure? Yes. Hurry up, I urged. Congratulations! Luck has surpassed 100 points, and attribute values have increased randomly and permanently. Stamina plus 9, endurance plus 10, agility plus 10, spirit plus 20, charisma plus 3. I quickly checked my attribute status. Stamina, 27, endurance, 28, strength, 17, agility, 27, spirit, 37, charisma, 19, luck, 101. Sigh, this time it feels like I didn't earn much. I might have even lost a bit. I muttered to myself, puzzled, what's the use of spirit? Spirit can enhance the output and defense of spirit-type talents, and it also increases perception, making it easier to detect danger and hostility. The system answered me. Got it. I nodded, suddenly remembering something. Can the hidden interface be unlocked? Sorry, not enough luck. How much is needed? I asked curiously. You do not have permission to know at this time. Alright, I'll just save up slowly. Then, the system reminded me, supplement, level 2 luck, talent temple has been unlocked. You now have one free chance to comprehend a talent. Would you like to use it? Wow, this is good. Looks like I can get an additional talent, I said excitedly. By the way, which is more important, talent or attributes? I couldn't help but ask further. In the early stages, talent has higher priority. Attributes require quantity changes to induce quality changes and need to be combined with talents for the best effect. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Use the comprehension opportunity. Comprehending. Comprehension failed. As expected. Comprehending again requires 30 luck points. Could have said earlier, I allocated all my points. Forget it. I'll try again tomorrow. Access ended, system hidden. Beep. The next morning, a light rain was falling. I walked along the wet street with an umbrella. Watching those office workers looking lost at the traffic lights, and the crowded buses and subways, I couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. These people are truly dedicated. Once upon a time, I was part of the corporate slave narrative, but now it just seems full of helplessness. I arrived at school and had just settled into my seat when the homeroom teacher hurried into the classroom. Gao Yang, Qingling, the police are here. They want you to go to the office regarding Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei's death was only a few days old, and the indifference and impatience on the teacher's face when mentioning her sent a chill through me. Accompanied by Qingling, we made our way to the office. Entering the office, I saw Officer Huang smoking, the air filled with a stifling tension. There were no other teachers present, and I could already sense the gravity of this conversation. Did you handle the last incident well? Qingling asked. Officer Huang responded blandly, don't worry, no traces left. In that moment, I felt the complexity and unease hidden behind the words. I looked at Officer Huang as he flicked ash from his cigarette, speaking in a calm tone, I've heard from Fat June about why you failed. Qingling stood firm beside me. We can try again, this time, we'll definitely succeed. Officer Huang seemed non-responsive, pressing the cigarette butt into the ashtray slowly. I could feel his extra caution as he began to speak again. I met my wife in high school. She's my first love, and we've been together for many years. I thought I knew her well, at least her human identity. He stood up, eyes scanning the room, confirming the office's safety before speaking in a low voice, but recently, her changes have made me uneasy. At first, I thought she had discovered something and started suspecting me. Although I never tested her, I always believed she was a lost one. But if she's starting to suspect me, it means she's no longer a lost one. Officer Huang rubbed his fingers on his face, as if trying to dispel his worries, and let out a long sigh. Thank heavens the plan didn't succeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I couldn't help but ask, is there a change in the plan? Yes, there is a change in the plan. He stood up, his expression suddenly serious. I only realized my misunderstanding last night. She was acting strange because she was hiding something from me. She confessed to me last night, and honestly, I was quite shocked by what I learned. What was it? I asked eagerly. My wife, Officer Huang's gaze shifted between Qingling and me, his voice heavy, is pregnant. Pregnant? Xingling and I exclaimed almost simultaneously, utterly shocked. Can beasts even get pregnant? My mind was filled with questions, as I thought beasts didn't have human reproductive organs. My head throbbed with confusion, overwhelmed by the myriad issues plaguing my thoughts. And yet, here I was, just a weakling, unsure of how long I could survive. Xingling seemed to take it all in stride, unhesitatingly asking, "Are you sure she didn't lie to you?" "Positive." Officer Huang's tone was firm, as if everything was under control. "I can't think of a reason for her to deceive me." "And you're sure the child is yours?" Xingling's words cut like a blade, piercing straight into Officer Huang's heart. He hesitated, pondering aloud. "I trust there's no grassland above my head." Xingling said no more, leaving Officer Huang with boundless contemplation. My heart sank, and after a moment's hesitation, I asked, "Officer Huang, may I ask you a personal question?" Officer Huang's smile was slightly awkward. "I know what you're thinking. Though my wife is a beast, we're in a good relationship. We fell in love before I awakened, and we've been intimate about once a week ever since." I nodded, gesturing for him to continue. He pondered for a moment, seemingly considering how to express himself. "My wife is quite shy. Every time we're intimate, she insists on turning off the lights and likes to have a bit of red wine. Cough, cough. I won't go into details. In short, because I've never been with a real human woman, I didn't think anything was amiss being with her." He sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "She's always wanted a child, and I didn't use any contraception. Initially, I thought beasts couldn't conceive. What about now? What are your plans?" I pressed on. Officer Huang took out a cigarette, placed it to his lips, then hesitated and set it back down. His tone became solemn. "To be honest, when I first learned my wife was pregnant, my initial reaction wasn't shock, it was happiness." "Happiness?" Xingling furrowed her brows. "Yes, as a father, the joy was overwhelming, even to myself." He lit the cigarette, taking a deep drag, his gaze firm. "I've decided to have the child, as long as everything goes smoothly." "Are you crazy?" Xingling's voice was filled with bewilderment. "She's a beast." He smiled bitterly, his eyes showing deep affection. "I know, but she's my wife, and she's carrying my child." I remained silent, but inside, I quietly supported Officer Huang's decision. My intuition whispered that the arrival of this child might unveil more secrets of this world. Although it could plunge Officer Huang into greater danger, such a risk was worth taking. "Do as you wish, just don't drag me into it," Xingling finally relented. "Don't worry, I won't." Officer Huang appeared grateful, turning around and leaning against the desk, shifting to another topic. "All right, since the task wasn't completed, I can't tell you the sequence list. However, I will honor my gratitude. You can ask me 2 questions, so think carefully before you do. How can talent levels be increased?" Xingling blurted out. "Why do you think talents have levels?" Officer Huang's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. Indeed. I couldn't help but be curious as well, especially since in this space, I'm the only one with a system. Initially, I wasn't quite sure. Xingling looked down at her palm, as if recalling, "But my bladesman has experienced 2 upgrades, and the feeling is completely different from the gradual improvement of physical training. Each upgrade brings a surge of energy throughout my body, as if I'd been opened up anew. It's like being reborn. My bladesman has gone through this wondrous experience twice. But your metal hasn't?" Officer Huang continued to probe. Xingling clenched her hand, confusion showing on her face. "Metal has only experienced it once and hasn't changed since. When I first understood metal, I could only control metal objects under 1 kilogram. After upgrading, I could handle 10 kilograms. But theoretically, I should be able to evolve further." Her brow furrowed, as if trying to unravel the mystery behind it. "To comprehend so much on your own is already very perceptive." I sighed inwardly, deeply aware of the complexity and mystery of it all. I watched as Officer Huang slowly removed his police hat, contemplated for a moment, then said, "Actually, every talent can be upgraded, and it's rumored that the highest level is 8. Your bladesman is only at level 3, so you have a long way to go. As for my own gunman, it's only at level 3 as well." My heart leapt, and I asked eagerly, "So how do we upgrade?" He shook his head helplessly. "Sorry, I can't answer that." "Why not?" I pressed, puzzled. "It's the rules." "Who made these rules?" I continued to challenge. Officer Huang just smiled slightly and said nothing more. My turn, I couldn't help but raise my hand, eager to ask, as if I were in class. "How can I meet them?" He was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "You're quick on the uptake, aren't you? You're too kind." I thought to myself, if my abilities are so weak, and my mind isn't sharp, I wouldn't even qualify as a slacker. "Officer Huang, is there an organization up there? These rules must be set by the organization, right?" He nodded inside. "Actually, I'm not part of the organization, I'm just an external member. They usually contact me proactively, treating me like a tool. I knew I wasn't qualified to speak with them, but as an excellent tool, I could occasionally extract some useful information from the contact person. Officer Huang's smile suddenly disappeared, turning serious. But they forbid me from spreading information. If they find out, I fear I won't have a good ending. I asked, why don't you join the organization? With your profession, you should have an advantage, right? Officer Huang smiled awkwardly, because I'm too weak. You, too weak? I felt a slight strain in my knees. I failed the organization's assessment and am still in the probationary period, with no end to it in sight. His gaze drifted out the window, as if pondering something. The organization is quite mysterious, existing and operating very discreetly. To survive, even stronger awakened ones than us have to be very cautious. I see. He turned back, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. However, with you two joining now, I think I can try for another interview. The premise is that you also want to join the organization. I do. I agreed without hesitation, glancing at Qingling for her reaction. Joining the organization will let us know how to upgrade talents, right? Qingling asked coldly. I thought to myself, does this woman have nothing else on her mind but getting stronger? Of course, she seemed confident. So when's the interview? Qingling continued to ask. Don't rush, wait for my message, it should be in the next couple of days. Officer Huang glanced at his phone, and his expression instantly changed. No more chatting, I have to accompany my wife for an ultrasound. I couldn't help but tease, aren't you skipping work? The joy of slacking off is something you can't imagine. Officer Huang's smile hadn't faded when his face suddenly turned serious. His hand trembled as he quickly drew his gun, pointing it at the door. Who's there? Qingling, closest to the door, swiftly turned around, and in a flash, her tang sword appeared, thrust into the office's closed door. The blade pierced through with a crisp sizzle. She withdrew the sword and shook her head, no one outside. I was stunned, my heart tightened. Why did you just stab without checking? What if there really was a beast behind it? Even if it was a person, what then? The policy of erring on the side of caution seemed too extreme. Officer Huang slowly retracted his gun, sighing, seems I've been too paranoid lately. My nerves have been quite tense. He put on his police hat and said, all right, let's disperse. For the rest of the day, I, Gao Yang, maintained a calm mind, quietly observing my luck points slowly increase in the system. There was no doubling of points, indicating that I was in a very safe environment, and my identity as an awakened one remained undisclosed. So, I continued to idle, keeping a low profile. After the evening self-study session, I walked home alone. The streets were eerily quiet at night, the rain had stopped, and the roads were slippery, with puddles shimmering under the neon lights like gateways to another world. I gently stepped into a puddle, splashing water, but a sudden sense of unease washed over me. Tap! The sound made me stop in my tracks, an ominous premonition creeping in. I felt like I was being followed. My heart skipped a beat, and I slowed my pace, quickly deciding to head towards a more populated area. Theoretically, conflict in a crowded place would only attract more wrathful beasts, increasing the death rate. But if the one following me was indeed a wrathful beast, it meant it had already noticed something unusual about me. At the very least, it suspected my identity. It hadn't attacked immediately and was patiently trailing me, likely wanting to claim me for itself. I quickly passed a 24-hour convenience store, took a deep breath, and decisively turned around to enter. At the entrance, I glimpsed a short-haired girl in a school uniform. She hurriedly approached, hesitated for a moment, carefully tidied her bangs, and walked toward the store entrance. As I pushed the door open, my gaze met Gao Yang's across the store. He seemed to have mustered the courage to make this unusual return trip. I was taken aback, almost exclaiming, ah! Gao Yang's surprise flashed across his face, followed by a sigh of relief. Shao Si? He called my name, and I felt a wave of panic. I clutched my shoulder bag tightly and began a stiff and tense impromptu performance. Hi, what a coincidence, you're here too. I took the wrong bus stop, and then I got a bit hungry, so I thought I'd buy some snacks. You're following me, aren't you? Gao Yang asked bluntly. I instantly felt my face heat up, my neck flushing red from top to bottom. I glanced around, noticing the cashier and customers curiously watching us. Our scene at the entrance was indeed a bit awkward. Gao Yang suddenly took my hand and led me to a corner of the convenience store, leaning against the shiny glass display, then bought some food and drinks. A minute later, sipping instant coffee, the tension in my heart gradually dissipated, even turning to a slight glee. I looked down and muttered softly. He held my hand and bought me coffee. What did you say? Gao Yang looked curious. Nothing. I quickly raised my head, heart racing. Thank you for the coffee. I took a bite of the hot dog and asked, go ahead, why were you following me? Wan Cece lowered her head, her voice soft. Gao Yang, about Li Weiwei, you must be very upset, right? I was momentarily stunned and fell silent. You seem like a different person lately, not talking much with classmates, just daydreaming alone every day, she said, her concern evident. Really? I was touched, grateful for her reminder. It seemed I needed to work harder to maintain my original social circle to avoid raising suspicion. People can't come back to life. No one wanted something like this to happen. Wan Cece cautiously glanced at me. Please don't get too caught up in it. If you have any concerns, you can talk to me. I stopped eating and examined her closely. Short hair, bangs, an oval face, clean skin, a slender build, and her big eyes always appeared shy and nervous, like a timid little deer. Normally, Wan Cece spoke softly, seemed somewhat self-conscious, and avoided direct eye contact, often seen as a gentle girl who could be bullied. In fact, quite a few boys liked her, though she seemed unaware. Our relationship was decent. As the English class representative, she sometimes helped me with difficult problems. Since Li Weiwei's death, I hadn't really interacted with her. No wonder she was so concerned. Under my intense gaze, she blushed even more, awkwardly shifting her eyes away. Sorry, just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Thanks. I smiled gratefully. I didn't expect you to care so much about me. I don't. I'm not concerned. Wan Cece hurriedly denied it, but her expression betrayed her true feelings. After all, we were classmates, wasn't it only natural? Don't worry, I'm not dwelling on it. I'll be fine after a few days. I responded softly, trying to lighten the mood. We continued chatting about life's trivialities and our college entrance exam preferences until the drinks on the table were finished and the snacks were all gone. Just when I thought everything was normal, Wan Cece stood to throw away the trash, glanced around, and, when no one was watching, secretly tucked the disposable coffee cup into her pocket, a look of satisfaction on her face. My heart tightened. Could Wan Cece have a crush on me? This reminded me of the night of my birthday when I was nearly killed by Li Weiwei. One moment she was sweet-talking me, and the next, she turned into a terrifying wrathful beast. Would Wan Cece become like that too? With mixed emotions, we left the convenience store and went our separate ways. It wasn't until Wan Cece's happy figure disappeared around the corner that I checked the system again. The luck points hadn't doubled, indicating that Wan Cece posed no threat. After the brief interlude, I continued walking, but after a short distance, I felt as if someone was still following me. Could I have become more perceptive? Perhaps the increase in mental strength was allowing me to notice this. I couldn't help but quicken my pace, turning at the next corner. I tossed my backpack aside and hid behind a vending machine, holding my breath. 7 or 8 seconds later, a figure quickly ran over, noticing my backpack and bending down to pick it up. At that moment, I suddenly sprang out. Wang Zikai? Wang Zikai was startled, crying out. Clearly, he hadn't expected to run into me. Were you following me? I asked, puzzled. Wang Zikai laughed sheepishly. Wow, man, I hid so well, and you still found me. His happiness made me want to shake my head. Didn't I tell you to stay home and train properly? I was exasperated, my head starting to ache again. Brother, if you're so intent on courting death, even I can't save you. Wang Zikai wore a pained expression, his voice helpless. This training is so damn boring. I really can't take it anymore. If you don't train, how will you get stronger? I couldn't help but ask. Can't we go kill monsters or do something else? Does meditating every day really make you stronger? I feel like it's useless, he retorted, full of confusion. Of course not. However, if you don't make trouble, at least you can live. I sighed, trying to explain patiently. Your constitution is very special, your growth rate is slower than ours, but once you succeed, you'll be stronger than us. You need patience. As they say, heaven will place great responsibility on this person, so he must first endure hardships, strengthen his bones, and starve his body. I understand all that. Wang Zikai looked aggrieved, but it's really too dull. I fell silent, feeling a bit helpless, but as soon as he saw me frown, he immediately offered a conciliatory smile. Brother, don't be mad, I'll go back and continue training, okay? Shoo! I whispered to Wang Zikai, who was excitedly peering around, asking, what's up? My mind was racing. We're being followed. When will this end? I felt like I was going to lose my mind. In this unusual moment, a strange atmosphere emerged from the alley behind us. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If not, there's no avoiding it. I decided to be bold for once. Still, I thought I should keep a backup plan. I turned to Wang Zikai. Stick with me. He nodded excitedly. No problem. We walked along the old alley, the surrounding buildings long slated for demolition, and only a few street lamps flickered dimly, making the place appear especially eerie. As Wang Zikai and I ventured deeper into the alley, his initial excitement gradually gave way to fear. Wang Zikai swallowed nervously, picking up a brick and gripping it tightly. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks, blocking him, and shouted into the darkness ahead, "Who's there? Come out!" A few seconds later, a swaying figure finally emerged, a man, not tall, appearing quite plump. As he stepped into the streetlight, I recognized him, Fat Jun. He was wearing a gray t-shirt, his face pale, expression dazed, and steps unsteady. Hearing my shout, he seemed to come to his senses, and cluelessly muttered, "What are you doing here?" I asked. "Yeah, why am I here?" Fat Jun rubbed his head, suddenly realizing and shouting, "Ah!" He scrambled over to me, grabbing me in a panic, "Brother Yang, help me! Save me! What's wrong? Take it slow." I tried to keep calm. I don't know. I'm not right. I got bitten." Fat Jun was full of panic. "Bitten by what? Where? Explain clearly." I started feeling nervous. My hand. He extended his right hand, his expression dazed. "Something's really wrong." I quickly scanned his hand, it was intact, no visible issues. "Nothing's wrong." Just then, Wang Zikai approached, sneering, "You must be hallucinating from too much activity, huh?" Before he could finish, Fat Jun's pudgy hand emitted a faint gurgle, and then a blood red eye sprouted from his palm. Wang Zikai jumped back in shock. "What the heck is that?" Fat Jun trembled all over, his emotions on the brink of collapse. "I don't know. Save me, save me." My heart tightened, and just as I was about to retreat, Fat Jun's right hand suddenly reached out, gripping my neck with astonishing force. Then, his hand began to swell, like fermenting dough, turning semi-liquid within seconds, becoming a horrific mass of flesh. This mass seemed alive, gurgling as it rolled, gradually engulfing my head. Though it wasn't painful, I felt suffocated, like being smothered in a mass of decaying, slimy meat, unable to breathe. I gripped the small dagger hidden in my pocket and stabbed it into the mass. But it engulfed the dagger along with me, then with a squelch, it spat me out. Help me!" Wang Zikai panicked, running away. But I was being lifted off the ground by a powerful force, terror quickly washing over me, the kind I felt when Li Weiwei nearly crushed my skull. I flailed my arms wildly, attempting to break free, but it was in vain. Fat Jun was screaming beside me, "Help, someone save me, what's happening to me?" Just as I was about to pass out from lack of oxygen, a familiar voice broke through the panic. "Stop!" It was Wang Zikai. Overcoming his instinctual fear after a brief escape, he had decisively turned back. He charged at Fat Jun, delivering a fierce kick. "Let him go." Fat Jun was kicked flying by Wang Zikai's foot, and the fleshy hand released me, allowing me to catch my breath. However, just as I was kneeling on the ground, coughing violently and unable to escape, Fat Jun's fleshy hand came at me again. "You damn!" Wang Zikai stepped in front of me with all his might, shouting angrily, "Try touching my brother again." Before he finished speaking, his entire right arm suddenly swelled, the skin turning a rough, hard gray-green, like a bronze arm. Smack! He firmly caught Fat Jun's fleshy hand. Under the orange streetlights, the two giant arms, not belonging to any human, began a fierce confrontation. At that moment, I couldn't imagine what the final outcome would be, but I silently prayed. Wang Zikai's forehead veins bulged, his eyes gradually turning a deep green. I could feel his immense power bursting forth in an instant, the gripped strength of his arm reaching an astonishing 1,000 kilograms. Fat Jun's fleshy hand suddenly seemed powerless, trembling slightly as if it had a life of its own, struggling desperately to pull away, but it was too late. Splat! With a crisp sound, the fleshy hand was crushed under Wang Zikai's beastly bronze arm, and light purple blood spurted out. When I stood up, I saw that Fat Jun had already fainted, and his arm had returned to normal. Wang Zikai was panting, his chest heaving, the ripped sleeves gradually tightening. Looking at his silent and stern back, a sense of fear welled up inside me. Was he truly a lost one? The power hidden within him seemed far beyond Li Weiwei and he. Caught in my inner hesitation, I didn't know how to address Wang Zikai, or perhaps I should just run away. As I hesitated, he slowly turned around, tears glistening in his eyes, almost crying with joy. "Gao Yang, you didn't lie to me. I've really become stronger." I probably looked ridiculous at that moment. Wang Zikai excitedly pounced on me, hugging me tightly, almost jumping up. "Did you see that? My Kirin arm. The training method you gave me is awesome." "Oh, it's nothing. It's mainly your own effort." I forced a smile, thinking to myself, luckily he's not too bright, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Oh right." He suddenly remembered Fat Jun in his excitement. "I never expected Fat Jun to be a traitor. Should I just kill him?" "No." I quickly stopped him. After briefly thinking, I asked, "Your house is nearby, right?" "Yeah," Wang Zikai responded. "I remember you said your parents divorced and you live alone?" I asked, feeling a bit concerned. "That's right." "Why?" she replied, looking indifferent. "Let's go to your place." I pointed to Fat Jun on the ground. "Bring him along too." Fat Jun weighed over 180 pounds, yet Wang Zikai carried him to his house in one go, as if he were a light sparrow, showing no signs of being out of breath. I was secretly amazed. Once the beast's abilities are triggered, they're truly terrifying. I felt like a lamb living among wolves. Wang Zikai's home was ridiculously lavish, his father in real estate and his mother a TV personality, their residence in a riverside villa area, where land was priceless. His three-story villa had its own garage, swimming pool, and even a garden and small park. Such prices were unmatched by ordinary villas. By the time we reached the underground garage, Fat Jun was already tied securely to a chair by Wang Zikai. I considered contacting Qingling, but calling her now would leave traces, and frequently seeking her out might arouse suspicion. Besides, with Wang Zikai's current combat power, he was more than capable of protecting me. I asked Wang Zikai to fetch a basin of water, and he obeyed me without question. During this break, I opened the system, and sure enough, the luck points had doubled in yield, thanks to Fat Jun's attempt to harm me earlier. I closed the system, continuing to remain idle. Soon, Wang Zikai returned with the water, and without waiting for my instructions, he poured it over Fat Jun's head. Fat Jun let out a gasp, waking up. "Where is this?" Fat Jun was still a bit confused, his voice trembling. "Brother Yang, why am I tied up? What's wrong with me?" I frowned, asking coldly, "Are you human or beast?" "I'm human. I'm an awakened one." Fat Jun shouted, "You knew that already." I fell into thought. Fat Jun had talent and had even healed me before. He was indeed human. However, that monstrous fleshy hand of his just now wasn't the ability of an ordinary human, it resembled a beast's form. To be safe, I needed to confirm once more. I turned to Wang Zikai and asked, "Do you have any tapes at home?" He froze. "What tapes?" "You know, those tapes." I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "What kind of tapes?" Wang Zikai still didn't get it, blinking his eyes. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "The ones you use to train your Kirin arm." "Oh." He slapped his leg, his face lighting up with excitement. "How could I have that kind of tape? When have I, Wang Zikai, ever liked women? Never." His voice was full of confidence, but I didn't have time for his theatrics, just rolled my eyes. "Hurry up, I have something serious to do." Wang Zikai glanced at Fat Jun behind him, then pulled me out of the garage, heading into the living room. "Don't talk about this in front of outsiders. I need to save face." He seemed hesitant, a bit embarrassed. "Tell me, which teacher do you want?" "It doesn't matter, any will do," I replied, already planning my next steps. Wang Zikai, hearing this, ran off excitedly. Sitting on the sofa, I closed my eyes, trying to clear my thoughts. After thinking for a while, I decided to call Officer Huang. After all, this area was under his jurisdiction, and I could easily make up a story about burglary to get him here. While I was preparing, Wang Zikai came rushing back with a laptop, sitting on the sofa, trying to look serious. He glanced at me, looking a bit shy. "Let's start." "Start what?" I was puzzled. "Watch the tape," he said confidently. I couldn't help but hold my forehead. "You misunderstood. It's not for me to watch." 3 minutes later, Wang Zikai and I walked back into the garage. Fat Jun suddenly wailed, "Brother Yang, Brother Kai, I swear it wasn't me. I don't want to hurt you." My hand was out of control. "Please don't kill me. I'm really not a beast. I don't want to die." "Fat Jun, don't be afraid. We won't kill you," I reassured him. Wang Zikai scoffed, "If we wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already." Fat Jun calmed down a bit. "That's true." At that moment, I asked him, "Fat Jun, do you like men or women?" "What?" He seemed to think he misheard. "Do you like men or women?" I repeated. "I like women, why?" Fat Jun seemed bewildered, clearly confused by my question. "Okay." I opened the laptop, randomly clicked on a video, and glanced at Wang Zikai. "Go, take his pants off." Wang Zikai was stunned. "Huh? Trust me." I had no patience to explain. So Wang Zikai started to pull down Fat Jun's jeans, revealing a pair of yellow briefs and his chubby thighs with thick leg hair. I turned the laptop screen towards Fat Jun. "Relax, watch closely." "Oh, okay." Fat Jun initially seemed tense, but as time passed, he gradually relaxed. At that moment, I noticed Wang Zikai's expression change from helplessness to a smirk of mockery. I could sense the embarrassment and annoyance on Fat Jun's face. His pride had been challenged, and he was so agitated that he shouted, "I'm just having an off day. It's not usually like this." "Oh, really?" Wang Zikai drawled out the "really," dripping with endless mockery. Just then, the door to the underground garage swung open with a bang, and Officer Huang stood frozen at the entrance, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. I was holding a laptop, playing those not-so-kid-friendly videos, the sounds echoing in the spacious garage. Next to me, Wang Zikai stood with arms crossed, watching like a spectator. Fat Jun, meanwhile, was tied up, his pants stripped down to nothing. Ahem, I'll come back later, Officer Huang said, adjusting his cap and quietly closing the door. 10 minutes later, I stood with Officer Huang in the garage once more, having sent Wang Zikai away. Officer Huang's expression was complex. So, this method of distinguishing between humans and beasts, Xingling taught you that? Yes, I replied softly, don't let Wang Zikai know. Understood, Officer Huang nodded. Fat Jun, don't take it out on that idiot. I glanced at Fat Jun, still tied up, feeling a bit helpless inside. Relax. I'm not on the same level as him. I'm not going to bother with him, Fat Jun said, his pride visibly bruised, and I couldn't help but smile. Just then, Wang Zikai returned with some chilled drinks and canned beer. All we've got is cola and beer, he announced. Officer Huang took a cola, opened it, and brought it to Fat Jun's lips. Fat Jun, parched, eagerly drank a couple of gulps, instantly revitalized, his eyes brightening. Officer Huang pulled up a chair, sitting down with the seriousness of an interrogation. All right, tell us everything you remember, slowly. Okay. Fat Jun licked his lips, trying to recall. Wasn't there a big fire at the hotel? And he died in it, and I got hurt. According to our plan, I closed the hotel and stayed home to recover, not daring to go out, just waiting for you to contact me. Then, last night while I was sleeping, I was woken up by a strange noise. What kind of noise? Officer Huang lit a cigarette. It sounded like a cat, meowing constantly. I was annoyed, so I got up and went to the balcony. I actually saw a white cat, like a ragdoll cat, but smaller, with ears standing up high, and green eyes. Officer Huang nodded for him to continue. That white cat was very clever. It stopped meowing as soon as it saw me. Feeling sorry for it, thinking it might be a lost pet, I tried to pet its head. At this point, Fat Jun suddenly exclaimed, but damn, it wouldn't let me touch it and bit my finger instead. The pain was so intense I immediately passed out. And then? Officer Huang prompted. Then I was in a daze, like I was dreaming. The dream was really crowded, like being squished in a subway, surrounded by people, all sorts of hands groping at me. The rest of us quietly listened. Officer Huang lowered his gun, his brows furrowed, pointing at Fat Jun's arm. Fat Jun, this arm of yours is definitely beastly. From what I know, no talent sequence has such a peculiar bodily mutation ability. He rubbed his forehead thoughtfully and continued, however, you're still human now. For now? Fat Jun's voice carried a hint of despair. Officer Huang sighed, turning his gaze to me. He asked, what do you think? Brother Yang, save me. Fat Jun's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. I know you won't give up on me, you even saved Brother Kai. How could you bear to kill me? Not killing you yet, I replied calmly. Why not? Wang Zikai seemed a bit disappointed. This guy's useless, might as well kill him. I'm not useless. Fat Jun protested, almost shouting. I'm much more useful than you. I looked at Fat Jun, contemplating. His arm's mutation must be from that white cat's bite. If the mutation spreads to his entire body, it's not too late to kill him then. But if only the arm is affected, he still has greater value alive. Exactly. Fat Jun seized the opportunity, speaking eagerly, I can heal, I'm the only healer in the team. Feeling slightly uneasy, I watched as Officer Huang thought for a moment before finally saying, alright, tie him up securely, and observe for a few days. His words echoed in my mind, seemingly setting the stage for the unfolding situation. He turned to Wang Zikai, speaking in a relaxed yet urgent tone, this glorious and arduous task is yours. Make sure he's well fed, don't let him starve. I harbored slight doubts about Wang Zikai's ability, but his mischievous grin reassured me. No problem, he patted his chest, flashing a roguish smile, I'll take good care of him. As they left the garage, we returned to the living room. Time had unknowingly crept to 5 a.m., the view of the river outside fading from gray-green to soft pink in the dawnlight. The three of us nestled in beanbag chairs, sipping beer, quietly gazing at the shimmering river. I found myself lost in thought. Officer Huang's voice broke the silence. Fat Jun's case is a first for me too, he said heavily, but he probably isn't a beast, at least not yet. Pondering this, I couldn't help but ask, that white cat that bit him, is it a beast? Recalling the earlier events, my curiosity drove me to think further. I used to think beasts only disguised themselves as humans. Could there be animal forms too? And is it possible that being bitten by some beasts leads to infection, like with zombies? Officer Huang shook his head, his tone laced with helplessness. I don't know. The organization's contact once hinted to me that there's far more than just foolish beasts and furious beasts. What we know is just the tip of the iceberg. A faint unease crept into my heart. What kind of world awaited my exploration? Officer Huang glanced at me sideways. I couldn't help but look at the sofa, where Wang Zikai was deeply asleep, his face alight with excitement, his body still slightly trembling from the earlier transformation, emitting soft snores with each breath. Your friend here might be a new type among foolish beasts, Officer Huang's voice rang in my ear. I nodded, pondering to myself. Wang Zikai was indeed quite different from Old Man Lu. Old Man Lu would unconsciously block out all information related to beasts, whether it was sounds, images, or personal experiences, which could stimulate him, even causing him to go berserk. However, Wang Zikai was entirely different. He could rationally remember and understand any information related to beasts, firmly believing he remained part of humanity. Was this truly due to a lack of intelligence? I don't know if it's just a feeling, Officer Huang chuckled self-deprecatingly, but ever since meeting you, this world seems to be growing increasingly unsafe. Some subtle balance is being disrupted, and things seem to be spiraling out of control. It's the first time I've felt this way since awakening. I remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Thinking back, I've encountered many awakened ones, he said, pulling out a cigarette from the pack. Some were strong, some weak, some reckless, some cautious, some mad, some cold-blooded. He squinted, appearing deep in thought, but most of them ended up dead, for various reasons. I listened quietly, waiting for him to continue. But you're different, he turned to me, you've got a unique aura about you. Really? I asked softly, filled with anticipation. Yes, I have a feeling you'll live a long time, his certainty warmed my heart. Really? I was a bit excited, then confessed, honestly, I'm quite afraid of dying. To die means everything ends, but as long as I'm alive, there's always hope. Officer Huang's expression suddenly turned serious. That's why. I think I'm in danger. Why? My curiosity was piqued. When I was young, I loved reading comics. Those who live long are usually the main characters, but the people around the main character, they often don't last long. His words hit me like a hammer, plunging me into thought. I couldn't help but be a bit embarrassed. Officer Huang's words made a lot of sense. I am indeed different from others. I'm a transmigrator, awakening with a miraculous system. Frankly, it could be called a protagonist's halo. Yet, perhaps it's just survivor bias. There are countless transmigrators, and I'm neither the first nor the last. Lost in thought, Officer Huang stood up, his tone resolute. I decided, I should keep my distance from you. Ah, I was surprised, quickly asking, Officer Huang, don't abandon me. He gave a light laugh, taking a drag from his cigarette. Not to that extent. What I mean is, we need to join the organization as soon as possible. That way, you'll have more companions around you, and statistically speaking, my risk of dying prematurely will be spread out. I was speechless, thinking to myself, Uncle, you might be the real transmigrator here. I watched as Officer Huang pulled out a notepad and pen, quickly jotting down, tonight at midnight, come with Qingling, and I'll take you to the interview. As I took the note, anticipation welled up inside me. After resting briefly at Wang Zikai's place, I headed straight to school. Wang Zikai decided to stay and look after Fat June, while continuing his training. Last night's burst seemed to have ignited a new fighting spirit in him. It seemed like a good opportunity to keep him motivated for a few days. After morning self-study, I met up with Qingling on the rooftop, briefly explaining what had happened last night. Of course, I downplayed Wang Zikai's burst. Qingling listened quietly, offering no comments. Later in the morning, I approached our English class representative, Wan Cici, for help. To my surprise, she seemed flattered and was happy to assist. After class, she invited me to join her and other classmates for lunch. What I thought would be a typical meal turned out to be quite pleasant. Everyone assumed my previous aloofness was due to grieving over Li Weiwei's death. The afternoon passed without incident, and evening self-study was uneventful. As it ended, I met Qingling in a small alley outside the school, our designated spot. Upon seeing her, I began to take off my clothes, but Qingling calmly said, no need. I paused, asking, no disguise today? She glanced at the note, seriously saying, no. The location is 121, Huangsong Street in Feiyang District. It's too far, and we need to cross a bridge. Walking isn't feasible. So what do we do? I asked. After a moment of thought, she smiled slightly. We'll take the last subway openly. I nodded, all right. As we left the alley, she wrapped her arms around mine, resting her head on my shoulder like a bird nestled close. Let's pretend to be young lovers. It'll look more plausible. I had no objections. In a world filled with lurking beasts, being held by a highly skilled beauty like her gave me an inexplicable sense of security. We took the subway, getting off half an hour later in Feiyang District, Hushi. We walked for about 20 minutes on the night road. Passing through a street lined with late-night snack vendors, Qingling excitedly bought some spicy hot pot. She really loved it. Huangsong Street was an old, quiet, and rundown neighborhood, with low 2- or 3-story concrete buildings lining the streets. Outdated shops had long closed. The road was dilapidated, full of potholes, and the few streetlights barely illuminated. The surveillance cameras were likely broken. Following the house numbers, we quickly found 121. It was an inconspicuous little storefront, the rolling shutter half pulled down, a piece of old blue cloth hanging inside. Behind it, faint neon light flickered, accompanied by the sounds of fighting and explosions, revealing a row of old arcade machines. I couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect arcades like this to still exist. As a child, I loved these places, spending just 50 cents to hang out for half a day. Even with clumsy hands, I often just watched the older kids beat games with a single coin. Weren't they the earliest game streamers? Let's go in, Xiangling said, putting on a mask. Wait, I stopped her. What is it? She asked. Give me a moment, I said. I closed my eyes, mentally summoning, enter system. A notification chimed in my mind. You have gained 61 new luck points. I felt a thrill. As I expected, the 48-hour effort paid off, and Fat June's attack unexpectedly earned me over 10 bonus points. Time to draw a talent. My heart raced. Acquiring a new talent requires 30 luck points. Confirm? Of course. I didn't hesitate. Acquiring. I held my breath, waiting patiently. Acquiring. Just as I anticipated eagerly, the system's cold prompt shattered my expectations. Acquisition failed. What? How is it this hard? The result left me feeling hopeless. Reattempting acquisition requires 30 luck points. What a ripoff. Not an ounce of sympathy. But I must use the remaining luck points wisely. Forget it, use the remaining 31 points to boost my luck. The interview is coming up. I need every edge I can get. The notification, luck increased to 132, allowed me to breathe a sigh of relief. The message, congratulations. You've gained 20 permanent flexibility attribute points, freely allocatable, filled me with joy, preparing me for future challenges. Add more to luck, I whispered to the void, my heart full of anticipation. Nested requests are prohibited. The system's response was cold and direct. Alright, let me think. Add to charisma then. I hesitated slightly, weighing various possibilities in my mind. Increase charisma by 20 points, confirm? Confirm. Just 20 points, other attributes wouldn't significantly improve. Boosting impression seems more practical, I thought to myself, nodding in agreement. Stamina, 27 endurance, 28. Strength, 17 agility, 27. Mental, 37 charisma, 39. Luck, 132. Access ended, system hidden. With a soft sound, I opened my eyes and turned to Qingling. Does my face look any different? She glanced at me indifferently, not much different. Unwilling to give up, I pressed further. Look closely, there should be some changes. Like, my eyes are more spirited, features more defined, skin smoother. Your face is thicker. Qingling's reply cut through my fantasy like a knife. This woman really has no appreciation for aesthetics, I thought, deciding not to argue with her. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted my collar and stepped into the arcade. The space was small, only about 20 square meters, with 2 rows of old arcade machines lining the walls. Fluorescent promotional animations flickered across the screens, adding a layer of retro charm to the dim environment. The ceiling fan spun slowly above, creaking as if sharing in the peculiar atmosphere with me. In the corner, a young man was engrossed in his game. Qingling and I exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between us. I approached him, saying, "Hello, we're here for the interview." He didn't respond, nor did he show any hostility. As I got closer, I realized he was playing the Knights of Valor, having chosen Zhuge Liang, exploiting a bug to infinitely freeze the final boss, Cao Cao. I thought to myself, this guy really plays dirty. The young man was slender, wearing a leather jacket studded with spikes. His hair was shaved on both sides, with a bright yellow tuft standing upright in the middle, resembling a broomhead. Among the various tattoos on his body, I accidentally spotted one resembling a blow-dryer-shaped pig head, which made me chuckle. Just then, Cao Cao's death cry from the arcade pierced the air, his health bar depleted, game cleared. Yet the young man seemed lost in his own world, looking up to meet my gaze. Just you? I felt a bit deflated. Did my charisma increase by 20 points with no effect? Just then, Qingling spoke up, and me. Her voice broke my silence. The young man peeked out, his gaze shifting between Qingling and me, suddenly lighting up. Whoa, a beauty. He stood up excitedly, dramatically slicking back his hair. It's you too, then. And me? I asked, still pondering the upcoming challenge as Officer Huang pushed aside the blue cloth and walked in. Sorry I'm late, haven't started yet, have we? He seemed slightly embarrassed. We just got here too, I replied, my eyes wandering over his face. Officer Huang was quite cordial to the broomhead. Let me introduce, this is our interviewer tonight, Mr. Wu Dahai. The broomhead kept his hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Just call me Brother Hai. These two are my new companions, Gao Yang and Chengling. Officer Huang introduced us with a smile. Last time I lost the challenge, this time I'm bringing my companions. No problem, right? No problem, but if you lose again this month, don't bother me, Wu Dahai responded arrogantly, his eyes scanning over Qingling and me. Alright, I nodded in agreement. Let's get started. Qingling flicked her hand, and a tang blade instantly appeared in her grip, its blade gleaming. Whoa, that's quite the weapon. It can retract. Wu Dahai's eyes flashed with surprise. This isn't yours, is it? Where'd you get it? None of your business. Qingling assumed a battle stance, the atmosphere immediately tense. Beauties are always so cool. Wu Dahai lazily dug at his ear, unfazed. Which of you three is going first? I'll go first, Officer Huang replied with a confident smile. Alright, the usual, 3 challenges. Wu Dahai spread his arms, choose your games, win 3 times, and you pass. What games? Qingling asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. When Officer Huang explained, I couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. I forgot to mention, the interview involves arcade game challenges. You pick 3 games, beat him, and you pass. I've tried several times and lost each one. Officer Huang, are you saying you're weak at games? I asked, trying to suppress a chuckle. Yes, Officer Huang's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Qingling frowned, clearly displeased. Why not just cut this fool down? Ha 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 ha, cut me? Wu Dahai laughed uproariously. Beauty, you know nothing about strength. I'm giving you a chance. Don't take kindness for weakness. If it came to a real fight, even if you all came at me, he declared loudly, one by one, I wouldn't stand a chance. His words were both amusing and awkward, stirring a bit of fighting spirit in me. Perhaps this challenge could be my chance to turn the tables. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Was this the legendary speak the most arrogant words with the softest lines? Wu Dahai proudly declared, I'm not combat talent, can't compete with you. But if you harm me, plenty of big shots in the organization will deal with you. Alright, we're all awakened here, let's keep the peace, no infighting. Officer Huang interjected quickly, sounding a bit urgent. I'll start, I'll play the airplane game. He walked over to the arcade, sat down, and inserted a coin. Curious, I followed, seeing the screen light up with Strikers 1945, a game that was a nightmare from my childhood. 1 coin in, and a few minutes later, game over. And I particularly hated flight shooting games. Officer Huang and the broomhead each selected a fighter plane and started the game. Same rules, even though there are 3 lives, the match is only 1 life. No bombs allowed, whoever dies first loses. Officer Huang's voice echoed in my ear, no problem. The game began, and the first level was relatively simple. The enemy's bullet barrage wasn't frequent, and both of them cleared it easily, acquiring the best firepower. Quickly, the second level's barrage became much denser, and without relying on bombs, they could only use traditional attacks. Watching them dodge left and right with such agility, I could feel a rising sense of pressure. By the third level, the intense competition seemed to ignite my fighting spirit. Officer Huang was undoubtedly a sharpshooter. Every move he made while playing this shooting game appeared calm and composed, with nimble fingers reacting swiftly. During the third level's boss fight, he deliberately ceased attacking, clearly intending to use the boss's barrage against Wu Dahai. Wu Dahai's operations were also quite agile, but I could see he was a bit impatient. He was frantically attacking the boss while trying hard to dodge the barrage. Observing from the side, I couldn't help but be impressed by Officer Huang's poise as he held the joystick with one hand, elegantly smoking with the other, focused solely on avoiding the barrage. It was a demeanor deserving of full marks. In this high-intensity bullet hell, Wu Dahai's plane was unfortunately shot down, and at that moment, Officer Huang let go, his plane also getting hit, but he managed to last a second longer than Wu Dahai. He stood up with a slight smile. Thanks for letting me win. You're just good at shooting games, Wu Dahai retorted, unwilling to concede. Let's continue. I could sense his eagerness to challenge. You two play the next round, Officer Huang said, assuming the role of a referee. Aren't you pretty good at this? I couldn't help but tease him. No, I've tried them all, Officer Huang replied with a wry smile. Except for shooting, I've been crushed by him in every other game. Who's next? Wu Dahai challenged us. Qingling and I exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. Qingling spoke softly, I'll go. I looked around quickly and made a choice, this game here. Samurai Showdown. Alright. Wu Dahai sat down at the machine excitedly. I sat on a low stool, my long legs awkwardly positioned, so I took off my shoes, put my legs together, with my heels resting on the stool's edge, lowering my head, immersed in this peculiar game world. If you ignored my icy expression, the entire posture looked rather relaxed and cute. Have you played before? Wu Dahai asked. No, I replied, holding the joystick, the 4 buttons before me feeling unfamiliar. After inserting a coin, I didn't know how to select a character. With a patient smile, he guided me. This controls direction, and you can choose your character. Yes, press the A button when you see one you like. I casually selected the first one. Haomaru. Nice choice, he grinned, I'll pick Yukio Tachibana. Once the characters were chosen, the PK began immediately. Wu Dahai's Yukio launched a series of swift attacks, knocking Haomaru down. As soon as Haomaru got up, Yukio was already close again. Sobain Geishi. Secret move. Snowfall. The game's fervor instantly ignited a competitive spirit within me. In this parallel world, I would battle him, seeking my own glory. I watched as Yukio delivered a dizzying series of combos, and Haomaru's health bar plummeted, leaving him defeated with a cry. From start to finish, I hadn't even managed to land a single blow. Although Wu Dahai flawlessly defeated me, his face showed no sense of accomplishment. With a 2 out of 3 rule, the second round began, and I noticed that Wu Dahai wasn't in a rush to attack but patiently instructed me. A is for light slash, try pressing it? I pressed the A button, and Haomaru quickly swung his sword, cutting Yukio. B is for medium slash, press it once. I followed his instruction, and Haomaru swung his sword at medium speed, knocking Yukio back a few steps. With his guidance, I gradually felt the impact of each move. AB is for heavy slash, press it together. I pressed simultaneously, and Haomaru swung his sword slowly yet powerfully, knocking Yukio to the ground. Wu Dahai continued, C is for light kick, D is for heavy kick, press CD together for a heavy kick, the same principle. As a novice who had never played this game before, I surprisingly got the hang of it quickly, repeating his instructions once more. Alright, let's begin, Wu Dahai said as he started his character. 10 seconds later, my Haomaru was once again defeated, but I felt a slight improvement. At least this time, Haomaru had put up some resistance, dealing a bit of damage to Yukio. 2 out of 3, you lost, Wu Dahai stated as he stood, ready to end the match. One more time, I said eagerly. But he only smiled and replied, next month. One more time, Cheng Ling's eyes sparkled with a fierce fighting spirit, and I couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Wu Dahai hesitated but eventually agreed. Alright, one more time. Wow. You're making an exception? I heard Officer Huang sound both puzzled and a little pleased. I've asked you countless times, and you never made an exception. Of course. You're just an old man. What benefit do I get from making an exception for you? Wu Dahai replied unapologetically, then turned to Qingling. I'll give you another chance, but I want to hold your hand. Qingling was taken aback. Why? Wu Dahai chuckled, raising his eyebrows. To be honest, I've never held a girl's hand before. I mean a human girl, animals don't count. His words sent a shock through me, and I wanted to ask, is there a difference? But before I could speak, Wu Dahai continued, of course there's a difference. Just thinking about it being an animal kills my interest. Okay, he complained, his tone filled with frustration and longing. The women in the organization are all so stingy, none of them will let me. Really, a touch won't hurt them. This was the first time I'd met someone so shamelessly perverted, and I was at a loss for words, my retort stuck in my throat. Qingling pondered for a moment before decisively saying, one more match, and if I lose, you can touch. Deal. It's a promise. Wu Dahai's confidence surprised me, his grin radiating a sense of assured victory. Let's begin, I mused, anticipating the upcoming showdown. I sat back down, inserted a coin, and the screen displayed Haomaru and Yukio Tachibana. Feeling a bit smug, I thought it seemed like I, an experienced player, was bullying a novice, but I still offered to explain to Qingling, let me teach you Yukio's combos. No need, this is enough, she declined, straightforward and firm. Alright, I won't hold back, I said, no longer hesitating, launching a more aggressive attack than before. Qingling was clearly not standing idle, constantly on the defense. Defending in a fighting game is no simple task. Standing defense can't block if the opponent crouches and kicks, crouching defense leaves you vulnerable to a jumping slash. One must always quickly switch defensive moves based on the opponent's attacks. In this round, she strictly adhered to defense, showing no impatience. Despite her agile and adept defensive switches, just defending wasn't enough. Her health bar was gradually worn down, and it was only a matter of time before the opponent got close, with close contact moves posing a constant threat to break her defense. As a result, I won this round easily. But Qingling didn't seem to care. When the second round started, she attempted to attack. She didn't use any special moves, she didn't know any. She simply stood there, choosing to defend when I attacked. If I got close, she'd quickly use a light slash with the A button to push me away, and when I jumped to slash, she'd counter with a medium slash using the B button. These two moves, if timed correctly, could pretty much counter all close range and jumping attacks. Even if not perfectly countered, she could at least trade blows. However, being a seasoned player, all I needed was one close opportunity to break her defense quickly, follow up with a combo, and easily take down a large portion of her health bar. Her response was a bit slow against my attacks, but I knew her persistence hid more potential. Unsurprisingly, I lost again. Wu Dahai stood up excitedly, eyes gleaming like a predator, triumphantly shouting, "I get to hold your hand." I reached out to him, thinking it was better than his more unsavory demands. But just as I extended my hand, he pulled his back, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "How about this? I won't hold your hand. I can give you another chance to challenge me. But I want to touch your chest, first touch, then play." My heart skipped a beat, my expression blank, as if contemplating whether to agree. Gao Yang beside me seemed unusually sympathetic. Losing is just part of the game. His words seemed to bolster my courage, igniting a small spark of determination. Officer Huang chimed in, "I've seen my fair share of girls in tough spots over the years, but Qingling, in your case, it's really unnecessary." But I lifted my head, my gaze firm, and said to Wu Dahai, "Fine." At that moment, the arcade's dazzling lights cast over my face, and I felt my indifference and beauty, neither yielding nor bowing. This woman, she's no simple character. My eyes involuntarily traced her face, then down the smooth curve of her neck to the body tightly encased in her white school uniform. The curve was like a flower blooming in spring, especially where the second button strained, hinting at the edge of her undergarment. I swallowed hard, a wave of shock rippling through me. This wasn't a dream. This was the true presence of an 18-year-old beauty. The two men beside me wore looks of disdain. I knew they were scornful, contemptuous of me, perhaps even secretly jealous. Yet, faced with this scene, I felt immense pride, accepting myself as the old pervert I am. With a heart both anxious and reverent, I slowly reached out, as if about to touch paradise. Yet, in an instant, an unforgiving punch slammed into my nose, pain searing to the bone, causing me to stagger back with a wow. But it wasn't over. Qingling's long leg kicked me in the stomach, a wave of agony twisting my insides, leaving me crumpled on the floor. Looking up at her, her anger hadn't subsided. She grabbed my hair, demanding, "You little punk, tired of living? What were you about to do?" I was completely bewildered. "Wait a minute. You said I could touch, so I..." She interrupted, "Touch what?" It was clear Qingling's alternate persona, Qingling, had taken over, and there was no way she'd let someone like Wu Dahai touch her. I innocently replied, "Touch your chest." But she coldly laughed, "You, a maggot like you?" The insult left me speechless, forcing me to lower my head in embarrassment, though within I resisted the shame with defiance. "Eat shit." I heard Qingling's furious tone, and her knee struck Wu Dahai's head, sending him flying, toppling several chairs. Initially, I just wanted to watch the spectacle, but as the situation spiraled out of control, I realized I had to intervene. I quickly moved forward, trying to hold her back, fearing it might end tragically. "Qingling, that's enough," I whispered. "Don't touch me," she snapped, delivering a slap which I narrowly dodged, having anticipated it. "You maggots! What did you bring me here for?" Qingling yelled, her voice thundering. But in that moment, her body trembled slightly, her gaze calming, turning icy. She scanned the room, her eyes shifting between me and the crumpled Wu Dahai, asking softly, "What just happened?" "Qingling came out," I replied, tension creeping into my voice. Qingling frowned slightly. "It's fine, let's continue." "Continue my ass." Wu Dahai, supported by Officer Huang, held his bleeding nose, burning with anger. "You women change faces faster than flipping a book." "There was just a little misunderstanding," Qingling explained calmly. Wu Dahai remained furious, scoffing, "Don't think just because you're a beauty you can do whatever you want. Hit me again, and I'll really fight back." After some thought, Qingling proposed slowly, "Let's compete one more time. If you win this time, I'll let them tie me up, so nothing unexpected happens again." My heart tightened, sensing an even more complex contest was about to unfold. I was shocked. "You're too harsh on yourself, you're the real gambler here." But deep down, I knew even if she lost again, Qingling would surely come out to default. Over the years, Qingling had always protected the fragile Qingling, and in such situations, Qingling would naturally turn to protect the stubborn Qingling. After all, they were two sides of the same coin. Exchanging a glance with Officer Huang, we decided to watch and see how things would unfold. Wu Dahai's anger dissipated, seemingly doubtful, but calculating internally. Since he was already hit, might as well go all in. What if he succeeded? To die under a pomegranate skirt, to be a ghost is also romantic, I thought to myself. He looked at Qingling, then asked, "Beauty, do you mean it?" Qingling nodded slightly, and Wu Dahai finally shouted excitedly, "Let's get started." He wiped his nosebleed haphazardly and sat down at the arcade. This time, Qingling appeared exceptionally skilled, sitting, inserting coins, and selecting characters in one fluid motion. Once again, Haomaru faced Yukio Tachibana. Wu Dahai controlled Yukio Tachibana, launching an aggressive attack from the start, but Qingling remained as steady as a mountain, with 4 simple and powerful moves: standing defense, crouching defense, light slash with A, and medium slash with B. She made no mistakes, her reaction speed measured in microseconds. No matter what moves Wu Dahai used, he was met with a machine devoid of emotion. She always managed to respond optimally, neutralizing attacks or trading blows. I silently prayed, realizing that Wu Dahai wasn't gaining any advantage at all. His health constantly remained below Qingling's, as if the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the start. The match concluded with no one dying, and Qingling's health was slightly higher, securing her victory. Wu Dahai finally understood her strategy. In the second round, he refrained from taking the initiative, attempting a defensive stance instead. However, Qingling remained as steady as a mountain, unmoving. For her, since Wu Dahai had already lost the first round, even a draw would be a significant defeat for him. I could sense Wu Dahai's agitation as time trickled by, and eventually, he made a move. This, too, fell into Qingling's rhythm. In no time, the match ended again with no deaths, and Qingling once more had the health lead. 2 out of 3 rounds, Qingling had won the match. I initially thought Wu Dahai would be embarrassed by his defeat, especially since he had put so much on the line. But he merely stood there for 2 seconds, then got up, ran his hands through his hair with a grin, and said, "You won." Qingling nodded in satisfaction. This game is quite interesting. I couldn't help but ask, does the deal about touching still stand? She remained unfazed. You didn't win. Alright, fair is fair, Wu Dahai conceded with surprising nonchalance, then turned to me. So, it's your turn for the final round, right? I looked towards Officer Huang, only to see him helplessly shrug his shoulders. I glanced at Qingling, who softly said goodbye. I'm going out to calm Qingling. With that, she hurried out of the arcade room. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, as expected of the protagonist, making a grand entrance. Surveying the arcade, I noticed players immersed in games like The King of Fighters 97, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Electric Demon 2, The King of Fighters, Warriors of Fate, Metal Slug, Captain Hook, and Snow Brothers. I had dabbled in these games during my childhood but never mastered them. After some thought, I directed my gaze towards a slot machine in the corner and quietly asked, "Can we compete with this?" Wu Dahai paused, looking at me in disbelief, and asked, "Are you sure?" I nodded firmly, yes. Since I can't compete on skill, luck has always been my strong suit. At this moment, Officer Huang seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, rubbing his forehead with a resigned expression. Wu Dahai cracked a smile, patting my shoulder. "Brother, you're treading a narrow path." I watched as Wu Dahai confidently adjusted his hair and strode towards the slot machine, as if ready to take command of everything. Each person gets 10 coins, which is 10 points, and the game time is 5 minutes. "Old Huang, you keep time, down to the second," he said, glancing at me. "Got it." Officer Huang pulled out his phone and opened the stopwatch. "The rules are simple. Within 5 minutes, the one with the most points wins." Wu Dahai's gaze fixed on me. "Any questions?" I gave a slight smile, feeling a sense of anticipation. "None." "Great. I'll go first." Wu Dahai eagerly sat before the slot machine, deftly inserting 10 coins to begin his game. I stood behind, quietly observing, as if transported back to my childhood, watching others play slots in those innocent days. This slot machine was a common model, with 8 types of rewards: apple, 5x payout; orange, 10x payout; papaya, 15x payout; bell, 20x payout; watermelon, 20x payout; double star, 30x payout; double 7, 40x payout; and bar, 100x payout. The odds of winning correspond inversely with the payout multiplier. Bar is the hardest to land, maybe appearing once in 100 tries, while apples, oranges, and papayas were relatively easier but offered smaller rewards. Wu Dahai began with his 10 points. Cautiously, he spent 3 points, betting 1 point each on apples, oranges, and papayas. A few seconds later, the screen lit up, landing on an apple, earning him 5 points, totaling 12 points. His excitement was palpable. In the following rounds, he continued to place bets, his score gradually climbing to over 80 points. Despite occasional misses, his satisfaction was undeniable. "Ha! Slots may seem random, but there's a pattern to follow," he said, full of himself. "I can't exactly explain this pattern, but after playing over 10,000 times, you develop a vague intuition. Usually, I can predict the next reward and hit it once in 3 tries. That's called..." Wu Dahai kept pressing his score, glancing smugly at me. "That's called familiarity breeds success." I couldn't help but smile, not entirely convinced by his words but feeling remarkably at ease. "It's success, not death," I corrected Wu Dahai's pronunciation, earning a glare from him. 1 minute left, Officer Huang's voice reminded us. "That's enough." Wu Dahai closed his eyes, chanting mysteriously, "I feel the double 7 calling me." When he opened his eyes, he bet 20 points on double 7. The result was a papaya. This surprise did not shake him. He remained confident, betting another 20 points on double 7. The result was a watermelon. Now, with only 40 points left, Wu Dahai didn't hesitate, betting another 20 points on double 7. Finally, fortune smiled upon him, hitting double seven. The slot machine erupted in jubilant red lights, the celebratory music and electronic voice ringing out, "Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!" The 20-point wager turned into 800 points instantly. The coin pool's number surged like a tide to 820 points. Watching all this unfold, Wu Dahai stood up, lazily stretching, indifferent to the lingering excitement of the match. "Time's up," Officer Huang declared. Wu Dahai's total score was 820 points. I quietly observed, thinking to myself that the moment had finally arrived. A minute later, as the slot machine calmed, my turn began. Taking a deep breath, I pondered briefly, then decided to place my bets. Initially, I mimicked Wu Dahai's strategy, spreading my bets over apples, papayas, and oranges like a diligent farmer, toiling away. 3 minutes later, my score had accumulated to 61 points, a stark contrast to Wu Dahai's 820. Next, I prepared to bet big, though my mind was a blur. Double star, double seven, bar, these terms felt foreign and rushed. Ultimately, I steeled myself for a gamble, betting on the biggest bar. I chose 6 times, 10 points each time, knowing a single win would earn me 1,000 points. Secretly, I felt a tinge of joy. Wasn't I quite lucky? Perhaps I'd actually hit it. I bet the 10 points on bar 1 last time. Behind me, Wu Dahai let out a mocking laugh. "Buddy, that's what you call a desperate last stand. You've only tried a few times, and you're hoping to hit bar? I play through entire nights and might not see it once." Beep 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 beep, the result was in, and I missed. Hesitating, I placed another 10 points, and 5 seconds later, the result was the same, another miss. In the blink of an eye, I was left with one final chance. With a sudden determination, I slammed the button with all my might. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, I felt hopeful. This time the result took an extra 2 seconds to reveal. Clink. But it missed, as if the distance to bar was as vast as the universe. "Ha, you missed, you lost." Wu Dahai's laughter was full of schadenfreude. He shook his head with a swagger. "Brother, if you want to beat me, you'll have to wait another 10,000 years on the slot machine. Practice other games more, maybe try again next month." I looked down at my score, just 1 point, but I wasn't ready to give up. "How much time is left?" I turned to Officer Huang. Officer Huang quickly checked his phone, murmuring, 30 seconds left. 29 seconds. My eyes locked onto the slot machine's 2 buttons, and I made up my mind. No more hesitation. I closed my eyes and, almost instinctively, slammed the big button 10 times in succession. Thud 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 thud. The score surged like a tidal wave, jumping from 1 to 2, then 4, 8, 16. In a flash, it soared to 624. All of this happened in under 10 seconds. Wu Dahai was stunned. Anyone who plays slots knows the high risk of betting on big or small, where winning doubles your score and losing resets it to 0. Yet, I bet on big 10 times in a row, winning each time. The odds were mind-boggling, like something out of a lottery win. Officer Huang watched with his heart pounding, constantly reminding, 8 seconds left. I was equally astounded, wondering if this was the so-called blessing of luck. With trembling hands, I slammed the big button again. Thud. My score jumped from 624 to 1248, and I had won. Just then, I heard, "Time's up." Wu Dahai was speechless. Having played slots for years, this was the first time he'd seen such a feat. Could the machine be broken? He hurried forward, pressed the big button, but with a thud, his score instantly reset to 0. I watched Wu Dahai's expression, feeling secretly proud. Today, I had truly experienced what it meant to be a lucky charm. "You've passed, the assessment is complete," Wu Dahai finally came around to say. Officer Huang was overjoyed. "It's been almost half a year, I can finally join the organization." "Wait a second. Don't misunderstand, this is just the first test of the organization," Wu Dahai quickly interjected. "There is a second test." "What?" Officer Huang was taken aback. "There's more?" Seeing his shocked expression, I wasn't surprised. What kind of organization would assess potential members based solely on gaming skills? This wasn't an esports team. "Old Huang, you didn't really think beating a game would be enough to join our organization, did you?" I couldn't help but tease him, knowing the first test was just a warm-up. The real challenge was yet to come. I noticed Wu Dahai lightly raise his hand, then snap his fingers. Instantly, all the arcade machines powered down, and the ceiling fans came to a silent halt. In the darkness, Officer Huang and I exchanged a glance, saying nothing. I understood that Wu Dahai was not as simple as he appeared. He likely had an electric element talent, and in various games and movies, those who control electricity are always highly formidable. Indeed, he was a big shot, playing a hidden game with us novices. Had he competed against Qingling earlier, Qingling might not have won. "Let's go, we'll talk outside." Wu Dahai nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets, swaggering out of the arcade room. I followed him, the three of us lifting the blue curtain and stepping out. Wu Dahai casually pulled down the shutter, with a slight smile. Old Huang, don't blame me, I'm just a worker in the organization, the rules are set by the bigwigs. Outside, Qingling stood quietly by the roadside, her expression serene. Qingling? Or Qingling? I cautiously asked. Qingling, she turned to look at me, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Did you win? I did. I responded with a wry smile, but that was just a warm-up, there's a second test. She seemed to understand. I thought so. I felt a subtle sense that nothing was as simple as it seemed. Did I naively think that winning a game would lead to ultimate victory? Officer Huang might be a bit let down, I pondered. Actually, your gaming skills don't matter much. Wu Dahai proudly rubbed his nose. I was mainly testing your patience and observing your character. Our organization doesn't measure only by strength. Since we've passed the character test, does that mean the next test is about strength? I couldn't help but ask. Of course, our organization doesn't accept just anyone, Wu Dahai replied bluntly. If your talent sequence number isn't in the top 100, you're automatically out. My confidence wavered. Was he talking about me? It seemed I would have to bluff my way through. If it didn't work out, Qingling and Officer Huang could join the organization, while I continued to build up my luck points, waiting until I could unlock a new talent. Just then, a raspy, elderly voice called from a distance, "Can I take this?" I glanced over to see a ragged, hunched old man with a dirty trash basket on his back, holding a rusty pair of tongs, pointing at an empty soda bottle on the car hood with hopeful eyes. "If you don't need it, can I have it?" "Oh, sure, no problem." Officer Huang warmly approached, pouring out the last bit of soda, crushing the bottle by hand, and tossing it into the old man's trash basket. Hee hee, young folks sure have strength. The old man's face was wrinkled, but his smile was content. "Of course, Police Academy graduate, we train every day," Officer Huang replied, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. "Old man, would you like one?" "Sure." The old man's cloudy eyes brightened a bit. Officer Huang skillfully pulled out a cigarette, placing it in the old man's mouth, and lit it with a lighter. At that moment, I felt a warm connection between people. Not bad." The old man took a puff, thoroughly enjoying it, then slowly turned to leave without a word of thanks. My companions and I quietly watched his retreating figure. At such an age, still picking up trash, it's not easy, Officer Huang said sympathetically. "If you had seen old man Zhang in his younger days, you wouldn't think that," Wu Dahai sneered. There was a note of sarcasm in his voice. "I grew up around here, and back then, all the kids on the street were afraid of him." "Really?" I asked with curiosity. Old Zhang was a butcher, very fierce. He always resented his wife for not giving him a son, and he would beat her constantly, sending her to the hospital several times. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and drank pesticide to end her life. She did it right after their daughter's college entrance exams, wanting to wait until they were over. The voice echoed around us, bringing about an instant silence. I could feel the oppressive atmosphere. After she died, their daughter went to college and severed all ties with him. She never returned. Zhang lost his wife, and his life became meaningless. He stopped butchering pigs, spent his days drunk, gambled away his house, and eventually had to rely on welfare and scavenging. Wu Dahai's expression changed, shedding his previous frivolous demeanor for a more profound gaze. "I think old Zhang, despite being at his lowest now, is finally living like a human." Then he chuckled suddenly. "Of course, he's still just a beast." "Keep your voice down," Officer Huang warned, making my heart skip a beat. "He hasn't gone far, he'll hear you." "No worries. He's lost. Even if he hears, he'll automatically ignore it." Qingling's voice dissipated like the night wind. Suddenly, my attention was drawn as Wu Dahai turned around, tension in his voice. "Old Zhang, are you all right?" I looked at old Zhang, who had collapsed and wasn't getting up, feeling an unease. It was a sense of heightened awareness, perhaps a result of increased perception. "Wait, don't go over there," I urgently called out to Wu Dahai. He stopped about 3 meters from the old man and asked, "What's wrong?" But at that moment, everyone except Wu Dahai widened their eyes. Old Zhang was standing up. He didn't rise like a normal person would. Instead, an invisible force snapped him upright. Qingling drew her long sword, Officer Huang quickly pulled out his gun, and I stepped back immediately. I knew that being a liability was the last thing I wanted. Staying out of the way was my best contribution. Wu Dahai sensed the tension around him and turned swiftly. What he saw made my heart sink. Old Zhang's head tilted, his limbs stiff like chopsticks, his mouth twitching rapidly, frothing at the mouth, and repeating unsettling words, "Human, human, 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 human." I watched old Zhang's transformation, as if an invisible flame was scorching his skin, melting it rapidly. Blood splattered, muscle tissues exposed to the air, his body convulsing violently, blotchy blood bursting from within. His mournful cry turned into a frenzied howl, "Human! Human! Human!" My heart raced as his chest cavity swelled like a balloon, ribs tearing through the flesh, resembling a gaping maw of a carnivorous flower, opening wide. A grotesque tumor emerged from his chest, with facial features twisting and growing upon it. It was as if countless eyes, mouths, ears, and noses were wrapped in thick plastic, thrown into an oven, and melted into a bizarre substance. The tumor slowly unfurled like a crimson blossom, while old Zhang's upper body was enveloped in vine-like branches, and his lower body corroded the ground, rooting deeply into it. In a mere 30 seconds, he had transformed into a malformed, blood-soaked, carnivorous flower. What kind of beast is this? Qingling frowned, and I felt a pang of anxiety. No idea, Officer Huang replied gravely. Fight or flee? Qingling asked urgently. Run, it doesn't seem like it can chase, and it's lost its intelligence. Officer Huang barely finished when old Zhang's intestines turned into bloody tendrils, one of which lashed towards Wu Dahai. Watching Wu Dahai panic and turn to flee, my heart pounded along with his. Snap! The tendril wrapped around his ankle, yanking him to the ground with a heavy thud. Don't touch me! Get away, get away! His voice rose, thrashing wildly, hands grasping at nothing, but to no avail. As he was about to fall into old Zhang's gaping maw, my heart tightened with worry. Just then, bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet severing the tendril around Wu Dahai's ankle. The tendril spewed blood and recoiled, releasing Wu Dahai, who flailed like a desperate fish, sliding across the ground, before merging into old Zhang's body. The tendrils quickly regenerated before my eyes, whipping towards Wu Dahai. Slash! A flash of a blade cut through, severing 3 of the blood vine-like tendrils, spraying blood under the street lamp, casting an eerie gold-red hue in the air. I looked up to see a tall girl in a high school uniform, her black hair billowing, standing firmly between Wu Dahai and the monster like a divine warrior. Wu Dahai was stunned, seemingly captivated by her presence, momentarily forgetting his fear, his heart stirred. I thought to myself, this girl seemed like a deity, aiding us through the crisis. Go, she commanded calmly, eyes fixed on the enemy. Oh, I finally snapped back, stumbling to my feet, yet couldn't help but say to her, be careful. Meanwhile, old Zhang had fully transformed into a creature straddling the line between plant and animal, oozing with blood bubbles and pus, emitting a hungry and enraged growl. Human! 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 Tendrils coiled around its body, tightening like a grotesque meat grinder. The air reeked of a nauseating stench, and I fought the urge to vomit, rushing to assist Wu Dahai. Why didn't you fight back? I have no combat skills, he replied with conviction. Wasn't your move earlier impressive? A snap, and all the arcade machines turned off. That was just a special voice-activated main switch. A snap turns it off. Wu Dahai's voice echoed in my ear, leaving me speechless. Brother, turns out you're even more useless than me? How did you get into this organization? Through connections? Or did you open the back door yourself? Is this organization even worth joining? Forget it, better to rely on myself. I called to Officer Huang. Got any weapons? There's a golf club in my car's trunk. He held his gun in one hand and fished out his car keys from his pocket, tossing them to me. Catching the keys, I quickly opened the trunk and retrieved the gleaming silver golf club. In the distance, old Zhang's body had been torn beyond recognition. Except for the massive features, the rest had become tentacles, numbering over 20, resembling an overturned mutated octopus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 tentacles lashed towards Qingling slash. Her blades swiftly severed them. 4 more tentacles descended from above, and Qingling deftly rolled to evade the attack. Just then, a few tentacles creeping in the darkness slithered towards Qingling's feet, and my heart skipped a beat. Qingling was startled and quickly leapt back. But the tendril, like a cobra, sprang up and tightly wrapped around her pale ankle, dragging her back to the ground. My heart tightened. This battle was far from over. Bang! A bullet whizzed through the air, hitting the tendril. Pain shot through me immediately, and without thinking, I flipped sideways, slashing with a backhand to cut down 3 tendrils closing in on me. There was no time to waste. I gripped my long sword and sprinted, calculating my next move. The tendrils, centered around old Zhang, shot straight with alarming speed, but once extended, their lateral movement was noticeably slower. I decided to circle around old Zhang, trying to minimize the chance of getting caught. Bang! Officer Huang decisively fired 3 shots at the head of the target. The shrill cries were ear-piercing, and old Zhang shuddered in agony as several tendrils retracted to protect his head. The weakness is the head, Officer Huang shouted, echoing my own thoughts, but I dared not approach recklessly. Those 20 or so tendrils were like venomous snakes, flexible and strong. My tang sword, though my only weapon, was hard-pressed to sever these tendrils, and even if I did, they would quickly heal and regenerate. If I made a mistake, I would surely be ensnared by countless tendrils, dragged towards old Zhang, where his tendrils would shred me to pieces like a meat grinder, absorbing me into his form, and I would one day become his new tendrils to hunt more humans. The thought of such a death sent a chill through me. There was only one chance, failure would mean hell. I took a deep breath and suddenly sprinted like a 100-meter dash, circling the target rapidly, drawing the tendrils like a small spinning swing. After 2 minutes of high-speed maneuvering, my speed began to slow. This intensity was unsustainable. I had to find an opportunity before my stamina ran out. At that moment, I still hadn't found the perfect opening, but time was running out. I had to act. "Cover me," I called, spotting a side of old Zhang with fewer tendrils, and charged with my sword. 7 or 8 tendrils swiftly retracted, while the rest surged towards me like a tide. Qingling closed in at high speed, constantly adjusting her position, deftly dodging attacks, and slicing through the bizarre, tentacle-like creatures around us. A mist of blood filled the air, and amidst the flashing blades, I moved like a blood-stained white butterfly, gracefully dancing among the tendrils. Officer Huang was also giving his all. He unleashed his sharpshooter talent, firing a bullet per second to clear a path for me. The tendrils that escaped my sword were quickly severed by his following bullets, the sound roaring like thunder, resonating in the air. All this happened in a matter of seconds. I sped towards old Zhang, executing a deft sidestep to let the last 2 tendrils brush past me. I raised my sword high with both hands, bringing it down fiercely on old Zhang's head. In that instant, everyone believed that old Zhang's head would surely split like a fragile watermelon. But I hadn't noticed the severed tendrils rapidly crawling back across the ground towards the main body. Just as I was about to strike with force, a sharp pain shot through my heel as countless severed tendrils struck me from behind. My foot slipped, and despite my efforts to adjust my stance, I couldn't unleash the power from my waist, and my full strength seemed to dissipate in an instant. A second later, the force of my swing was greatly diminished. Though still sharp, it only cut less than a third into the target. Old Zhang wasn't killed. Instead, he held in agony, and the newly grown tendrils lashed out, striking my waist fiercely. Ugh! My weapon slipped from my hand, flying several meters away as I rolled twice. Unwilling to give up, I reached out towards old Zhang a few meters away, spreading my fingers wide. Metal! The Tang sword embedded in old Zhang's head was guided by an invisible force, pressing down further. However, the power of level 2, metal, was ultimately limited. Qingling gave it her all but could only watch as the Tang sword was slowly pressed down. At that moment, 2 tendrils shot out like lightning, entwining the sword and yanking it away, flinging it into the distance. Blood gushed from old Zhang's head, painting a gruesome scene. No matter how terrifying the wound, it began to miraculously heal, though not as fast as the tendril's recovery. He was gravely injured but still alive. The severed tendrils writhed on the ground, seemingly searching for their return, and quickly re-emerged. I saw Qingling fall to the ground, her face pale and covered in blood, staggering as she tried to pick up the nearby sword. However, her tendrils shot out swiftly, ensnaring her limbs. She struggled desperately, but it was futile as the tendrils dragged her towards old Zhang's main body. Die! Accompanied by a shout, I gripped the golf club tightly and charged straight at old Zhang. Knowing full well I was just a useless person, the only thing I could do was run away, as far as possible. But for some reason, when I saw Qingling being captured, my legs wouldn't listen, my mind went blank, and I charged forward. Yet, before I could reach old Zhang, a tendril swiftly slid over, wrapping tightly around my calf. I was pulled to the ground, instantly dragged towards old Zhang's main body, a surge of fear overtaking me. I was about to become the next meal. Hold on! Officer Huang rushed over, grabbing me with one hand while clutching a nearby lamppost with the other. His iron-like grip allowed us to hold our ground against old Zhang's tendrils for the moment. But panic surged within me. My body felt like a tug-of-war rope, ready to snap at any moment as more tendrils repaired themselves and joined the fray. If this continued, we had no chance of winning. The worst part was that Qingling, right beside me, was being inexorably pulled towards old Zhang. Stay calm, stay calm. It's crucial to remain composed in such moments. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and told myself, enter the system. You've gained 30 luck points. The message jolted me. 30 luck points? I had just endured a highly dangerous 6 minutes, and the gain was a 300% increase. Learn a new talent. My heart was racing, eager to change the dire situation. Learning a new talent requires 30 luck points. Confirm? The system's query tightened my heart. Confirm. I responded immediately. Learning successful. With the system's prompt, I felt a strange power surge through my body. Talent, copy. Serial number, 18. Rune type, knowledge. Level 1 copy, can copy any talent with a serial number above 30. Copy method, touch the target for 1 second. An unprecedented confidence rose within me. Perhaps this was my chance to turn the tide. I closed my eyes, feeling the power of the copy system. Store for 1 hour, use for 3 seconds. Mastering such power filled me with indescribable excitement. Finally, it's here. The system's voice resonated in my ears, my heart racing, as if I could touch this new power. But reality quickly pulled me back. I snapped my eyes open, seeing Qingling being dragged towards old Zhang. Her hands clung tightly to the ground, but to no avail. "Officer Huang, let me go," I shouted, urgency in my voice. "Are you crazy?" Officer Huang's response hit like a hammer. But time was of the essence, he had to trust me. I was sure I could find a way. "Let go. I have a plan. Trust me." My words echoed in my mind, and finally, Officer Huang released me. In an instant, I felt a powerful force pulling me, the ground beneath my feet seemed to fly by, and I was dragged rapidly towards old Zhang, faster than Qingling. As I passed by her, a wave of unwillingness surged within me, and I reached out with my right hand, trying to touch her head. But our bodies were parallel, and all my efforts seemed futile. My fingers brushed past her forehead, nose, lips. In the end, I could only watch helplessly, unable to reach her. "Is it over?" My heart sank. No, I couldn't give up. In that moment, a glimmer of hope brightened my eyes. Half a second later, the tip of my middle finger lightly grazed Qingling's chest. She struggled fiercely, seemingly aware of my strange action. She wasn't angry, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes, as if wondering, what is he trying to do? Is it a desperate struggle, or a farewell before death? Detected unique replicable talent, level 3 Blade Master. Do you wish to copy it? Without hesitation, I chose, copy. In an instant, a wondrous energy flowed through my middle finger and into my entire body, feeling almost alive, carrying the vibrant essence of its owner. I shouted, "Pass me the sword." Qingling, though puzzled, instinctively responded, releasing the ground and focusing on controlling her weapon. The Tang sword floated nearby and then flew toward me. I swiftly caught the long sword, and the moment my hand gripped the hilt, familiarity washed over me, as if I had wielded this weapon 1,000 times. Memories, movements, experiences, instincts, countless pieces of information converged into an indescribable force, enveloping me gently yet firmly, granting me boundless courage. My right wrist twirled skillfully, easily slicing through the tendril coiled around my calf. At this point, I was less than 2 meters from old Zhang's main body, both the most dangerous and advantageous position. I carefully sought the best opening, adjusting the angle of my swing, half-crouching, ready to face the challenge. Leg, waist, right arm aligned, strike. Hiss, the Tang sword slashed upward from my hand, splitting the hideous mass of flesh into two. My swing was swift and decisive, leaving no time to look back. Blood gushed forth, the ensuing wail drowned in the rain of blood as I completed my slash. Within 3 seconds, the gruesome scene ended, and the Blade Master talent faded away. At that moment, the tendrils entangling Qingling slackened. She paused briefly, as if awakening from a dream, then sprang up, seized the Tang sword from my hand, and unleashed a flurry of slashes on the corpse, moving with the grace of the wind, ensuring no threats remained. Under the moonlight, her black hair was stained with glaring blood, streaming down her cold face and white school uniform. At that moment, she resembled a slaughtering angel descended from the depths of hell. A moment later, Qingling slowly turned her head, her gaze cold and sharp. Swish! In an instant, the unstained Tang sword was at my throat. Her voice carried anger. "You'd better explain what just happened." "I'm sorry." I raised my hands, quickly apologizing. "I shouldn't have touched you." "Who cares about that?" Qingling twisted the blade menacingly. "Tell me, why do you have the Blade Master talent? Why have you been hiding your strength?" "I don't have the Blade Master talent, nor have I been hiding my strength." My throat tightened, face flushing with heat, and I confessed everything. In that critical moment, I suddenly realized a new ability, copy. It can replicate someone else's talent for a short time, but requires 1 second of physical contact. "I tried to copy your Blade Master talent, but missed by a bit. You know the rest." Qingling looked skeptically at Officer Huang, asking, "Is there such a talent?" Officer Huang nodded, speaking gently, "Yes, there is. If I recall correctly, the serial number is 18. His eyes showed a hint of envy as he looked at me. "You've realized a powerful talent, congratulations." Qingling regarded me, then after a moment of thought, sheathed her sword. I knew my tension began to ease slightly. "You're just making excuses, trying to take advantage of someone." Wu Dahai approached, his face full of anger, jealousy visible through his confused expression. Seeing him reignited my anger, reminded of how quickly he fled during the fight, now amusingly playing the commentator. Officer Huang fetched a towel from his police car, handing it to both Qingling and me, his tone calm, "Wipe off the blood." Then, he focused on Wu Dahai, demanding, "Now, have we passed the test?" "What test?" Wu Dahai looked bewildered, clearly clueless. "Stop pretending. That had to be your test just now, right?" Officer Huang's voice carried displeasure. "This kind of test is far too dangerous." I shared his suspicion. How could it be? Am I crazy to set up a test like that? Wu Dahai gestured wildly, his tone full of fear. I have no idea why old Zheng suddenly turned beastly, into such a disgusting form. I was almost scared to death myself. At this point, I seriously doubted the reliability of this organization. Officer Huang rubbed his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. The adult world is truly complicated. You should leave, Wu Dahai said, rubbing his nose, a hint of impatience in his voice. In a few days, the organization will contact you, and you'll know what the test is about. As he was about to leave, he suddenly paused, his gaze lingering behind me. I turned and saw Qingling busy removing her blood-stained school uniform, the blood too ingrained to clean. Officer Huan quickly took off his jacket and tossed it to me. Hurry, cover her up. I turned and promptly draped the jacket over Qingling. Wu Dahai looked disappointed, coughed awkwardly, and left quickly, waited home for notice. Remember. After Wu Dahai disappeared, I gazed at the blood-soaked scene, feeling uneasy. How do we deal with this? I asked Officer Huang. I have a can of gasoline in the trunk, we'll burn it, he sighed, his voice echoing in the air. 5 minutes later, the three of us stood silently before the roaring flames. Wrapped in Officer Huang's jacket, I felt warmth mixed with excitement, my smooth legs reflecting the golden glow of the fire. I didn't hesitate to throw my school uniform into the blaze, watching as Gao Yang also removed his troublesome upper school uniform, tossing it into the flames. Once all traces were reduced to ashes, we turned and walked toward the police car. However, a sudden sense of awareness made me feel as though something was watching us. I looked up abruptly, seeing a large white cat perched steadily on a utility pole, its gaze piercing. Under the bright moonlight, its fur was as white as snow, its eyes like emeralds, exuding a noble and elegant aura, with a hint of subtle arrogance. Was this the white cat Pang Jun described? Could it be related to old Zhang's transformation? What are you looking at? Officer Huan's voice broke my thoughts. He stood by the car door, his eyes calm. Startled, I looked up again, but the white cat had vanished, leaving the utility pole empty, swayed gently by the breeze. Was I too exhausted, seeing things? I quickly checked the system for luck point gains, finding they hadn't doubled. At least we were out of danger. Nothing. I rubbed my temples, turning to head toward the police car. In the car, Officer Huang drove steadily, maintaining a smooth speed, while soothing melodies flowed from the radio. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand and talked to his wife on the phone with the other. Someone was causing trouble at the bar after getting drunk. I just dealt with it. Yes, I'll be home soon. Don't wait up for me, honey, go to sleep. Not hungry? I'll bring you something to eat. It's no trouble, just tell me what you want. He hung up excitedly and started humming a tune, a happy smile spread across his face. Xingling and I sat in the back seat. Exhausted from the earlier confrontation, she leaned against the window, slowly drifting into sleep. As the car took a sharp turn, her head tilted and rested on my shoulder. Her long hair, soft as silk and faintly fragrant, enveloped me in a gentle embrace. No need to thank me, Officer Huang said with a smile as he glanced at us through the rearview mirror. I couldn't help but smile. Riley, we're not what you think. Is that so? Officer Huang's tone suddenly became like that of a concerned elder. She's had a tough time. Who? I asked, puzzled. Xingling, Officer Huang sighed. I heard she awakened at the age of 10. Yeah, that's what her cousin told her, I nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy. A 10-year-old girl, facing such a terrifying world, she must have gone through a lot of hardships, which is why she acts so extreme. Luckily, she has a sister personality. Officer Huang's words lingered in my ears. I turned slightly to look at the sleeping Qingling. In her sleep, her frown had relaxed, making her appear especially gentle, her long eyelashes shadowing her small mouth. I used to think she was cold and strong, but now I realized her vulnerable side as a girl. In comparison, we are quite fortunate, Officer Huang mused. By the time we awakened, our minds were already mature, and we had experienced love in this world. That love is actually false, I quietly added. No, it's the world that's false, but love is real. His words were clear and resonated with me. I fell into contemplation. Officer Huang used an analogy that touched me. It's like falling in love with someone and then breaking up. You might say that the relationship was false, meaningless, but my love for her was real. That feeling belongs to me, and no one can take it away. I will carry it until the end of my life. I remained silent. But Xingling doesn't have that kind of emotion. She was alone when she died, Officer Huang continued after a pause. Perhaps that's why she's more determined than any of us to become stronger. She fears dying alone, as if she never truly lived. Officer Huang smiled sadly and said, I love my wife, and that love will never change. Even if one day she turns into a beast and kills me, or I have to kill her, it doesn't matter. To me, the person she once was won't disappear or change, she just died. Everyone dies eventually, don't they? I didn't fully understand but remained silent. Those who survive in this world must have their own life philosophies. Ling's philosophy is to become stronger, while Officer Huang's is love. What about mine? I still don't have an answer. Soon, Officer Huang parked at the bustling night market. He got out and said, I'm getting a bowl of hot and sour noodles for my wife, quickly. Do you and Ling want some too? The sweet potato noodles here are really chewy, I've been eating them for over 10 years. I nodded in response, sure, add another serving. At this hour, my sister is probably still awake. Suddenly, my phone rang. I looked down at the caller ID, Gao Yang. Sure enough, speak of the devil. I answered the call, her voice anxious, brother. Where are you? You need to come quickly. My sister burst into tears. At 1 a.m., I rushed into the emergency lobby of Sanqing District Hospital. My eyes immediately locked onto her sitting on a blue public chair. She was still in her pajamas, wearing slippers, her hair a mess, tear-stained. Seeing me, Xin threw herself into my arms, crying even harder. I gently patted her head, where's Dad now? On the second floor, I'll take you there. She gripped my hand tightly, leading me upstairs. On the way, I had already learned the severity of the situation through the phone. My father had been out late for a business dinner, and after drinking, he called for a designated driver. Unexpectedly, the driver collided head-on with a small truck at an intersection, dying on the spot. Fortunately, my father was wearing a seatbelt and survived, though severely injured, and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The nurses found his wallet and ID while sorting his clothes and urgently contacted my mother. Upon hearing everything, my mother nearly fainted on the spot. Without even changing clothes, she hurried out with my sister. My grandmother, in poor health, had already gone to bed, and they dared not disturb her or let her know. My sister and I rushed out of the elevator, immediately spotting my mother in the corridor. She was also in her simple pajamas and slippers, her hair disheveled, looking weary and helpless, with red, swollen eyes sitting outside the operating room. I could feel her exhaustion and despair. Upon seeing us, she stood up immediately, rushing to embrace us tightly. Mom, I'm scared. My sister's voice trembled with sobs. Our mother didn't speak, but her trembling hands told me everything. It's okay, I gently comforted her, Dad will be all right. The surgery was long and relentless, lasting until the early morning. When the doctor finally emerged from the operating room, covered in blood, the mask on his face barely concealing his fatigue, his words weighed heavily in our hearts, he's temporarily out of life-threatening danger, but the situation isn't optimistic. We've done everything we could. The rest is up to him. Thank you, doctor. As long as he's alive. My mother was grateful, her tears welling up, asking for nothing more. The doctor politely exchanged a few words and then hurried off. In the following hours, we continued to wait outside until 5 a.m., when we finally heard the confirmation that my father was out of life-threatening danger, and my mother's heart was finally at ease. Seeing her and my sister's exhaustion, I gently urged, the three of us haven't slept all night. We need to take turns watching over Dad. You two should go home and rest now, so you can come back in the afternoon to relieve me. Plus, you're both still in your pajamas, hurry back. My mother eventually listened to me, looking at me with relief. Yang, you've grown up. I was taken aback, have I? Yes, especially in recent times. Even though you often come home late, I always feel you've become much more sensible. I was filled with mixed emotions, having become more cautious since awakening. After my mother and sister left, I continued to keep vigil outside the intensive care unit. Fatigue washed over me, but I couldn't sleep. Memories of my childhood flashed through my mind. When I was a child, I lived in a county town on the outskirts of the city. Back then, my grandfather was still with us, and we shared a two-story concrete house he built. In the front yard, there was a ginkgo tree that turned golden in the autumn. We ran a small shop called Gao Yang Supermarket. Though not wealthy, we managed to get by. My father was smart, filled with entrepreneurial ideas. He often talked about his suppressed dreams of starting a business and hoped that one day he could move us to the city, buy a house in a good school district, get a car, and live a better life. The year I graduated from elementary school, my father had indeed made some income, and we finally moved closer to the city. He partnered with a friend to open a tofu processing factory, busying himself with sales, his phone brimming with supermarket owners' numbers. With thriving business came more nighttime engagements, and my father often returned home drunk after entertaining clients. Click, click. The sound of footsteps approached, and I was instantly alert. Looking up, I saw the doctor who had been responsible for my father's emergency care. He had changed out of his white coat and sat down beside me. With a gentle smile, he handed me a cup of coffee, its aroma wafting through the air. Want some? Thank you. I took the cup and sipped it, feeling warmth spread through me. I took a closer look at the doctor beside me. He seemed to be no older than 30, slender and tall, with deep-set features exuding an artistic vibe. He wore a dark gray wool sweater, khaki pants, and brown Oxford shoes, with a vintage watch on his wrist and a simple silver ring on his long ring finger. Without the white coat, he appeared even more melancholic, and I was struck by his unique aura. Holding the coffee cup in both hands, I took another sip and glanced toward the end of the corridor where the first light of dawn streamed through the window, its soft glow seeming almost heavenly. The doctor spoke softly, his voice low but gentle. "This is my favorite time of day." I paused, realizing he was speaking to me, and after a moment, I replied, "Because morning light brings hope?" "No, because I finally get to go off duty." His smile warmed the morning light. I couldn't help but smile too. "How old are you?" he asked. 18. 18, huh? That means you're about to take the college entrance exams. Yes, I nodded in response. Do you know where you want to go to university? I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. The doctor sighed slightly and said in a deep voice, "Given your dad's situation, you might want to consider staying in this city. The university here is quite good and is a first-tier school." Something felt off. This doctor was being unusually friendly. I put down the coffee cup and shifted slightly in my seat. The doctor noticed my change in demeanor and smiled faintly. "Are you afraid of me?" My heart tightened suddenly, and I couldn't find words. I tried to act calm, my eyes scanning the corridor for the elevator, emergency exits, and windows, but I feigned ignorance. "Afraid of you? Why would I be afraid?" "Afraid I'm a beast," the doctor's voice echoed in my ear. Almost jumping up, I was caught by Dr. Bai Li's firm grip on my wrist. His hold wasn't rough but strong and controlled. I tried to pull away, but it was futile. He maintained just enough pressure to keep me from breaking free. Dr. Bai Li's smile returned. "Don't be afraid, if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead." His words made me pause for a moment, and I slowly calmed down. I looked directly at him and asked, "Are you an awakened one or a beast?" "What do you think?" the doctor replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. The more I learned about beasts, the harder it became to distinguish them from humans. Red eye ability, sequence number 131. I can distinguish between humans and beasts by their temperature. Generally, beasts have slightly higher body temperatures than humans, with distribution patterns that are subtle but consistent, he explained, his brown eyes suddenly glowing faintly red, "So, I can tell at a glance that you're human." Instantly, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a false alarm. "My name is Bai Li. The doctor extended his hand. "Hello? Mr. Bai Li, I'm Gao Yang." I shook his hand, feeling more at ease. "You haven't been awakened for long, have you?" Bai Li asked. "How did you know?" I was a bit puzzled. "You seem more afraid of beasts than of awakened ones," his tone was slightly playful. I was taken aback. Shouldn't I be? "What's there to fear about beasts?" He smiled meaningfully, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. "As long as you follow the rules and continue to play the innocent lamb, there's no danger." They're not so much playing humans as they are possessing both human and beast personas and bodies. As long as you don't trigger their inner switch, don't activate the beast persona and body, in a way, they're just like us, living alongside us. I pondered over his words, reminded of what Officer Huang had said. He adjusted his posture slightly, leaning forward as the morning light spilled over him, casting a soft golden glow around his glasses. In comparison, humans are far more terrifying than beasts. I mulled over this statement, finding myself unable to refute it. So, I tried to change the topic. You're a surgeon, doing surgeries every day, mostly on beasts, right? Don't they risk exposure? Beasts, when not in their beastly form, aren't much different from us physically, except their metabolism, self-healing ability, and immunity are slightly stronger. He shook his head and continued, the realism of their reproductive systems is slightly lacking, but I've seen cases so convincing they'd fool anyone. If it weren't for my red-eye ability, I might have been deceived. The image of Officer Huang's pregnant wife suddenly flashed in my mind, and I was startled. Perhaps she was one of those convincingly disguised beasts. I sipped my coffee leisurely, speaking casually. Beasts also have a life cycle, much like humans. They go through a vulnerable childhood, a strong adulthood, and then decline into old age. Because beasts consistently play the role of humans 24 hours a day, their abilities gradually diminish, and the older they get, the more severe the degeneration. Many elderly beasts, even if they revert to their beastly state, probably wouldn't be able to match the combat power of an adult human. I couldn't help but think of the auntie who attacked me in the Love Hotel. Officer Huang had mentioned she was already severely degenerated, otherwise, her fighting ability would have been several times stronger. A heavy question weighed on my mind: what about my family? Are they human, or beasts? Every time I thought about it, my throat tightened, and my heart raced. I can't tell you, it would violate the rules, the young man's ethereal voice sounded, and he smiled apologetically. In fact, just talking to you today has already broken the rules, so please keep it confidential. Ironically, I felt a sense of relief, but another question quickly arose: are you part of the organization too? Organization? He seemed to ponder the term for a moment. If you must know, I do belong to a certain organization. Mr. Bailey, I just recently awakened and have many questions I wish to ask you. I seized this opportunity and eagerly asked, I've heard that beasts don't have real reproductive systems, so how do they exist? Where do we humans come from? Why do they place us in this make-believe game? Why do we only realize our abilities when we uncover the truth? Once we awaken, why do the beasts around us want to kill us? How many kinds are there, and are they all bad? Can humans and beasts have children together? Is all this happening just around me, or is it the same worldwide? Bai Liyi's smile carried a hint of amusement, and he said, poor young man, you've really been holding it in, haven't you? My heart felt like crying but without tears. Since awakening, my mind has been filled with countless questions, and thinking about them for too long is driving me insane. Sorry, there are many questions I don't know the answers to, and those I do, I cannot tell you. He paused for a moment, his tone indifferent. I'll leave you with one last piece of advice. He spoke softly. Desire, greed, anger, delusion, life, and death, all are void. Life is short, a grand dream. His words carried a sense of melancholy, and I silently committed them to memory. That's it, he stood up and stretched. Time for me to get off work. Goodbye. Goodbye. I watched his figure disappear, thinking to myself that he seemed more like a poet than a doctor. Undeniably, I had gleaned a fair amount of useful information from him. I could now be fairly certain that there were 6 main types of beasts: desire beasts, greed beasts, anger beasts, delusion beasts, life beasts, and death beasts. Officer Huang had mentioned that anger beasts were divided into 3 categories: slayers, devourers, and hornblowers. Li Weiwei was most likely a devourer. She didn't rush to end my life, rather, her self-torturing methods and the words she spoke seemed more like she was trying to devour herself. As for Aunt He, she was undoubtedly a slayer, attacking without a word, straightforward and bloodthirsty. I hadn't encountered a hornblower yet and hoped I never would. Delusion beasts, also known as the Lost Ones, seemed to come in 3 types as well. My exploration had only just begun. Old Lu, who sold spicy skewers, was gentle and harmless, seemingly an integral part of this parallel world, a type of beast that was easy to recognize. The lost ones who were indistinguishable from humans were more complex, and awakened ones couldn't identify them by experience or sight alone. They had to rely on special abilities, like Bai Li's red eye or the scent of that previous mental patient. Officer Huang's wife and my family might belong to this category of lost ones. Of course, they could also be unawakened humans, remaining Schrodinger's cat, both human and beast, as long as they weren't tested. Wang Zikai, however, left me more perplexed. His quirky traits made him hard to categorize. A few hours ago, we encountered old Zhang, initially considered the first type of lost one, who suddenly went berserk without warning, his beastly form extremely bizarre, possibly related to that white cat. Was that white cat a beast? Could it be one of the desire, delusion, life, or death beasts? If each type of beast had 3 subtypes, there'd be at least 18 types of beasts in this world. I took a deep breath. Once awakened, there's no turning back. I had to quickly join an organization, find protection, and learn more rules. Otherwise, I'd forever be a blind player in the dark, at the mercy of others, living on borrowed time. At noon, my mother and sister came to the hospital to pick me up. Back home, I took a shower, and even though I only rested for 4 hours, I felt fully recovered. Since becoming an awakened one, my physical abilities had noticeably improved, perhaps related to the increase in attribute values. I roughly calculated that surviving a day earned me 24 luck points, which amounted to 720 points a month. If all were allocated to a single attribute, the enhancement would be remarkable. However, I decided to use half of the luck points to comprehend new talents and the other half to continue increasing the luck attribute, distributing the rest as needed. In the evening, after dinner, I went out. Although my mother had excused me from school, I decided to go to the evening study session to meet with Qingling. Qingling was extremely cautious and never used a phone, as it left traces. She preferred face-to-face communication. Just as the first evening study session ended and I was about to find Qingling, Wan Sisi approached me, concernedly asking, "Gao Yang, I heard your dad is in the hospital." I nodded in response, "Yes, he was in a car accident." "Oh no, will he be all right?" Her expression showed genuine concern. "He's out of life-threatening danger, but the situation isn't optimistic." I lowered my head, feeling a wave of dejection. The doctor said my dad might have to be in a wheelchair permanently. "He'll recover, I'm sure of it." Wan Sisi comforted me, her voice gentle and filled with hope. "A few years ago, my uncle was also in a car accident. The doctors said he'd be paralyzed for life, but he not only avoided paralysis, he was walking a year later. Although he still needs a cane, he can move around without much issue." "Thank you," I responded gratefully, though a thought crept into my mind: if Dad were a beast, maybe he wouldn't have to suffer like this. The thought chilled me. How could I wish for my father to be a beast? My mind in turmoil, I looked up to find Wan Sisi still watching me, hesitant to speak. "Is there something else?" I couldn't help but ask. Actually." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I wanted to ask if you're free this weekend afternoon, it's my birthday." "But never mind, you should take care of your dad." "Okay." Just then, Qingling appeared suddenly, startling me. Wan Sisi seemed surprised, standing there unsure of what to say. "I'm coming too," Qingling added, her tone light. "Am I welcome?" "Of course, you're welcome." Wan Sisi smiled, though she felt a bit awkward. She understood my relationship with Qingling but probably hadn't considered how our gathering might become more complicated because of it. I quickly gave Qingling a look, but she seemed not to notice. Wan Sisi said, "Then, Saturday afternoon at 2:30, at Labauti, see you there." With that, she nearly fled. Qingling sat beside me and whispered, "I heard about your dad." I shook my head and asked, "Why attend the birthday party?" Her voice lowered, "You've been getting close to Xiaoxi lately, and she's been more proactive with you than before. I need to observe her to see if she's suspicious of you." "You're overthinking it," I defended. She countered, "Was I overthinking with Li Weiwei too?" I was left speechless. Over the next 2 days, I took turns at night to cover for my mom and sister, returning home in the morning to shower and sleep. After waking up in the afternoon, I would get ready and head to evening study sessions to meet Qingling and ask Wan Sisi a few English questions. My father spent 48 hours in intensive care before being moved to a monitored care ward. On the third morning, he woke up briefly, although he couldn't speak and could only blink, he soon fell back into a deep sleep. Even so, this small sign was enough to lift the gloom from my family. My mother's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and she even attempted to put on some makeup again, while my sister broke into a long-lost smile, reviving her usual teasing of me. Sunday morning, I returned home, showered, and only napped for a short while. At this point, I opened the system to find my luck points had accumulated to 85. I spent 60 luck points trying to comprehend a new talent, and as expected, I failed. The remaining 25 points were temporarily left untouched. I calculated, if it takes 3 attempts to succeed once, I would need at least 180 luck points to gain a third talent. Once successful, the next comprehension would double the luck points needed, reaching 120 points. Continuing this, 3 successes would require 360 points. For me, this was an endless demand. The ordinary accumulation of luck points seemed like it would take forever, and this dangerous world probably wouldn't grant me such time. I understood that fortune favors the bold. If there were any dangerous but not life-threatening battles, it would be ideal. Fighting for half an hour each day would be equivalent to several days of hanging in there. I secretly vowed to thoroughly research after joining an organization. Perhaps I could find an infinite experience farming glitch. At 2 p.m., I got ready and headed to Lubauti. The traffic was a bit congested, making me the last to arrive. Guided by the receptionist, I quickly entered the private room 1cc had reserved. As soon as I pushed the door open, I heard a guy wailing into the mic, "Should have turned a blind eye to your performance, making the one who loves you improvise." I thought to myself, you're forcing the listeners around you to act, aren't you? Singing so terribly, yet we'll have to applaud you soon, it's unbearable. Inside, I was greeted by the sight of young Master Xian. He sat by the karaoke machine, holding the microphone with intense concentration, as if the entire world revolved around his song. Rather than a second-generation rich kid, he was more like a local tycoon, with his father owning over 20 chain supermarkets outside the city. He loved to show off, gather friends, and had a decent appearance, making him quite popular in class. Unlike Wang Zikai, who only played on the surface, young Master Xian was much more cunning. He had one face for his parents, another for teachers, and yet another for classmates. Being around him often made me feel superior, but offending him would lead to uncomfortable exclusion. I wasn't close to Niu Xian, I was someone he didn't pay much attention to but also wouldn't embarrass. As I entered the KTV, his singing abruptly stopped, and he enthusiastically called out with the mic, "Yo, isn't this Gao Yang? Finally here, everyone's been waiting." I couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness, and my bladder tightened inexplicably. This feeling wasn't good. Niu Xian's loud voice drew the attention of 7 or 8 classmates. I felt a shiver, instantly uneasy. I quickly scanned the room and finally spotted today's birthday girl, 1cc. Surrounded by 2 close female friends, she sat on the long sofa, with an array of snacks, fruit platters, and drinks around her, as well as a deluxe 3-tier cream cake on a fancy cart, seemingly dressed up for her birthday celebration. 1cc's outfit today was particularly striking. Her usually simple short hair was blown into a slightly fluffy, playful style. The thin-strapped Japanese polka-dotted dress gracefully highlighted her white shoulders and delicate collarbones, and the black lace choker on her neck made her look like an obedient yet charming little cat. For someone as low-key as her, this was quite bold, a look she dared to try under her friends' encouragement. Her outfit proved to be a success. The male classmates present couldn't help but pause upon seeing 1cc, offering ambiguous compliments. 1cc playfully lowered her head, gradually gaining confidence, eagerly anticipating my reaction upon seeing her. Finally, after a long wait, I entered the room, and her cheeks immediately flushed, her heart pounding like a deer caught in headlights. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed it from others. Although we agreed not to exchange gifts, I picked up a matcha cheesecake from a dessert shop on the way. Holding the dessert, I approached the coffee table and said naturally, "Xiaoxi, happy birthday. I wasn't sure what you like, so I got you a dessert." "Thank you." She seemed to want to say more, but a bespectacled girl next to her immediately stood up, tactfully saying, "I'll go choose a song, Gao Yang, sit anywhere you like." Seeing the empty seat next to 1cc, I knew this assist was too obvious. As I hesitated whether to sit, Qingling's voice came from the corner of the room. Gao Yang, over here. I turned to see Qingling sitting on a two-seater sofa in the corner, arms crossed, her expression calm. She wore a simple brown tracksuit, her ponytail tied high, barefaced yet exuding an undeniable goddess aura that made my heart skip a beat. Oh. I walked over and quietly sat beside her. Cece's smile hadn't fully formed before it froze. She hurriedly tilted her head, pretending to chat naturally with others. I knew Qingling called me over for something important, but before we could speak, a mocking voice interrupted the peace. Gao Yang, you're the only one late. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Niu Xian grinned, and a few guys echoed his sentiment. Come on, sing us a song. Niu Xian offered me the mic, a smile on his face, but his eyes showed contempt. I had no issue with Niu Xian before, but over the past half-month, his disdain for me had grown. I understood that Li Weiwei's death unexpectedly put me in the spotlight, as everyone knew we were childhood friends. While some had expressed sympathy for my situation, I now seemed like a life winner, especially as Qingling grew closer to me. I remembered trying to gauge Qingling's feelings at the start of high school, but my attempts were fruitless, and I even heard she was into girls, so I gave up. Now, she held my hand as we walked into the metro station, causing all the male classmates to explode with praise about my charm, saying even a goddess could be turned straight by me. I wasn't sure if it was the goddess aura filter, but at this moment, the closeness between us felt so intimate and heart-stirring. My once ordinary demeanor had subtly shifted, now maintaining a slight detachment from everyone. It was an unintentional facade, yet it inexplicably drew the attention of younger girls. Today was Cece's birthday, and I, Niu Xian, typically wouldn't participate in such events. But perhaps due to her blossoming charm, Cece had become increasingly captivating, reminding me of many things. Having just broken up with my ex-girlfriend, I suddenly found myself interested in the soft, cute type like her. So, I ordered a 999 yuan 3-layer cream cake for Cece and even added a bouquet of roses, my intentions as clear as day to anyone observing. I knew this approach was cliché, yet undeniably effective. After all, which woman isn't vain? Money solves most problems, and if it doesn't, it means not enough has been spent. 10 minutes ago, when the roses were delivered, there was a commotion. Confident in my success, I was taken aback when Cece refused them, her puzzled expression leaving me disheartened. With no choice, I made a few jokes and set the matter aside for now. As I sang, I kept an eye on Cece's every move. She laughed and chatted with classmates, outwardly lively but seemingly distracted, as if waiting for someone. Soon, Gao Yang entered the room. Cece's eyes lit up instantly, her face radiant with an undeniable glow. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing everyone present. Rage surged within me once again. It was Gao Yang. Today, I was determined to have a word with him. Hey! Sing one for us. Don't kill the vibe. My tone was sharp and demanding. Attentive classmates sensed the shift in atmosphere but quietly became spectators, munching on sunflower seeds as they awaited the unfolding drama. Cece also looked expectant. I'd heard from classmates that Gao Yang was tone-deaf, which I never believed. He seemed so gentle, his singing should be enchanting. Even if it wasn't pleasant, it had to be adorably charming, I thought. I exchanged a glance with Qingling. Later? She returned the same look, silently agreeing. I decided to get up, crossed the modestly sized room, and approached the karaoke machine. After a moment of contemplation, I chose a classic by the T-King, Can't Open My Mouth. Oh, an oldie, Niu Xian sneered, looks like we have a karaoke master. Everyone, listen up. His taunt was like a lightning bolt, sparking discomfort within me. Ha, no problem. The other guys joined in the mockery, their laughter grating on my nerves. I knew my singing was subpar, but I didn't want to let it go. Embarrassment be damned, I thought, just sing a song and get it over with. Discussing important matters with Qingling was the priority. Yet Niu Xian's ridicule only fueled my anger. The soothing intro began, with less than 10 seconds before I had to sing. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and I couldn't help but close my eyes, muttering to myself, despite everything, I would face this awkwardness. Beep. System access. I have just received 1 luck point, totaling 26 luck points. What attribute could make me sing well? Charisma enhances talents in the voice domain. You currently lack such talents. Point allocation is not recommended. Add all 26 points. Confirm. Added. Stamina, 27. Endurance, 28. Strength, 17. Agility, 27. Mental, 67. Charisma, 55. Luck, 132. System closed. I opened my eyes, feeling a tingling in my throat, as if a wave of energy had opened up my chest. These changes happened in a mere 30 seconds. I knew the attribute points were starting to have an effect. Singing God, why aren't you singing yet? Everyone's waiting. Niu Xian urged impatiently. I took a deep breath and began, through the clouds, I try to run towards you, love delivered, but you're already in someone else's embrace. Pausing, I stood, cradling the microphone with both hands, my face showing deep emotion, and continued, just can't open my mouth to let you know, even such simple words tease you, laughter suspends my heart in midair, I can only watch from afar, all this I can do, but that person is no longer me. As the song ended, the room fell into a subtle silence. Those who had prepared to laugh now gradually realized. Though I couldn't claim to be at a professional level, in the realm of amateurs, I was perhaps excellent. Most importantly, my emotions poured in. The song choice was perfect. With Li Weiwei's recent passing, everyone carried the same missed the chance to speak, now forever apart sad filter I did, deeply moved, with red-rimmed eyes, one Cece among them. Initially, she was delighted by Gao Yang's singing, thinking I sang well. But soon, she recalled Li Weiwei's departure, feeling regret and sadness. Ultimately, that emotion turned into a faint disappointment. Of course, I like Li Weiwei, after all, we had been childhood friends for over a decade. However, even if Li Weiwei was my eternal muse, Wan Cece was determined not to give up, believing that companionship was the longest confession of love. At that moment, I noticed Wan Cece lowering her head, seemingly lost in a grand yet melancholic solo performance within her heart. Niu Xian sat on the sofa, looking dejected, his mind a turbulent sea of curses. I handed the microphone to the next classmate, inwardly sighing at having wasted 26 precious luck points for a bit of vanity. When singing, I was fully immersed, but afterward, I quietly returned to the corner of the room, sitting beside Qingling. It wasn't bad, Qingling commented lightly, surprising me. I hadn't expected her to care about anything outside of our matters. You're too kind. What were you going to tell me? I prompted. Qingling leaned closer, lowering her voice, today I... Gao Yang. Niu Xian suddenly called out, get over here. Qingling's expression darkened after being interrupted twice, as if she was about to leap at Niu Xian. Qingjia, calm down. I quickly stopped her from getting up. There's no need, really no need, leave it to me. Handle it quickly, she replied, displeased. Yes, I nodded in response. I walked over to Niu Xian and asked, what's up? Let's play dice. Do you dare? He sat confidently on the sofa by the coffee table, as if trying to turn the tables. After speaking, his friend beside him immediately pressed the service button at the table's edge. Soon, the private room door opened, and a young waitress entered. Is there anything you need? She wore a black and red attendant uniform, which might look tacky on most, but on her, it exuded an air of sophistication, like a personal attendant in a nobleman's estate, professional and elegant. She wore a cute little white rabbit mask, adding an air of mystery and intrigue. The room was filled with a tense silence, the only sound was the background music still playing softly in the karaoke booth. I met Niu Xian's gaze head-on, his grip on my collar tight and aggressive. My patience was wearing thin. If this escalated into a physical confrontation, I felt confident in handling it. After all, my attributes had improved enough to manage a single adversary, even if he was as belligerent as Niu Xian. You think you're just here for her birthday? Niu Xian's voice was a hiss, his face close enough that I could smell the alcohol on his breath. You're making a move, aren't you? She invited me, I replied, my voice steady and cold. That's all there is to it. Niu Xian's eyes flashed with anger, his grip on my shirt tightening. Don't act like you're so innocent. You were never interested before, but now you're suddenly showing up at her birthdays? You think you can just swoop in and be the hero? I could feel the tension in the air, the stares of the remaining few in the room burning into us. Qingling, still sitting calmly on the sofa, watched the situation unfold with an expression of detached interest. Let go, I said firmly, making no motion to break free just yet. Confrontation was never my first choice, but I wasn't about to back down. Not with everyone watching, and certainly not when Wan Cici's evening was at stake. Make me, Niu Xian spat, shoving me backward. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the reaction. I steadied myself, keeping my voice low and controlled. You're drunk, Niu Xian. This isn't the time or place for this. Don't tell me what to do, he bellowed, his anger spilling over. You think you're better than me now? Just because you managed to sing one decent song? The accusation hung in the air, but I remained unfazed. It was true, my singing had been unexpectedly well received, thanks to a lucky break with the system. But this wasn't about showing off or proving anything to anyone else, it was about not letting petty jealousy ruin what was supposed to be a celebration for Wan Cici. You need to calm down, I said, my voice unwavering. This isn't about me or you. Let's not make it worse. For a moment, Niu Xian seemed to hesitate, his grip loosening slightly. But the anger was still there, simmering just below the surface. It was a volatile mix, one that could easily explode if pushed. I don't want any trouble, I added, hoping to defuse the situation before it escalated further. But if you keep this up, I won't just stand here and take it. The room was silent, watching the exchange with bated breath. I could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on us, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. It was a standoff, one I hoped could end without further escalation. Won't you refuse? Niu Xian was even angrier. I bet you want to hit on Wan Cici too. You've got quite the appetite. Can you handle it? Compared to you, I'm far behind, I retorted, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. You're asking for it. Niu Xian fumed, shoving me without hesitation and then raising his foot to kick. According to his plan, I should have been kicked into the corner, but unexpectedly, I deftly sidestepped, causing him to slip and fall right in front of me. Ah! His scream echoed in my ears like a gust of wind. It was clear that his ligament was injured. I extended my hand. Young Master Niu, you're being too courteous. It's not even New Year yet, and you're already paying respects. Let me help you up. Screw you. Niu Xian cursed, enduring the pain as he clutched his groin, trembling as he stood up. Before he could stabilize himself, he grabbed a microphone and hurled it at me. Just as I was about to fend it off, a waitress wearing a bunny mask entered the room unnoticed. She raised her hand and easily caught the flying microphone. Sir, please calm down. We can sit down and talk about this. Her tone carried a hint of courtesy. Get lost. Niu Xian shouted, but the atmosphere became so tense it was suffocating. This is none of your business. Niu Xian roared aggressively. Sir, I'm sorry, but your actions are against our store's policy. If you insist on harming this gentleman, I'll have to ask you to leave, I replied calmly. Who the hell are you? Niu Xian waved his fists clumsily, advancing towards me with a coarse and threatening voice. Get lost. At that moment, an unexpected movement made my heart skip a beat. Bang! I barely saw what happened before Niu Xian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall and then onto the sofa, falling amidst spilled drinks and shattered glass, instantly losing consciousness. My alertness heightened instantly, and Qingling jumped up from the sofa. The waitress with the bunny mask glanced between me and Qingling, the mask on her face seemingly coming to life as it smiled at us. Hello, Zodiac, White Rabbit. Zodiac? I asked, puzzled. You've met the electric mouse, right? The girl named White Rabbit stepped forward. The idiot who's overly fond of arcade games and the breasts of human females. Wu da hai. Are you part of the organization? A wave of excitement washed over me, realizing this mysterious organization was called the Zodiac. Yes. White Rabbit turned to Qingling. You have a weapon, don't you? Qingling remained silent, seemingly acknowledging the question. Test 2. White Rabbit's gaze fell on Niu Xian, her tone cold. Kill this lost one. A chill ran down my spine, sensing an impending storm. Kill him? Just like that? I asked in surprise, not expecting the test to be so simple, even easier than playing games with Wu Dahai. Standing beside me, Qingling also looked surprised, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Yes. White Rabbit replied blandly, her eyes never leaving us. It's easy, just cut off the head or pierce the heart with a sharp weapon. After all, the methods for killing are quite similar. What about the aftermath? Qingling frowned, clearly concerned. Don't worry, I'll handle it. White Rabbit elegantly tapped her waist with a white-gloved hand, exuding a calm aura as if everything was within her control. I looked at Qingling, feeling slightly reassured. She then approached Niu Xian, a sharp dagger appearing in her hand. She crouched down, cutting open Niu Xian's shirt, searching for the heart. Just as the blade was about to pierce the faintly rising chest, I couldn't help but shout, "Wait!" Qingling paused, looking at me in confusion. "Qingling, hold on," I said quickly. White Rabbit turned, seemingly displeased. What? Don't want to join our organization? No. I hesitated and asked, I just don't understand why we have to kill him. He hasn't transformed. No reason needed to kill a beast. White Rabbit's voice was sparse and indifferent, as if she was accustomed to it all. If you must have a reason, our organization seeks those who are decisive, steadfast, and capable in battle, not those who feel sympathy or pity for beasts. He's just a lost one. White Rabbit stepped forward, nudging Niu Xian on the ground. If you don't want to kill him, you can choose another. That girl Wan Cici seems to like you, right? I can check if she's a lost one, and if she is, you might as well kill her. My heart sank, sensing her sharp insight. Have you made up your mind? White Rabbit urged. So, I fell silent. I understood I had no responsibility to save Niu Xian. This beast-like existence could die for all I cared, he meant nothing to me. However, that phrase lingered in my mind, kill this lost one. She could have simply called him a beast, yet she emphasized lost one, which was meaningful. At the least, it revealed the organization's different attitude towards the lost compared to other beasts. Normally, aside from mindless beasts, our stance on other beasts would be extermination. Now, facing this lost one, White Rabbit persistently guided me. She called it a test, but to me, it felt more like a choice. An innocent lost one, how should I choose? It's just a lost one. This phrase devalued the existence of the lost one, while White Rabbit raised the threat of killing Wan Cici. My mind tangled over her evident tactics, the adorable, innocent Wan Cici versus the insolent Niu Xian. The decision was clear. Like a trick I'd heard of, I want that $2,000 bag, then casually mentioning the few $100 dress, ultimately the husband would willingly choose the latter. At this moment, White Rabbit's intention was clear, she wanted Qingling and me to act immediately, kill Niu Xian. If we acted without hesitation, it proved 2 points. 1. We acknowledged that the lost could be killed, and 2. We accepted that there was a difference in treating the lost. This logic contradicted itself, as if before my eyes, my cat can't be killed, but the neighbor's cat is at my mercy. Such double standards infuriated me. If you don't kill, I'll assume you've given up. White Rabbit glanced at her watch. Time's short, leave some room for cleaning up. Her voice carried provocation. At that moment, I stood firm. I refuse. What? She clearly couldn't believe her ears. We don't kill the lost. My voice was clear and resolute, like a beacon in the darkness. I glared at Gao Yang, shocked. Are you crazy? He blinked, resolute. Trust me. It's a conspiracy. White Rabbit couldn't help but laugh. Young man, I advise you not to overthink. Those hot-blooded comics are toxic, watch less of them. This is your one chance, and I'm just following procedure. Miss this, and the organization's door will never open for you again. Think it over. I've thought it over. I'm not killing. Gao Yang's tone was unwavering. Okay. White Rabbit spread her hands and turned to me. That guy's out. What about you? I pondered silently for a moment, looking at the disappearing dagger in my hand. I made my decision, choosing to trust Gao Yang. Experience told me this guy had decent luck, he hadn't led me astray yet. White Rabbit sighed, a hint of regret in her voice. You both have pretty good qualities, and your serial numbers are quite high. What a pity. Can I ask why you don't want to kill the lost one? My heart sank. Had we really not passed? Gao Yang seemed to notice my unease too, his face turning slightly pale. I racked my brain, and a sudden inspiration struck me. I blurted, because of order. I believe the world has its own order of operation. Randomly killing the lost would disrupt that order, I said earnestly, maintaining a calm facade. White Rabbit seemed to be contemplating, her gaze fixed on me. I knew this wasn't convincing enough, so I quickly added, desire, greed, anger, delusion, life, and death all are void. Life is short, but a dream. She seemed a bit taken aback and walked briskly to me, tiptoeing, tilting her head, and staring intently into my eyes. Through her rabbit mask, I saw a pair of clear, adorable almond-shaped eyes, as if they could see through my soul. Indeed, you have the same eyes as the captain, she said softly. What kind of eyes? I asked, intrigued. She thought for a moment, the kind that look listless as if still waking up, but actually very deep and unfathomable. Hearing this, I couldn't help but think, why not just say dead fish eyes? Are people with these eyes really powerful? She asked Xingling. I don't know, Xingling replied. You even said something similar to the captain. White Rabbit patted my shoulder. All right, you've passed the test. Oh. I remained expressionless, but inside, I was secretly delighted I had gambled correctly. White Rabbit turned around and nudged the still unconscious Niuxian with her foot. The rules were set by our captain. There are only 3, remember them. 1. Never take the initiative to kill humans, she said. 2. Never take the initiative to kill the lost. 3. No office romances allowed. Her voice was calm and firm. Violators will be permanently expelled from the organization. I nearly thought I misheard. The first 2 sounded quite solemn, but the last one was amusing. No wonder Wu Dahai was so sentimental, though even if office romances were allowed, I doubt anyone would be interested in him. Xingling looked confused. Are we already in the organization? White Rabbit smiled faintly. Don't rush. You're on probation now. To become official, there's one last test. She took a small object from her pocket and tossed it lightly. Xingling caught it. It was an old brass key. Find the door that this key opens and take a stroll inside, White Rabbit continued. That's it? I asked. That's it, White Rabbit repeated, her voice steady and unchanging. I took the key, feeling a cold sensation spread through my fingers. Whether it was heightened perception or just nerves, a chilling feeling gripped my heart. I clutched the key tightly and asked casually, but where do we find the door? White Rabbit held up one finger, her gaze serious. I'll give you a hint, the area is restricted to Shanqing district. I thought to myself that any useful information was worth cherishing. Any other hints? I asked eagerly. Let me think, she frowned slightly, as if in deep thought. Be careful not to die. At 10 in the evening, I sat on a bench outside the inpatient building of the 3rd hospital in Shanqing district, enjoying a spicy hot pot takeout brought by Officer Huang. He had heard my father was hospitalized after a car accident and came to see me after work. The surroundings were quiet. I was smoking half a cigarette when I broke the silence, asking, "How's your dad?" He woke up for a bit this afternoon, said he was thirsty, drank some water, and went back to sleep. I bit into a beef ball, its juices burning my tongue. All right, let's get to business. Officer Huang seemed at ease, flicking ash from his cigarette. The organization came to you today, right? Zodiac, White Rabbit. I was with Xingling at the time, I replied truthfully, briefly recounting the afternoon's events at the KTV. The one who came to me was called Tengu, his tone was unusually calm. The test was similar to yours. First, I was told to kill a robber who was a lost one. I refused. Then they told me to kill my wife. Of course, I refused again. Somehow, I passed. Why didn't you kill? I asked, curious if Officer Huang, like me, had sensed the trap. Oh, normally I'd do it. But that robber happened to be my wife's cousin's nephew. Our families are close, and my wife talks to her cousin daily. She's pregnant now, and I didn't want this to disturb her. It was such a coincidence. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. So he was a devoted husband. Tengu said the third test's hint is with you, Officer Huang continued. Yes. I took out the brass key, speaking softly, this. They said to find the door it opens, take a stroll inside, and the test is passed. The search area is Shanqing District. Officer Huang took the key, examining it closely, his eyes gleaming. It's not a tough task. Leave it to me. You two wait for my news. All right. I replied, and after seeing Officer Huang off, I returned to my father's hospital room. In the corridor by his bed, I opened a folding chair, covered myself with a blanket, and lay down. I closed my eyes but couldn't sleep. So, I entered the system to check my luck points. As expected, the time when White Rabbit appeared this afternoon didn't yield a multiplier in benefits. It seemed I still had to experience real danger to activate such multipliers. The greater the danger, the bigger the luck points multiplier, but also the higher the risk of dying. It was truly a fair game. The next day at noon, my mother and sister came to take over. I went home to wash, had dinner, and caught up on some sleep. In the evening, just as I stepped out of the community gate, I saw a familiar police car. Officer Huang was standing by the roadside, smoking. Seeing me approach, he waved. Gao Yang, he said, we found the place. So fast? I was taken aback. Finding things is a piece of cake for me, Officer Huang said, patting the car roof. Get in, we'll talk. As I approached the car, I saw Qingling in the front passenger seat. Opening the rear door, I was surprised to find Wang Zikai and Pang Jun inside. Bro, missed me? Wang Zikai exclaimed excitedly, pulling me into the car. Let me tell you, I've made a breakthrough in my training. Once we get to a secluded spot, I'll show you something that'll blow your mind. My head buzzed, trying to process this sudden influx of information. As the car started, I turned to Officer Huang and asked, why are they here too? I've been observing Pang Jun for a while now, and there's been no sign of his arm transforming again, Officer Huang replied. Yeah, not once, Pang Jun chimed in eagerly, patting his thick chest. Don't worry, Yang, I'm confident in my body now. What are you worried about? Even if the big guy has a relapse, I can handle it with one hand. I joked, though I was secretly curious about what lay ahead. After a few days apart, Wang Zikai seemed more inflated than ever, acting like a big shot. I questioned him, aren't we supposed to be going for a test? Officer Huang gave me a meaningful look through the rearview mirror and said, the test doesn't say you can't bring help. He mentioned that Wu Dahai had secretly approached him, advising him to bring more people. This test isn't a joke, it could get deadly. My heart sank, recalling White Rabbit's similar warning. It seemed the danger this time was significant, and I didn't know what we were about to face. Despite Wang Zikai and Pang Jun being unpredictable factors, Wang Zikai had combat skills, and Pang Jun was a healer, so bringing them seemed to outweigh the risks. Half an hour later, the police car stopped at the southwest side of Li Mountain. Li Mountain, located outside the city, was a popular tourist spot with an elevation of over 300 meters. The scenery was picturesque, and the observatory at the summit was a popular vantage point, drawing crowds morning and evening. But it was clear Officer Huang had a different purpose. He didn't lead us to hike the mountain, as there was no path on the southwest side. After getting out, we followed him through some farmland and into a small forest. I couldn't help but ask, where are we going? We're almost there, Officer Huang replied from ahead. I asked again, is the door here? Yes, Officer Huang nodded. He continued to lead the way, from the design of the brass key you and Qingling have, it seems to be for an old house. In Shanqing district, where can we find such old houses? The old-style buildings on the antique pedestrian street have modern locks, and the old houses in Lotus Lane have been demolished. Officer Huang stopped, habitually checking his gun for bullets, then continued walking, thinking about it. Where else in Shanqing district would need such a brass key? There's only one place left. Could it be Gujia village? I noticed Pang Jun was struggling a bit, his hefty frame slowing him down, always lagging behind. When he mentioned Gujia village, he shivered as if startled. He quickly moved to my side, frowning and catching up to walk alongside the formidable Qingling. Wow, Officer Huang seemed a bit surprised. You actually know? It's been exactly 30 years, hasn't it? Pang Jun looked tense, his eyes darting around nervously. A classmate's dad was a newspaper reporter and did a special feature on it. It was creepy. My classmate used to tell us about it like a ghost story. What on earth happened? All this mystery? Wang Zikai's interest was piqued. It started with a gruesome family massacre, Officer Huang began. There was a family of 5 in Gujia village who were all brutally murdered overnight. Their bodies were dismembered and scattered throughout the village. Was the case solved? I couldn't help but ask. Officer Huang shook his head, his expression grave. No. Why not? Within 2 weeks of the incident, all 53 people in Gujia village vanished, he said, his voice heavy as if the memory still haunted him. Yes, they disappeared without a trace. My mentor back then practically turned over every stone but found nothing. He retired without solving this mystery. The group fell silent, waiting for him to continue. As dusk deepened, the forest's light grew dimmer, and the cold wind rustled the leaves, creating a chilling atmosphere. Officer Huang slowly pulled out a brass key, saying in a low voice, "The door for this key is in Gujia village." After a few minutes of walking, we emerged from the woods to a slope nestled against the mountain, like a sleeping giant. The gray-blue sky loomed oppressively, and the night was about to blanket the tranquil valley. Ahead was a dried-up pond, with an abandoned vegetable plot on its left, overgrown with weeds and a dilapidated bamboo fence. Beyond the pond and vegetable plot, a dozen or so dilapidated houses made of yellow clay bricks were scattered haphazardly at the mountain's base, arranged in a staggered pattern. A narrow stone path wound through the courtyards, leading up the slope to where a black brick, white-tiled ancestral hall stood faintly visible. I followed the group along the path by the pond towards the village entrance. As night fell, the village was eerily silent, as if time had frozen here. The only sounds were the cold wind, the chirping of insects, and some unidentifiable noises, sending shivers down our spines. Officer Huang took out a flashlight, its beam illuminating a cracked stone tablet at our feet. The character Gu on it was split along with the stone, giving it an eerie vibe. Wait a minute. Pang Jun's face turned pale, and his voice was tight. I suddenly feel unwell, like I might have an episode. Maybe I should go back to the villa's basement and tie myself up. Honestly, his words made me uneasy, given the village's history of bizarre murders and disappearances. But having come this far, the sunk cost drove me to press on. Wang Zikai, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a flashlight, walked with fearless strides, kicking over a bamboo basket by the roadside, seemingly oblivious to fear. Qingling wore a stern expression, her movements cautious yet alert. "Why are you so scared?" Officer Huang glanced at Pang Jun with unexpected ease. "Officer Huang, this place feels off." Pang Jun glanced around anxiously. "I once had my fortune told, and they said my constitution attracts unclean things. I should avoid places with heavy yin energy, and this place feels incredibly uncomfortable." Listening to him, I thought to myself, I'm an atheist. If you're scared, just go back. Still, the eerie atmosphere clung to me, hard to shake off. Officer Huang didn't push me further. My heart tightened as I looked back into the deep darkness, sensing countless hidden dangers. Hesitant, I saw the others moving forward and felt the cold air intensify, making me shiver. I quickly caught up, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." We quickly climbed the small hill to the ancestral hall at the end of the village. The hall was built against a steep cliff, with two fierce stone lions guarding the entrance. The blue brick walls were covered in damp moss, and the black paint on the door was peeling. Above hung a plaque covered in dust and cobwebs, faintly displaying the 4 traditional characters' Gu clan ancestral hall. I saw Officer Huang walk up to the black door, grab the lion-shaped knocker, and knock 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was old and profound, echoing in the dark night. The door's been knocked, should be okay to enter now. Officer Huang turned, his gaze landing on me. At this moment, I could only cower my large body behind Gao Yang, showing just my round head. Don't ask me, how would I know? Hearing Officer Huang insert the brass key into the lock, I felt a sense of unease. Yes, this is the lock, it matches, he said, taking a deep breath and twisting the lock, only to hear a crisp click. I sensed trouble, and indeed, Officer Huang grimaced, the key seems to have broken. By then, Wang Zikai was already eager, charging forward with force, kicking the door open with a thunderous sound. Out of the way. You guys are too slow. With a loud bang, half the door fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Brats! Your grandpa's here. Wang Zikai dashed inside first. The rest of us exchanged looks and quickly followed. Inside was a square courtyard, surrounded on 3 sides by 2-story, traditional-style buildings. The dim light from the skylight above fell precisely on the dry well in the center of the courtyard. In front of the well was the open ancestral hall door. Is this it? Where are the enemies? The lizard monsters? Wang Zikai stood under the skylight, stepping on the well's edge, his face full of disappointment. Officer Huang glanced at me and asked, "Know how to use a gun?" I shook my head but suddenly had an idea. I have a replication ability. All right. He handed me a handgun. I took the gun and simultaneously grasped his hand. In a second, a flood of firearm knowledge, shooting experience, and various muscle memories filled my mind, successfully replicating Officer Huang's level 3 gun mastery. Holding the gun, a wave of confidence surged within me. I gripped the gun with my right hand, muzzle pointing down, skillfully dismantling the magazine, checking the bullets, and reloading. The entire action flowed seamlessly. Type 92, 15 bullets, effective range 50 meters, use them sparingly, Officer Huang advised. I smiled wryly. Actually, my replication ability only lasts 3 seconds. That's quite fast, Officer Huang seemed surprised. Yeah. How can a man be a quick shot? Wang Zikai laughed loudly from the side. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. This guy really shouldn't have saved him. Let's hope we don't encounter any tricky enemies, Officer Huang said, glancing again at Pang Jun, or bizarre creatures. Qing Ling and I each held our weapons cautiously, covering Officer Huang as he entered the ancestral hall. The interior seemed ordinary, with nothing unusual. A built-in wall cabinet was covered with a thin white curtain, filled with ancestral tablets. Above them hung a plaque with 4 large characters, "Ancestral virtues shine." In front of the altar, several half-burned candles and incense emitted a faint fragrance, with a few empty plates silently holding the leftovers of offerings. Gu Huawen, Gu Huawu. Gu Rongjie. Gu Chang Xue. Wang Zikai shone his flashlight on the tablets, reading each name aloud. Stop it. Stop reading. Pang Jun fled the hall in panic. Look at you, coward. Wang Zikai sneered disdainfully. Brother Kai. A massacre happened here. The whole village disappeared later, who knows what actually happened? Pang Jun's voice trembled with fear and excitement as he spoke near my ear. He was filled with terror. Are you trying to summon these resentful spirits by calling their names? Now that you mention it, I remember a movie I watched before. Wang Zikai rubbed his chin, his expression serious. It was called something like Village Ghost or Mountain Corpse, about a vengeful spirit slaughtering an entire village. Enough, stop it. I interrupted him, feeling a rising sense of unease. If this continued, even I would start to feel scared. In fact, the moment I entered the hall, I felt something was off, as if something in the darkness was watching me. Although opening the system showed no increase in luck points, perhaps indicating no immediate danger, unease lingered in my heart. I looked at Officer Huang, silently questioning, what do we do next? White Rabbit said the test involves finding the door for that key and taking a look inside, Qingling recalled. If we've already looked around, then what are we waiting for? Let's get out. Pang Jun's words trailed off, his face turning pale. What was that sound? Rustle, 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 the sound echoed in the dark hall, like countless snakes swiftly slithering. My heart tightened. Oh my god. A ghost. Pang Jun clutched his head and ran outside. Stop! I shouted, but it was too late. Rustle, 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 countless black strands of hair surged from the dry well in the courtyard, sprawling like lush underwater grass in the dim moonlight, quickly filling the entire courtyard. In an instant, they shot towards Pang Jun, binding him into a bundle of black, human zunzi. His terrified helplessness reflected in my eyes. Pang Jun desperately reached out but couldn't grasp safety. In a panic, the black hair flung Pang Jun into the air, about to drag him into the dry well. Wang Zikai seemed like a flying hero, reacting instantly. He leaped, muscles bulging in his arms, tightly locking onto Pang Jun's large belly, still rushing towards the well. Thud! At the critical moment, Wang Zikai's legs braced on the well's edge, firmly wedging. Pang Jun screamed in pain. Could his weight turn the tide? My unease deepened. The black hair reluctantly retracted, but it wasn't done, violently tossing Pang Jun again, with Wang Zikai closely following, both flying high. Finally, the black hair gave a powerful swing, like a furious storm. Bang! Pang Jun and Wang Zikai crashed into a nearby house, splintering wood and raising dust, my heart sinking with the sudden chaos. I knew this was only the beginning of a more terrifying trial. The black hair still tightly bound Pang Jun, like an invisible rope dragging us into a violent whirlpool. Wang Zikai and I were like two large pendulums, driven by the black hair to crash incessantly within the hall. Doors and windows shattered under our impact, the beams creaked ominously. Not far away, within a moment, the decorative railings on the second floor were shattered into pieces. In just half a minute, the entire hall was in shambles, teetering on collapse. Thanks to Wang Zikai, like a hard turtle shell, he shielded Pang Jun from most impacts and injuries, otherwise, Pang Jun would have faced even greater danger. I stood at the hall entrance with Officer Huang, holding the gun high but hesitating to pull the trigger. Honestly, in this situation, neither a handgun nor a submachine gun would be effective against those black strands. If we were to use weapons, a flamethrower might be more effective. The only hope lay with Qingling. She had already drawn her long knife, her body low, poised to strike. The opportunity finally came. She lunged forward, seizing the moment when the black hair slowed, swiftly slicing with her blade. The flash of her blade sent hundreds of black strands fluttering in the air. At that moment, I seemed to see hope, as the hair began to fall from Pang Jun's face. But just as we thought we were escaping danger, more black hair suddenly gushed from the well, like a tidal wave towards Qingling. Startled, she swung her knife, but a strand coiled around her wrist, and more hair quickly wrapped her tightly, turning her into another human zongzi. Bang, bang, bang. I finally fired, but as expected, the bullets passed through the black strands like passing through a stream, causing no harm. The hair no longer lingered, forcefully dragging Pang Jun and Qingling towards the well. Seeing this, Qingling flipped with effort, her legs bracing at the well's edge. Simultaneously, Wang Zikai also clung to Pang Jun, his legs wedged on the edge. Help! Pang Jun's cries pierced my ears. Officer Huang and I rushed forward, grabbing onto Qingling and Wang Zikai tightly. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded before my eyes. The five of us were twisted together, forming a distorted 3 heads and 6 arms, trapped at the edge of the well, tangled in tough, thick black hair that slowly tightened inch by inch. From a distance, it seemed like a still image, yet in reality, the forces on both sides were reaching a delicate balance, like standing at the edge of a cliff. Gao Yang, swear this was the longest and most agonizing tug-of-war of my life. 3 seconds passed, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. As the strength of this 5-person team, I could feel that Wang Zikai was gradually losing his grip. He shouted, "Damn, damn. I can't hold on, I'm going to let go." "No! Don't let go!" I cried out anxiously, my heart tight with fear. "I don't want to die." Pang Jun screamed beside us, "Why me? Why don't you let go, Gao Yang?" This was originally his test. I'm just dragged into this. I couldn't help but retort, shut up, idiot. Even if I die, I won't abandon my good friends. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and with a loud rumble, the entire surface around the well collapsed, sending all 5 of us plummeting into the depths below. Amidst the chaos of shouts, I felt my vision go black. Life detection in progress. Status, alive. Damage level, minor. Alert, I have entered an unknown domain, unable to explore, luck point gain increased to 2x. System closed. Bleep. I slowly opened my eyes, the glaring sunlight forcing me to shield my eyes with my hand, which was covered in dirt and the smell of moldy moss. After moving my arms a bit and finding my body unscathed, I breathed a slight sigh of relief. My gaze immediately fell on Qingling. She had taken off her sports jacket, wearing a sexy, strapless black tank top, her head slightly lowered, biting a bandage as she wrapped it around a wound on her right arm. Her appearance reminded me of the heroine from Tomb Raider 9. Are you alright? I asked tentatively. Qingling lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes making my heart tighten, urgently seeking help. Immediately, I pulled the bandage from her mouth and helped her wrap it. Where are the others? I couldn't help but ask. I don't know, I just woke up too, she replied, her voice tinged with a bit of helplessness. After securing the bandage, my eyes finally adjusted to the harsh sunlight, and I looked around, stunned. Wasn't this Guplan village right in front of us? We were lying at the village entrance, time seemingly frozen, it should be noon. Was I still dreaming? I reached out and pinched Qingling's cheek, the realistic sensation surprising me. How could a dream feel like this? What are you doing? Qingling glared at me fiercely. I'm testing if I can replicate your ability, I smiled slightly, though a hint of unease lingered within me. Feigning nonchalance, I observed Qingling's expression, and indeed, she seemed convinced. Still not possible, which means I haven't been unconscious for long, at least not over 12 hours, I thought. Then added, it shouldn't be heaven either. Qingling raised an eyebrow, questioning, you think you can go to heaven after you die? Her question left me speechless, pondering silently, maybe. However, I wasn't confident, just managing an awkward smile. At that moment, a quack, quack, quack sound reached my ears. I was initially puzzled, then turned to see a large white goose waddling past. Soon, a flock of geese passed by Qingling and me, creating a lively scene. Quack, quack, quack. The sounds echoed around us, as if providing a soundtrack for this unexpected encounter. After a few seconds, the flock finally moved on, leaving Qingling and me covered in goose feathers. Just as I stood bewildered, an old man approached. Short and lean, with dark skin, he was bare-chested, wearing only black linen trousers, his feet caked in mud. Holding a long bamboo stick and a pipe in his mouth, he scrutinized us, asking, "You two from the city?" Startled, I wasn't sure how to respond. Qingling quickly stood up, her expression guarded. "Here for the funeral," the old man continued. I also stood up, mumbling, while pondering, "There are people here. What is going on?" "Go to the ancestral hall. When someone dies in our village, we set up a stage and perform opera there." The old man pointed to the ancestral hall on the high ground at the village's end, his voice loud and clear, "There, see?" Through the ancestral hall's windows, I saw a dirt yard outside, with temporary shelters set up, a dozen tables neatly arranged, and over 10 white wreaths at the entrance. The mourning hall was set up in the courtyard of the ancestral hall, and we could faintly hear the opera troops singing. "All right, thank you," I replied. Huazi's family died tragically, 5 people, in just one night, they were dismembered. I lived next door and didn't hear a thing. When we woke up in the morning, everyone was shocked, limbs everywhere in the yard, the vegetable shed, trees, the rooftop. Huazi's head was just stuck. Before the old man could finish, his gaze involuntarily drifted to a stone tablet with the character Gu carved on it, its surface marked with dried bloodstains. "Such a sin," he sighed, hurriedly herding the geese away. I suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Turning to Qingling, I whispered, "Did you notice?" She nodded slightly. "The stone tablet was broken when we came here." Although I wasn't entirely sure, I had a preliminary conclusion: this Gu clan village is not the same as the one before. Xingling looked puzzled, her brows furrowing. What do you mean? Literally, I stretched, sunlight warming my body, a gentle breeze brushing my face. This Gu clan village isn't where we were before. Her confusion deepened. Could there be two Gu clan villages? You could use your imagination, I chuckled, like an inner world, outer world, or maybe we've gone back in time to the Gu clan village from 30 years ago. Xingling shook her head. Your mind is really something else. Her words echoed like a warning bell in my ears. Gao Yang. A familiar voice shattered the tranquility. I turned to see Wang Zikai excitedly making his way through the path between the pond and vegetable field, with Officer Huang and Pang Jun following behind. I knew you wouldn't go down easily. Wang Zikai wrapped an arm around my shoulder, warmth spreading through my heart. Where did you guys go? I asked, feeling a bit uneasy. We landed in a small grove, Officer Huang replied, his gaze scanning the surroundings, quickly finding the stone tablet at the village entrance, his brows knitting tightly. Things have gotten complicated. I quickly shared my thoughts with Officer Huang. He listened intently, pondering for a moment before making a decision. Wang Zikai, Pang Jun, you two take Xingling and try a different direction. Gao Yang, come with me to the grove, I want to show you something. All right. Despite my doubts about Officer Huang's plan, I followed closely. Before long, we reached the small grove, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on us, dreamlike. But as we moved forward, even the wind seemed to have stopped. Officer Huang halted, turning to me. We've arrived. I gazed ahead. Just another 20 meters, and we would emerge from the grove back onto the cement road leading to the city. I remember the police car was parked by the roadside. Why is it gone? This really isn't the same Gu clan village. I couldn't help but wonder. It's not that simple. Officer Huang's tone carried a hint of depth, deepening my confusion. Officer Huang pointed to the grove's exit and said, go ahead. My heart tightened, yet I stepped forward, instantly feeling a strange heaviness. The air seemed suppressed, and the gravity underfoot felt unusual. No matter how hard I tried, the grove's exit remained perpetually 20 meters away, like an unreachable horizon. Even though it was broad daylight, a chill ran through me, making my hair stand on end. I took a deep breath and quickened my pace, darting forward like an arrow, yet my efforts were in vain. I was still trapped 20 meters from the grove's exit. I turned around to find Officer Huang always close behind, as if forever in my shadow. You? I hesitated. I swear, I didn't move an inch, Officer Huang replied calmly. From your perspective, did I move at all? I asked, filled with questions. You did move, but how to put it? Officer Huang shook his head, slowly explaining, you know about perspective, right? Artists and photographers use it. I nodded, waiting for his explanation. From my view, the perspective between you and the scenery ahead seemed chaotic. You're moving forward, yet in a blink, it's like you've stopped. Unwilling to give up, I walked back easily to stand beside Officer Huang, filled with curiosity. Why is this happening? I don't know, Officer Huang said bitterly. If it weren't for Pang Jun making a fuss about leaving, we wouldn't have discovered this magic barrier. A few minutes later, we returned to the village entrance. I felt a vague sense of unease. Soon, Wang Zikai, Pang Jun, and Xingling returned from the western side of the village. How did it go? Officer Huang asked. Can't get out, it's just impossible. Wang Zikai replied excitedly, showing no signs of stress. Pang Jun looked dispirited, pale as a ghost. Officer Huang, I think we're caught in a ghost wall. As an atheist, Officer Huang said nothing to this. Xingling was not pleased. I want to leave this place. How do we leave? We can't get out of this ghost wall. We're definitely doomed. Pang Jun's pessimism grew. I said we should have turned back, but no one listened. Wimp, Wang Zikai snorted dismissively. Whatever it is, if gods block our way, we'll slay gods. If Buddhas, we'll slay Buddhas. I reassured everyone softly, don't worry, if it's a space, there must be an exit. The exit is a door, find the key, and we can open it. Exactly, Officer Huang agreed, encouraging, don't lose your cool. This might be another test from the organization. I didn't truly believe the 12 Zodiac organization would create such a place just to test us, but I kept that to myself. So, what do we do now? Pang Jun looked very uneasy. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it, I suggested, looking up at the ancestral hall on the hill. Let's attend the funeral. Let's go. Wang Zikai was the first to respond. Cheng Ling and Officer Huang nodded in agreement, and Pang Jun hesitated before finally following us. After some preparation, we headed up the village road towards the higher ground. Soon, we reached the mourning tent outside the ancestral hall. Outside the tent, 2 men sat by a table. One, dressed like a scholar, was skinny, wearing an old-fashioned pair of black-framed glasses, a white shirt from the 1980s with a white flower pinned to his chest, holding a brush, recording names in a ledger. Gu Gueluan, 5 yuan. Gu Xianfang, 10 yuan. Gu Mingxue, 6 yuan. His voice was low and clear. Beside him was an old man with half of his face covered in vitiligo, silver-haired. As he unwrapped white envelopes, he muttered the names. He glanced at us, squinting. You are friends of Huazi? Officer Huang, intending to pretend to be a friend, reconsidered upon seeing the old money from 30 years ago. He doubted it would be appropriate to pull out new bills, so he confidently showed his badge, Shanqing District Police Station, here to investigate. Haven't you been here several times already? It's a funeral today, can't you let people rest? The old man with vitiligo was slightly displeased but suppressed his anger in front of a policeman. Mr. Wu, as long as the case remains unsolved, everyone is uneasy. It's good that the police are so attentive. The scholarly man stood up, setting down his brush, extending his hand to Officer Huang. Hello, I'm Gu Xianji, just call me Aji. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Thank you, Officer Huang nodded. I would like to go inside and pay respects. Of course, Aji smiled warmly, then turned to us. And these are? Oh, they just graduated from the police academy and are interning at the station, assigned to me. I'm bringing them to see if their fresh perspectives might help solve the case, Officer Huang explained. I see, Aji nodded, offering cigarettes to Officer Huang and leading us into the tent. At his call, 5 cups of tea were brought over. Inside the tent, neatly arranged were over 10 black round wooden tables. 4 long benches accompanied each table, with empty bowls and chopsticks scattered casually on top. A pathway was left in the middle, leading straight to the mourning hall. The mourning hall was a temporary setup, white cloth and yellow talismans separating the space. A long table held the deceased's portrait, surrounded by flickering candles. A coffin lay quietly behind the portrait, with a few women and children in mourning garb, whispering to each other. I watched as Officer Huang walked to the mourning hall, accepted incense from a man, and bowed respectfully 3 times to the portrait, then knelt on the straw mat, kowtowing 3 times. Beside me, my classmates and I found the customs unfamiliar but tried to follow suit. Suddenly, the band started playing drums and cymbals, the Swana's sharp notes piercing the sky, and firecrackers popped outside. The mourners in the hall seemed to be ignited with emotion, wailing and crying out in dialect, their words filled with sorrow. You died so tragically, how will I manage without you, I can't go on living, and more. After paying our respects, Officer Huang sat at a corner table. A burly middle-aged woman brought hot tea, saying, Here, have some tea. We politely accepted the cups, hesitant to drink. I sniffed the tea's aroma, pretending to sip but not moving. Are the people behind the hall relatives of the deceased? Sigh, what relatives? Huazi's family was never close to anyone, hardly any relatives to speak of. Now that this has happened, who's brave enough to come pay respects? The people in the back are all kind neighbors lending a hand. Huazi's funeral was organized by the villagers, Sister Fan said helplessly. You've been thoughtful, I replied softly. Ah, Huazi was honest and hard-working during his lifetime, a good man. It's sad for the villagers to see him end like this. This is just our way of showing some respect, hoping he can have a dignified farewell and reincarnate soon, she said with a hint of heaviness in her voice. How should I address you? I asked. Just call me Sister Fan, she replied with a smile. All right, thank you, Sister Fan. You can go ahead with your work, I indicated, not wanting to disturb her. No need to be formal. Lunch is about to start. Officer Huang, you all should stay and eat before leaving. Feel free to ask me anything. I was neighbors with Huazi, so I know a bit about his family, Sister Fan said before leaving me with a heavy heart. The five of us began discussing in hushed tones. Did you notice the memorial photo on the altar? Pan Jun's voice sounded particularly tense. Yeah, I saw it, Wang Zikai replied nonchalantly. What's wrong? Something's off. Why are there only 4 people? Pan Jun's face showed unease, causing me to frown as well. Wasn't it supposed to be a family of 5? His voice trembled as he asked. I also noticed that the photo only showed 4 men in a group shot. In the center stood a dark-skinned, honest-looking 50-year-old man, with a young man beside him, flanked by 2 teenage boys. The photo was black and white, with a backdrop of a cheap, distorted curtain depicting the Great Wall. Officer Huang began to speak. Before coming to Gujia village, I specifically reviewed this cold case. The head of the family was Gu Huihua, 54 years old, a farmer. His wife, also a farmer, passed away a few years ago due to breast cancer. The eldest son, Gu Chuanxiu, 27 years old, and 2 younger brothers, one dropped out to farm, the other is in junior high. Then who is the missing person? I couldn't help but ask. It's the Gu family's daughter-in-law, Gu Chuanxiu's wife. She had just married into the family and hadn't had the chance to take a photo. On the night of her wedding, the whole family was dismembered. The wedding night? I was shocked, and Wang Zikai immediately interjected with excitement, that's explosive. The daughter's name couldn't be found, and her family also disappeared without a trace, Officer Huang sighed, drawing out a cigarette. My heart grew heavier. The family's bodies were found dismembered and scattered across the village. It took the forensic team 2 days just to piece together 4 male bodies and 1 female body, but the female's head was never found. Officer Huang lit his cigarette, the smoke rising slowly, shrouding this dark story. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was beating drums and gongs, and suddenly a man shouted, "Dinner's ready!" The villagers and I stopped what we were doing and rushed to the tent. 10 tables were quickly filled, and dish after dish was served, filling the tables with fish and meat. But at that moment, the sumptuous feast left me stunned. Everyone exchanged glances, yet no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. In my heart, I tried to activate the system to inspect the food before me, but realized I was in a world where I couldn't probe anything. I sighed inwardly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Wang Zikai already picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it into his mouth. Wang Zikai, you. I wanted to warn him. What about me? He said, his mouth shiny with oil. Hey, it's delicious. You guys should try some. I'm not hungry, Pan Jun said, swallowing hard despite his words. From entering Gujia village to experiencing everything up to this point, I was already thirsty, hungry, and exhausted. But in such a dangerous and unfamiliar environment, I knew better than to eat anything, a basic rule of survival. Yet, Wang Zikai seemed indifferent, almost reckless. Throughout the meal, Wang Zikai ate heartily and even started chatting with a tipsy villager. Although they didn't speak the same dialect, the two seemed to get along well, finishing 2 bottles of liquor together. After the meal, the 5 of us left early. Pan Jun and I helped a slightly tipsy Wang Zikai to the village entrance. Judging by the current situation, this Gujia village's timeline should be 10 days after the case happened 30 years ago, Officer Huang said, looking troubled. The police couldn't solve the case for a long time, so the villagers decided to hold a funeral for the deceased family. Did time really rewind? Pan Jun asked anxiously, then suddenly realized, when did the villagers disappear? The day after the burial, when my team leader returned to investigate, the entire village was empty, Officer Huang replied. That's tomorrow, I said. Damn. Does that mean we have to wait another day? Wang Zikai, reeking of alcohol, hadn't finished speaking before he suddenly staggered to the roadside and started vomiting violently. Qingling looked at him with disdain. Did he drink too much or get poisoned? Officer Huang shook his head, walked over, and gently patted Wang Zikai's back. After a couple of pats, his expression suddenly darkened, and he waved us over. Come take a look. A sense of unease washed over me as I approached Wang Zikai. The sight before me made my skin crawl. The ground was covered not with normal vomit, but with wriggling worms and mud creatures. In the dead of night, we took refuge in a small forest outside Gujia village. After vomiting, Wang Zikai fell into a deep sleep. Pan Jun tried to treat him, but with little effect. His healing ability was only level 2, capable of quickly repairing external injuries, but he was powerless against Wang Zikai's poisoning. After experiencing all this, none of us dared to stay in Gujia village any longer, yet we had nowhere to retreat to. We could only pretend to leave and hide in the small forest. Everyone seemed exceptionally weary, more due to the mental strain than anything else. No one knew how long we would have to stay in this eerie place, nor could we predict what might happen next. Officer Huang suggested taking turns to rest and conserve energy. No one opposed. I was paired with Qingling, while Officer Huang was with Pan Jun. We would rotate every 2 hours. Throughout the afternoon, the sounds of opera, drums, suona, and firecrackers from Gujia village came incessantly, permeating the air with the peculiar aura of this isolated mountain village, gradually quieting down by evening. Not long after nightfall, Wang Zikai began to stir. He seemed not to have had enough sleep, turning over with a groan and drifting back into a deep slumber. His state was more reminiscent of someone drunk rather than poisoned, which did reassure me somewhat about his resilience. I closed my eyes, opened the system, and checked my luck points, which had accumulated to 25. From yesterday afternoon at 2 p.m. to tonight's visit to the Gujia village shrine, where I was caught by the hair monster, the time span was about 8 hours, during which I should have gained 8 luck points. Since arriving in this second Gujia village, from noon till now, it's also been 8 hours, but the gains were doubled, resulting in 16 points, totaling 24. As for the extra 1 luck point, I guessed it was from the brief time I was unconscious at the bottom of the well, likely no more than half an hour. What are you thinking about? Xingling's voice suddenly broke my thoughts. I opened my eyes and left the system domain. Nothing much, I replied, reaching out to pinch Xingling's cheek, an action that seemed absent-minded. Are you addicted to pinching? She asked, displeased. Don't get me wrong. It's been over 12 hours, so I can copy abilities again, I said with a feigned sincerity, quickly shifting topics. In fact, Officer Huang's gun skills aren't as practical as your blade skills. Before I could finish, I suddenly planted my hands on the ground, feeling a rush of blood and shortness of breath. What's wrong now? Xingling asked with concern. And nothing, I waved it off after a few seconds, feeling the flush on my face. It just felt really good all of a sudden. Xingling paused slightly, then said softly, your ability has leveled up. Congratulations! Copying, upgraded, flashed brightly on the screen, and I felt a surge of joy. Level 2 copy, can replicate all abilities with a serial number below 22. At that moment, I truly felt the awakening of power. Copy method, touch the target's body for 0.9 seconds. What's the number of abilities I can copy? Storage time is 3 hours. Usage time is only 10 seconds, with an 8-hour cooldown. I pondered these numbers quietly. Level 2 copies permanent attribute boost, plus 100 mental power, minus 20 charisma. This note made me frown slightly. Stamina, 27, endurance, 28, strength, 17, agility, 27, mental, 137, charisma, 47, luck, 132. These figures seemed to tell me that higher abilities meant a stronger self. Does not stack with level 1 copies permanent attribute values, I read softly, my mind clearing. I nodded slightly, then said to Qingling, yes, my copying ability has finally reached level 2. Qingling seemed thoughtful. It seems true that upgrading from level 1 to level 2 is simply a matter of proficiency. My blade and metal abilities also upgraded after repeated use. Immersed in this moment of realization, I continued to inquire, so, that feeling you experienced, you felt it twice, no, 3 times already? Yes. Xingling's answer only strengthened my resolve to move forward. No wonder you're so eager to upgrade. I understood Xingling's feelings, that 1 or 2 seconds of upgrading was truly an ecstatic sensation. Xingling seemed a bit tired of my words, a flash of disdain in her eyes. Gao Yang, your ability leveled up? That's great, it slightly increases our odds. Officer Huang had just woken up, eagerly searching for a cigarette, but only found a crumpled empty pack in his chest pocket. "You could leave out the slightly part," I joked self-deprecatingly. Officer Huang tossed aside the empty pack, stood up, and stretched. Habitually, he drew his gun to check the bullets before holstering it again. At that moment, Pan Jun also groggily woke up, shivering slightly in the cold wind, instinctively moving closer to Qing Ling and me. Officer Huang glanced at the still sleeping Wang Zikai and said softly, "That guy seems fine." "He should be all right now," I responded. "It's the most miraculous." His lips barely moved, choosing not to utter "lost one," a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye. "We shouldn't stay here overnight," Qing Ling suggested. Officer Huang looked around and nodded. "Indeed, it's not comfortable here. My back is sore from sleeping." "Just kidding." Officer Huang cast his gaze towards the forest's edge, where faint lights seemed to flicker from the direction of Gujia village. "Once they're asleep, we'll head into the village." "Ah? We're going back." Pan Jun's voice carried a trace of reluctance. "It's not safe," I said seriously, surveying the surroundings. The darkness felt like a bottomless abyss, offering no cover. If something were to attack us at night, I'd be helpless. Qing Ling glanced at Pan Jun with a slight smile. "You'd be the first to die." Under the moonlight, Pan Jun's face turned pale, his mouth twitching like a frightened fish. He hurriedly clambered to his feet. "Back to the village. Let's go back to the village." The night deepened, and everything in Gujia village seemed to be in slumber, except for the faint glow from the hillside's morning hall, where some still kept vigil. After Wang Zikai sobered up, we followed Officer Huang, moving silently through the dense night, across fields and ponds, until we reached the village entrance. Upon entering the village, we turned left towards a rammed earth house on the west side. The house was roughly 100 square meters, with a front yard paved with cement. Simple fences and a wooden chicken coop were wrapped in caution tape. Officer Huang tore open the tape and led the way inside. Pan Jun covered his mouth before making a sound, and in the moonlight, I saw the faint bloodstains on the cement ground, visible everywhere. "Officer Huang, are you planning to?" Pan Jun swallowed his words. "Yes," Officer Huang nodded, his expression resolute. "We're staying here tonight." But, people died here. A family of 5 was dismembered," Pan Jun said, his face full of fear. No one paid him any mind as we stepped over the courtyard and approached the main house entrance. The door was sealed with prohibition tape, the eaves hung with dried corn and red chili peppers, and piles of dry firewood were quietly stacked nearby. Officer Huang ripped open the seal without hesitation and gently pushed the door open. Groan, 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 the door creaked open, the air seemingly thick with unspeakable tension, and I involuntarily took a deep breath. The scene I anticipated didn't materialize. The interior was pitch black, and the air that rushed to greet us carried a stale and musty odor from long absence. Officer Huang carefully closed the door, feeling around in the dark until he found a pull cord, which he gently tugged. With a zzz thud sound, a low wattage bulb flickered to life, its dim glow allowing me to barely make out our surroundings. The living room was square, its walls painted with whitewash that had heavily peeled off, and the floor was a bluish concrete. A dust-covered ceiling fan with cobwebs hung from the ceiling. On the wall opposite the door, an old-fashioned red clock looked oddly out of place, its mechanical tick-tock sound marking countless moments of time gone by. Beneath the wall, an old-fashioned sideboard quietly stood, with a black and white TV perched on top, connected to a half-meter-long antenna at the back. In front of the cabinet were a few deep black, low-legged chairs, clearly arranged for a family to sit and watch TV together. On the left wall hung a calendar, illustrated with an elegant landscape painting of famous historical sites. Below it was an old sewing machine, and in the corner were several green jars, seemingly used for pickling vegetables. The room was steeped in the silence of an era marked by material scarcity. Apart from these furnishings, Officer Huang walked over to the sewing machine, his fingers dipped into a thick layer of dust, and he frowned. "Strange." "It is strange," I replied, glancing around, thinking to myself, it feels like no one has lived here for a long time. "Isn't that obvious? It's been 30 years. Wang Zikai interjected. I offered a wry smile and patiently explained, in our world, this case is from 30 years ago. However, in this world, the murder occurred less than half a month ago, and the village is still holding funerals for Hua Zi's family. Oh, right. Wang Zikai suddenly realized, making me increasingly doubt his intelligence. Moreover, there are many bloodstains remaining in the front yard, yet there are no signs of a struggle in the living room, I added softly. Let's check the other rooms, Officer Huang suggested, clicking his tongue lightly and stepping into the bedroom on the left. A red double happiness character was stuck on the door, indicating it was a bridal room. I switched on the light, revealing a vivid display of red quilt, red pillows, red curtains, even countless red lanterns and artificial flowers. Red wardrobes and dressing tables glimmered in the light, but all were covered with a layer of decaying dust. This brightness, tinged with gloom, felt both festive and eerie. A girl married into this family. On her wedding night, Officer Huang emerged from the bridal room, his expression grave. Something happened. The next day, upon waking, the entire family was dismembered, with bodies scattered across Gujia village, and the bride's head remains missing. Enough! Fat Jun shivered uncomfortably nearby. We're not here to solve the case, let's just think about how to get out of this place. I know, Officer Huang was determined, that's why I want to solve the case. I nodded in agreement. I also think that to leave here, we must find the murderer of the family. Officer Huang asked if I had any clues, and I tried to analyze. There are no signs of a struggle inside the house, indicating the family was dismembered after losing the ability to resist. As for the dismemberment site. At that moment, Xing Ling interjected, in the front yard. Right. I pondered briefly. These are the only clues we have now. Officer Huang pulled over a chair and sat down. Back then, my team leader wasn't an awakened one. When he investigated this case, he certainly didn't consider the following two issues. Quietly, I anticipated his reasoning, thinking to myself, first, was Hua Zi's family human or beast, or were they a mix of both? Then who killed Hua Zi's family? Was it human or beast? I asked, feeling a growing unease. After a moment's hesitation, I finally spoke up. Officer Huang, how many types of beasts do you know? Officer Huang looked at me, hesitated briefly, and seemed to decide not to hide anything. At this point, I don't care about any regulations. Wu Dehai told me their organization has encountered 4 types of beasts: the beast of desire, the beast of rage, the beast of greed, and the beast of delusion. Beast of greed? Beast of delusion? Xing Ling's expression instantly became excited. The beast of greed is also called the assimilator, and the beast of delusion is the observer, Officer Huang explained slowly. I'm not clear about the specific types of the beast of greed. But Wu Dehai said the most terrifying aspect of the beast of greed is that they can somehow become human. Everyone gasped in shock, except Wang Zikai, who remained indifferent. What do you mean? Xing Ling asked, puzzled. Exactly what it sounds like. Officer Huang's voice was heavy. It's not just disguising as humans, it's becoming human, hence the name assimilator. I was struck by a thought, suddenly remembering something, but humans are divided into the unawakened and the awakened. The awakened, Officer Huang stated firmly, the beast of greed can become the awakened, while the unawakened are never attacked by any beast. It's a law of this world. Then a beast of greed that becomes an awakened, is it human or beast? I felt a surge of confusion. Gao Yang. Officer Huang shook his head, his brow furrowed. If we manage to leave here alive, perhaps we can ask those involved with the 12 zodiacs. What about the beast of delusion? Xing Ling inquired. About the beast of delusion, Officer Huang seemed lost in thought. I only know of such a beast, and nothing more. My mind raced. If Bai Li wasn't lying to me, then besides the beasts of desire, rage, greed, and delusion, there should be life beasts and death beasts. However, I didn't intend to mention them, as I knew nothing about these two kinds of beasts, and bringing them up might only cause panic and undermine morale. Despite the tenuous connection, I attempted to construct a logical framework. Hypothetically, just hypothetically, the entity behind the massacre is a new kind of beast we haven't yet understood. Then, is it possible that this Gujia village we're in is a domain it created? You're saying, Xing Ling's eyes showed a glimmer of hope, if we find it and kill it, we can leave here? Gao Yang's hypothesis is the most reasonable explanation we have. Officer Huang nodded slightly, and it's the method most worth trying. We must act quickly. We've been without water and food for over 20 hours now, and under normal circumstances, we can't last more than 3 days. Our effective action time is less than 2 days. I couldn't help but glance back at Wang Zikai. Except for you, your body has undergone special modifications, so you should survive longer than us. Of course. Wang Zikai grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm going to save the world, no way am I getting stuck in a dump like this. You guys handle finding that thing, leave the rest to me. Knock, knock, knock. I spun around, feeling a twinge of unease as I was closest to the door. Someone was knocking. Well, here we go. Wang Zikai rolled up his sleeves, striding towards the door. Watch me beat it to a pulp. Hold on. I grabbed Wang Zikai, covering his mouth, my instincts on high alert. Fat Jun hid behind Xingling, while Officer Huang made a hand gesture, and we all immediately took cover on either side of the door, pressing our bodies against the wall. Officer Huang drew his gun, aiming at the door, and coldly shouted, "Who is it?" I was wondering why there was light in this house, and it turns out to be Officer Huang, an elderly voice from outside eased my heart. I recognized the voice as the grandfather who was herding geese during the day and quickly signaled to Officer Huang that the person outside was safe. He relaxed slightly, holstered his gun, and went to open the door. Standing outside was indeed old Master Gusai, the goose herder from earlier. He had a pipe in his mouth, and his face crinkled into a smile. "Oh, everyone is here, looking into the case, are you?" Officer Huang managed a slight smile. "Yes, just making sure we don't miss any clues, checking things over again." I couldn't help but smile at the old man's pleasant demeanor. "You police officers really work hard, working overtime this late," he said, putting down his pipe and scratching his back with enthusiasm. "When I saw the lights on, I almost thought I was seeing ghosts." "Then weren't you afraid to come over and knock?" Wang Zikai asked seriously, surprisingly showing some insight, and I was ready to seize the opportunity to ask a few questions myself. The old man chuckled. "No, I'm not afraid. I had a good relationship with Hua Zi's family. Even if they were ghosts, they wouldn't harm me." "I see." Officer Huang's smile widened slightly as if he had gained some insight. "Old Master Gu, why don't you tell us about Hua Zi's family?" "Sure, but it's not convenient here. Why not come over to my place?" Gu Sai invited warmly. "Sorry to bother you." I felt a bit sentimental as we followed him. 5 minutes later, we arrived at his home. He lived alone in a smaller mud house than Hua Zi's family, nestled against the mountain, with a large courtyard. Occasionally, the honking of geese could be heard from the backyard. Sitting by the table, old Master Gu began to recount the story of Hua Zi's family. The brewed tea sat untouched as he spoke, puffing on his pipe. Hua Zi's father was very honest and hard-working, but unfortunately, he stuttered. He married at almost 40. His wife was from the neighboring village, a bit disabled in her legs, but otherwise quite good. Listening quietly, I heard him continue. They had 3 chubby sons. Hua Zi's mother passed away a few years after giving birth to the youngest. Unable to support the 3 sons, his father had to go out to work, sending money back each year and asking me to look after them. Hua Zi and his 2 brothers often came to my place to eat. I treated them like my own grandsons. After his account, the atmosphere grew heavy. Officer Huang spoke up. "Old Master Gu, do you think the murderer could be someone from the village?" I was slightly taken aback, as Gusai's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Officer Huang, I'm not responsible for any legal implications of what I say, right? I'm completely ignorant of the law. Don't worry, it's just a casual chat." "Speak freely," Officer Huang reassured. Nodding, Gusai became earnest. "Then I'll say it. I believe the murderer is definitely someone from the village." "Why do you think so?" I couldn't help but ask. "Almost every household in the village keeps dogs. Not only that, my dozens of geese here would honk if a stranger passed by the gate," Gusai stated with confidence. "The dismemberment of Hua Zi's family, with bodies scattered around, if it were an outsider, there's no way they wouldn't have alerted these dogs," I added, the horrific scene surfacing in my mind. "Exactly," Gusai glanced at me approvingly. "Young man, you're sharp. Then, who in the village would have a motive to commit such a crime?" Officer Huang pressed on. That I really don't know. Gu Sai took a sip of tea, shaking his head. The family was known for being honest, and the 3 children were very well behaved. I never saw them lose their temper with anyone. How could someone harbor such hatred to dismember them? Officer Huang seemed to have thought of something, his line of questioning taking a turn. Could it possibly have something to do with the bride who married into the family? Gu Sai frowned in thought before slowly responding, I think that might be possible. You know, Hua Zi's wife's head is still missing. Maybe it was all about the bride, and it just happened to coincide with her wedding day. The timing is unbelievably coincidental. Did you see the bride? Officer Huang asked. I caught a glimpse when the grand bridal sedan chair was carried in. She was a real beauty, Gu Sai said, casting a sideways glance at Qingling, just like you, fair and pretty, with long, black hair, like a celestial maiden descended to earth. Everyone was envious, wondering how much virtue Hua Zi must have accumulated in his past life to deserve such luck. I figured it out. Wang Zikai suddenly slapped the table, startling us. Have you all watched The Imperial Coroner? I have, Fat Jun timidly replied. Are you suggesting it was Chang Wei? Exactly. It must have been some lecher in the village who got lustful, turned into a flower thief at night, and when things went wrong, he killed the whole family out of rage. But there's no need to dismember them, Fat Jun muttered. Ha! Little brother, you don't understand, let me analyze. Wang Zikai stroked his chin, with a mysterious air that reminded me of the theme song from Detective Conan. He continued, it's called doing the unexpected. Who would think someone would kill a whole family and dismember them just for lust? The police would never suspect it, and it perfectly clears the suspect of guilt. I was taken aback, finding a shred of logic in Wang Zikai's wild theory. Sitting there, I mulled over everything, finding it all implausible. To dismember a family purely out of a momentary impulse would be an incredibly high cost. And from the look of Hua Zi's home, there were no signs of a struggle or resistance, with the incident occurring in the courtyard, making it all seem so bizarre. Fat Jun, do you really believe this? I shook my head slightly. If you were a lecher, would you do something like this? You're the lecher. Your whole family is lechers. Wang Zikai retorted, clearly displeased. A lecher's logic isn't something ordinary people can comprehend. Brother Kai, your logic is quite unique. If you wouldn't do it, then surely a lecher wouldn't do something like this either. I listened to their bickering, feeling increasingly irritated, as if my brain was splitting with pain. Suddenly, I noticed Officer Huang and Qingling appeared pale, their eyes filled with cold murderous intent, fixed on old Master Gu across the table. I glanced sideways, a chill running through me. Old Master Gu remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea. Yet I saw his arms quietly sprouting semi-transparent scales, the coarse skin becoming slick, gradually resembling the texture of lizard skin. His nails grew into sharp, 2-centimeter-long gray-brown claws. His eyes also transformed, with fine patterns emerging in the whites, while the black pupils were compressed by some invisible force, morphing into narrow black slits like 2 cold, smooth glass beads. At this moment, parts of old Master Gu's body beastified before my eyes, yet he sat there as if unconcerned. Qingling, Officer Huang, and I were on one side of the table with old Master Gu, our gazes locked, the atmosphere heavy with tension, while beneath the table, our hands began to move subtly. I reached into my pocket for the small dagger, ready to activate the blade deity ability borrowed from Qingling, targeting old Master Gu's heart. Beside me, Qingling silently drew a tang knife, hidden beneath the table, her eyes flickering, searching for the right angle to strike. Officer Huang reached for his gun, as the tension suddenly became taut. Wang Zikai and Fat Jun were arguing fervently by the table when they suddenly sensed the tense atmosphere. Wang Zikai turned his head, paused for a moment, and opened his mouth to shout, "Lizard!" I quickly got up and covered his mouth. Although he seemed puzzled, he quickly understood my intention, his expression full of confusion. "Wait!" I whispered. In the standoff with old Master Gu, I hadn't felt any killing intent, which surprisingly also kept Officer Huang and Qingling from acting. Old Master Gu's behavior was so peculiar. He was entirely different from those malevolent beings we had encountered before, his demeanor unusually calm. Meanwhile, something strange happened. His semi-beastified body gradually reverted to human form, and he continued sipping tea leisurely. As he put down the teacup and looked up at us, I noticed everyone in the room was tensely watching him. "Why is everyone so quiet?" Old Master Gu asked innocently and with a hint of confusion. "Why are you all staring at me? You don't suspect I'm the murderer, do you?" "Of course not." Officer Huang was the first to break the silence, his smile slowly returning. "Old Master Gu, don't overthink it. That's good. I'm more anxious to catch the culprit than you are," he sighed, his eyes showing a touch of sorrow. "Such a poor family, what did they do to deserve this?" A complex wave of emotions surged within me as I considered the situation. "Old Master Gu, it's getting late. You should rest. We'll come back tomorrow." Officer Huang slowly stood, and Shang Ling and I followed suit, with Fat Jun hastily quickening his pace to catch up. Wang Zikai seemed thoughtful, frowning. "Are we just leaving? Earlier I gave him a meaningful look, cutting him off. "Let's go." Old Master Gu also slowly stood, watching us leave. With nowhere else to go, we eventually returned to Hua Zi's house. To avoid drawing attention, we didn't turn on the living room lights this time, keeping the windows and doors tightly shut. Instead, we used a flashlight, forming a circle in the dim light. Wang Zikai was still fixated on the earlier event, exclaiming, "He's a lizard man. Why didn't we kill him?" I glanced at Wang Zikai, silently considering that old Master Gu seemed harmless. "Not all beasts are bad," I briefly mentioned the type known as lost ones. Wang Zikai asked, puzzled, "Then what's the point of transforming in front of us? To show off?" "The lost ones are the most gentle and stable of beasts," Officer Huang said, stroking his chin as he explained. "Even if we reveal ourselves as awakened individuals in front of them, they typically choose to ignore it unless provoked by something significant." His words made my heart tighten. What kind of provocation? Wang Zikai's curiosity drove him to ask further. "For instance, if we use our abilities to harm them," Fat Jun chimed in. I sensed Officer Huang's seriousness as he looked at me, speaking in a serious tone. "I've never seen or heard of such inexplicable beastification as old Master Gu's. Do you have any thoughts?" I had been contemplating what Bai Li once told me, and I boldly speculated, "I think he might be sick." "Sick?" Shang Ling's brow furrowed, clearly not understanding my point. I raised my left and right hands, explaining, "We can assume that within a beast, there's a switch that controls the two forms and personalities of the beast and the human." Clenching my left hand, I continued, "Normally, they exist in human form and personality. Then, I released my left hand and clenched my right, but under specific circumstances, the switch gets triggered, causing them to rapidly shift to beast form and personality." Officer Huang nodded, signaling for me to go on. "Just like us humans, beasts are living creatures. As living beings, they have lifespans, they age, their bodies weaken, get sick, and can experience various issues." I clasped my hands together, deep in thought. Now, the switch inside old Master Gu is malfunctioning, leading to a blend of the two forms. It's like a flickering light bulb due to poor contact, but because he's one of the gentlest lost ones, he doesn't even notice the change. At that moment, I recalled that summer when I was 4, seeing my grandfather's aged arm through the door crack. Perhaps my grandfather was also a sick beast. I used to never believe that beasts could get sick, especially since I've seen many elderly lost ones, Officer Huang mused, but now, I'm starting to think it's possible. How Wang Zikai yawned, tears in his eyes. After all this analysis, it feels useless. If you ask me, if we can't find the real culprit, we might as well wipe out the whole village. They're all lizard people anyway, that'd solve everything. A chill of horror spread through my heart. Wang Zikai, you're far too cruel to your own kind. Brother Kai, that's a total video game approach. Fat Jun hesitated, licking his lips. I don't think it's that simple. Then what do you plan to do? Sit here and wait to die? Wang Zikai retorted bluntly. Fat Jun was at a loss for words. At that moment, my silence was broken. I agree with Wang Zikai, we have to do something. We can't just die here. Yeah, it's one way. If we take the initiative, we might force out the real culprit, Officer Huang sighed, but it's incredibly risky. Not everyone in the village might be a lost one. If a few rage beasts show up, we'll be in for it, not to mention possibly more formidable beasts in hiding. So what should we do? Fat Jun was anxious, his face tense. We can't get out, we can't fight, how do we survive? Don't worry, I'm here. Wang Zikai licked his lips, patting his chest. I can take on 10 people right now. But that's still not enough. Fat Jun seemed even more uneasy. You don't get it. First, take on 10, then maybe I'll unlock my limitless potential, go berserk, and then everything will be settled. His words, though naive, seemed to inject a sliver of hope into our desperate situation. Ha, Officer Huang chuckled at his optimism, this isn't a movie. Can you guarantee you'll definitely go berserk then? My heart remained unsettled, a complex mix of emotions intertwined. Yet I knew that every choice we made next could change the course of our fate. I rolled my eyes, thinking to myself, whether this guy can unleash his powers is uncertain. If his intelligence suddenly spikes and he realizes he's a beast too, then switches sides, we'll really be doomed. Of course. Wang Zikai boasted confidently, I'm the chosen one, right, Gao Yang? Right. I forced out a smile that was harder than crying. Should we vote on it? Officer Huang suggested, let's raise hands if we agree to take the initiative. Wang Zikai and Qing Ling raised their hands almost instantly. Officer Huang, after a moment's hesitation, raised his hand too, and Fat Jun, after some hesitation, followed suit. I was the only one left, and it seemed it didn't matter whether I raised my hand or not. All right. Officer Huang made the decision, then we'll proceed. When? Qing Ling asked. Immediately. What are we waiting for? Wang Zikai was eager, rubbing his hands excitedly. Wait, I couldn't help but interject, let's rest tonight and investigate for another day tomorrow. I still have a few things to confirm. How about we set the time for tomorrow night? I have no objections, Officer Huang nodded. Qing Ling also agreed. Fat Jun, looking indecisive, nodded along. Such procrastination. I sighed inwardly. Wang Zikai seemed a bit disappointed but decided to go along with the group. Alright, tomorrow night then. Despite the massacre at Huazi's home, the 5 of us were fiercely hungry and overwhelmingly tired, disregarding any taboos. We dragged all the mattresses and pillows from the rooms into the hall, spreading them out to cover the entire space. We sealed the doors and windows, preparing for a group sleepover. Fat Jun, not caring about his round physique, insisted on squeezing in the middle of us. Officer Huang took the initiative to stay on the left side, while the rightmost spot was the bridal bed. I found that quilt too feminine, so I naturally slipped into Officer Huang's bed. From left to right, it was Officer Huang, me, Fat Jun, Gao Yang, and Qing Ling. Initially, I wanted to display some gentlemanly demeanor by sleeping on the outside, but Qing Ling insisted on sleeping on the far right, her right hand always gripping a knife. Resting on the red pillow and covered by the bright red quilt, I glanced over to see Qing Ling's breathing steady, but her brows slightly furrowed, indicating she wasn't truly asleep but ever ready. A strange feeling surged within me, as if this was my wedding night and my bride, holding a long knife, lay beside me, waiting to fight alongside me at dawn. Smack! Fat Jun suddenly turned over, his chubby hand landing squarely on my face. I resisted the urge to kick him, barely managing to remove his hand. As the night deepened, the 5 of us gradually fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed, but in my drowsy state, I felt someone grasping my hand. Startled, I awoke immediately. Fat Jun and Wang Zikai were snoring thunderously in the dark. My attention returned to my right hand, confirming it was tightly held by a cold, smooth hand. I slightly turned, my gaze meeting Qing Ling's. In the darkness, her body was rigid, eyes wide open and glowing faintly. What's wrong? I asked softly. Nothing, Qing Ling replied, trying to sound calm, but her voice carried a slight tremor. I quickly realized, are you Qing Ling? She didn't speak, only nodded silently. I was momentarily at a loss for words. The perpetually man-averse Qing Ling had voluntarily grabbed my hand, which indeed frightened me. Perhaps, you should go back, I attempted to communicate with Qing Ling's second personality. This isn't where you should be. I know what happened. My sister told me everything, Xingling spoke, although her eyes are closed, she hasn't been asleep. I want her to rest for a while. I was a bit puzzled, even if your sister's personality rests, isn't your body still awake? Are you trying to tell me what to do? Her tone carried a hint of displeasure. I wouldn't dare. I shook my head immediately, fearing to anger her. I know better than you, so I must make my sister sleep now. Xingling took a deep breath, her grip on my hand tightening. Don't mind me, I'll fall asleep soon. All right, I responded softly. After a while, I felt she still hadn't fallen asleep, and I gradually lost my drowsiness, turning to face her. What are you trying to do? Xingling immediately opened her eyes, her gaze carrying a warning. I warn you, don't get any ideas, or I'll cripple you. You're overthinking it, I replied awkwardly, thinking to myself that I'm not a beast, and given the circumstances, I certainly wasn't in the mood for that. I don't even know if we'll survive this time. Just in case there's no chance later, I want to apologize for that thing in advance. Li Weiwei's matter? I asked, feeling a faint pain in my heart. Yes, her voice was calm, yet carried a barely noticeable emotion. It was my sister who killed her, it has nothing to do with you, Xingling said decisively, not looking at me. I knew it was indeed my fault, but I couldn't help saying, I know, but if it weren't for me. Enough, stop giving yourself extra drama, she interrupted impatiently, shifting slightly to rest her head on my pillow, her long legs curling as her back pressed against my chest. I could smell the fragrance of her hair, and my heart moved slightly. Xingling seemed still unsatisfied, pulling my arm over her, finally finding some sense of security in this position. Just like this, stay still, she took a deep breath, closing her eyes as if relaxing. Don't you hate men? I asked tentatively. You don't count as a man in my eyes, her reply was concise and decisive. You might have misunderstood me. I tried to defend myself. Shut up, I'm resting for my sister, she said with undeniable firmness. Oh, I fell silent, maintaining the somewhat uncomfortable position. Initially, I couldn't fall asleep, but as fatigue overcame me, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. When I woke again, the soft light of dawn filtered through the window. I found myself still holding Xingling, my arm numb and stiff. She had turned around at some point, and as I was about to move my arm, her eyes slowly opened. My arm was still around her soft waist, our faces nearly a fist apart, our breaths mingling. The air was so quiet it was suffocating. Don't cut me yet, I can explain. My survival instincts kicked in instantly. No need, I can guess what happened. Xingling gently pushed my numb arm away, elegantly sitting up and skillfully tying her long black hair into a ponytail. She stood up, stretching her body, her expression relaxed. Her gaze fell on me, and she smiled, thanks for last night. No problem. I mumbled, eager to avoid this topic. Suddenly, Wang Zikai, just waking from a dream, leaped up like a carp, exclaiming, You too, really? In this environment, in these conditions, you actually have the mood to thank each other? I think the ones suffering the most are us, the third wheels. I sat up, unable to resist teasing, is the virgin anxious? Sure enough, Wang Zikai was provoked, huh? Me, a virgin? I had a girlfriend at 3. You were playing with toy cars when I was dating. I breathed a sigh of relief, successfully diverting the topic. Early in the morning, the 5 of us left Huazi's house, heading towards the ancestral hall on the hilltop of Gu village. The surroundings were bustling, with the sound of gongs and drums, firecrackers, and exaggerated mourning cries. Is there a burial happening? Fat June asked. This is how it is in the countryside, I nodded. The funeral lasts 2 days, and the burial is on the morning of the 3rd. As we conversed, 7 or 8 young men emerged from a shed, carrying an old black wooden coffin. Leading the way was a man dressed as a Taoist priest, holding a peachwood sword and a bell, chanting as if casting a spell. A chill ran down my spine. Behind the pallbearers were several women dressed in mourning, supporting each other in feigned weeping, while similarly dressed men on the sides carried baskets of paper money, scattering them along the way. Villagers in black clothing gathered in groups to bid farewell, creating a solemn atmosphere. I followed closely at the back of the procession, a subtle ache in my heart. Soon, I saw the pallbearers pass the village entrance, with old Master Gu walking at the end of the procession. He noticed Officer Huang and approached to greet him. "Officer Huang, you're up early today?" Officer Huang nodded, his tone grave. "Yes, I can't sleep until the case is solved." I thought to myself, nearly 30 hours without food or drink, how good can one's complexion be? If I weren't an awakened one, I'd have fainted from low blood sugar by now. "Sir, a family of 5, using just one coffin?" Officer Huang asked. Old Master Gu sighed repeatedly. Yes, Hua Zi's family wasn't well off. They saved up just enough to marry a wife, and then this happened right after she entered the door. The coffin was put together by the villagers. 5 coffins aren't cheap, and the family doesn't have complete bodies anymore. It's such a mess, might as well put them all together. Old Master Gu shook his head, continuing silently with the procession. Officer Huang turned to us. "Shall we follow and take a look?" Okay, I was already inclined to do so, following them forward, though filled with apprehension. We walked slowly, crossing a field and climbing up the forested hills, finally reaching what was called the burial hill. On the hill, the graves were scattered, some made of cement with small fences, flanked by 2 cedar trees, incense smoke swirling. Most were earth mounds overgrown with weeds, seemingly neglected. The pallbearers placed the coffin in the freshly dug grave, and the Taoist priest began another ritual. Around them, the family members wept and mourned, while the sounds of gongs and firecrackers intermingled. 4 men lowered the coffin into the ground and efficiently covered it with shovels of earth. The villagers watched for a moment, then dispersed in groups, leaving only the 4 burial men and an elder overseeing the proceedings, Master Wu, who had been in charge of collecting contributions. He began directing, "Hurry up with the burial, finish before 8, and make sure the soil is packed tight." Officer Huang gestured for us to join him, and we all walked over. He picked up an extra shovel and started helping with the burial. Master Wu recognized Officer Huang and approached to offer him a cigarette, which Officer Huang accepted and tucked behind his ear. "Officer Huang, don't blame me," Master Wu sighed. "I want this case solved quickly too, but we can't delay Hua Zi's family's funeral. The villagers still have some sympathy. If we wait too long, even I, as the village head, won't be able to rally them, and Hua Zi's family will truly become lost souls." "I understand," Officer Huang continued shoveling earth. "The autopsy reports are out, so burying them won't hinder the investigation." That's good, Master Wu nodded repeatedly. During the burial, I noticed that when Master Wu wasn't looking, Officer Huang discreetly handed his shovel to Qingling. She subtly lifted her hand, and the shovel flew to the tree behind us, vanishing from sight. In less than 20 minutes, the new grave was complete. Throughout the process, neither Officer Huang nor I gleaned any useful information, and we eventually followed Master Wu and the 4 men back, parting ways at the village entrance. The 5 of us pretended to leave the village but quietly returned to the woods, beginning a lengthy planning session. "Why did you have me hide the shovel?" Qingling asked. "To dig up the grave," I blurted out, having already discussed it with Officer Huang privately. "Dig up the grave?" Fat Jun's face turned pale, and I could sense his fear. Officer Huang smiled slightly, pulling out the cigarette Master Wu had given him, sniffing it near his nose but clearly hesitant to light it. "When night falls, we'll avoid attention and dig up the grave." "Is that really necessary?" Fat Jun's eyes flashed with hesitation. "Today, we must make a conclusion," I heard Officer Huang's voice, and I felt a growing unease in my heart. He surveyed each of us. "Next, Gao Yang and I have a plan. We'll rest here, conserving our energy. Once it's dark, we'll dig up the grave first, to see if we can find any clues." I watched Officer Huang leaning against a tree, a hint of anticipation in my heart. If we find clues, great. If not, we'll proceed with the original plan and take the initiative. He spoke with confidence. Fighting the entire village of beasts head-on is hopeless. We need to adopt a stealth strategy, going house by house in the dark to flush out the mastermind. Stealth? Wang Zikai looked disappointed, seemingly hoping for a grand battle. That's not honorable. I quickly interjected, secretly pondering, "Wang Zikai, not everyone's physique is the same. You're the chosen one, naturally powerful, clearly stronger than us, so you'll be fine. But we're all weak now, facing immense danger. You can't protect us while you fight, and you wouldn't want to win alone, with all your teammates as casualties, right? This flattery secretly delighted me, and Wang Zikai, satisfied, waved his hand. I can't do without you guys. Alright then, stealth it is. But the final boss is mine, I murmured to myself. Of course, Officer Huang's response, like a key, opened the door to our adventure. The admiring glances made me feel immensely proud, as if I truly were a beast tamer. At 7 p.m., as night fell, we began a stealthy approach to the western cemetery of the village. The day's bustle evaporated before the eerie cemetery, a sense of oppression hanging in the air. Fat June, timid as a mouse, turned pale and trembled, sticking close to me and jumping at every rustle. Xingling suddenly raised her hand, and the shovel flew back into her grasp from the treetop. Who wants to? I'll do it. I took the shovel, moving to Hua Zi's grave and began digging away. The grave digging proceeded silently, the other four remaining highly alert, exchanging fearful glances. I knew that if a villager passed by, our only option would be to silence them. Fortunately, the surroundings remained eerily quiet. With my natural strength, I quickly completed the arduous task, sweat soaking my clothes. I tossed the shovel aside, done. In the moonlight, we all gazed into the grave pit, where the coffin lay buried under the earth, exuding a chilling aura. We exchanged hesitant glances, none daring to pry open the coffin. What are you all scared of? Wang Zikai was eager. Step aside. Let me handle this. No need, I replied softly, thinking that perhaps courage was something I needed to find within myself. Gao Yang paused him at this alarming moment, pondering what might be hidden in the coffin. Better safe than sorry. Picking up the shovel, I carefully wedged it into the coffin lid seam, quickly stepping back, turning to Qingling. Can you manage? It's heavy, but I'll try, she replied, extending her hands, eyes firm, metal. The shovel quivered slightly, as if propelled by an invisible force. In the tense atmosphere, Officer Huan pulled out his handgun, and I readied my knife, prepared for any potential danger. Bang! The coffin lid finally pried open. Instinctively, we stepped back, hearts racing. After a few seconds of silence, the anticipated danger did not manifest, and the coffin remained eerily quiet, without the expected stench of decay. We exchanged glances, slowly approaching, peering inside, and were stunned. The coffin wasn't empty, yet there was nothing supernatural. Hua Zi's family lay inside, quietly reduced to skeletons. I deftly raised the flashlight, carefully counting. There were only 4 skulls, which meant the bride's head was still missing. That's it? Wang Zikai's voice dripped with disappointment. I thought it would be more thrilling. Didn't Hua Zi's family die less than 10 days ago? Qingling asked, puzzled. How are they all skeletons already? Officer Huang furrowed his brows, speaking solemnly. The police only returned the bodies 3 days ago. It's still April, even if decomposition is fast, they couldn't have turned into skeletons. Could it be the bodies were eaten? Fat June speculated boldly. I shook my head. This doesn't look like bones left after being eaten. Yes, like they've been. Officer Huang paused, dead for a long time. A cold wind swept through, rustling the leaves softly in the night, sending a chill down my spine. Let's go, I said. Why? Qingling looked at me, puzzled. Let's leave here first, I said with a grave expression. I might know what's going on. What about this? Should we put it back? Officer Huang asked. Leave it, I replied, my unease growing stronger. We didn't dare linger and quickly left the burial hill. Around 8 p.m., the lights of Gu village stood out starkly against the darkness. We carefully avoided the villagers, quietly sneaking back into Hua Zi's house. I immediately blocked the doors and windows, not even daring to turn on a flashlight. Brother, what's going on? Don't keep us in suspense. Wang Zikai was visibly anxious. Let's get to the conclusion, I said in a low voice. In the darkness, everyone held their breath, waiting for my next words. We haven't traveled back 30 years to Gu village, nor have we entered some parallel world or dream. Gao Yang took a deep breath, and I continued in a low voice, this is the Gu village from back then. As soon as I finished speaking, Officer Huang and Qingling fell into deep thought. Fat June shivered, looking both bewildered and terrified. Wang Zikai, on the other hand, wore a look of utter confusion, having not understood a word I said. What? Say it again, slowly, he scratched his head. I repeated, this is the Gu village from back then. Oh. Wang Zikai slapped his forehead, admitting, I still don't get it. Xingling frowned, if this is the real Gu village, then what was the other village? It was also Gu village, I replied succinctly. Wang Zikai was getting frustrated, speak plainly, will you? Stop with the nesting dolls. I gathered my thoughts and continued explaining, 30 years ago, there was a massacre in Gu village, and shortly after, the entire village vanished, right? That's what's recorded in the case files, Officer Huang nodded. I stated firmly, I believe it wasn't the villagers who disappeared, but the entire Gu village. Officer Huang was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, as if waiting for my explanation. Go on. I felt a tightness in my chest but pressed on, I don't know how it was done, but the entire Gu village was shifted into this realm. The Gu village we visited before was only a replica. Officer Huang asked without hesitation, what led you to this conclusion? On the first night, we went to the ancestral hall, and there were many plaques. Wang Zikai even read out a few names. Do you remember? One of them was Gu Hua Wu. I said slowly. Master Wu, Xingling suddenly realized. Right, the village head's name is Gu Hua Wu, I continued. He clearly isn't dead, so why does his name appear in the ancestral hall? That hall must have issues. Ah. Fat June panicked, his voice rising by several decibels, they've been dead all along. What we're seeing are ghosts. Ghosts, my foot. Wang Zikai smacked Fat June's head, his tone aggressive, didn't you see that old Master Gu was a lizard man? I bet the village head is too. Quiet, Gao Yang, continue, Officer Huang's tone was patient yet urgent, indicating he was close to grasping the truth. Since arriving at this Gu village, I felt many things were off. I continued, an unsettling feeling lingering in my chest. At Hua Zi's house, even though the tragedy occurred less than half a month ago, the house seemed long uninhabited. I paused, then continued, also, the coffin buried today really seemed old, like it had been used before. Upon closer inspection, there were even some dried mud stains at the bottom of the coffin. The soil in the pit beside the burial hill was strangely pale, as if it had been dug up repeatedly. And the bones in the coffin. Bro, what exactly are you trying to say? Wang Zikai was becoming more confused. I understand, Xingling's gaze turned towards me. They're repeating. Exactly. I nodded, surprised at how my thoughts were finally coming together. The conclusion is, we haven't traveled back 30 years. Instead, the entire Gu village is trapped in this special realm, with the villagers constantly repeating the events of this time. They're repeating the massacre, the funerals, and this has been going on for 30 years. Like old Master Gu, his body should have aged and died long ago, but due to some irresistible force, it continues to repeat. His body's beastly state is the same, if it were a machine, it would have broken down by now. After a brief silence, Officer Huang asked, what is this irresistible force? I shook my head, uneasy, I don't know. Perhaps that's what we need to resolve. If we can find the starting point of the next repetition in Gu village, we might be able to uncover that force. Before I could finish, an air raid siren suddenly sounded outside, oppressive, dull, and long, making me extremely uncomfortable. The sound echoed in my ears, seemingly foretelling a deeper crisis. I stood by the window, and Officer Huang pulled back a curtain slightly, his expression darkening instantly. Xingling and I leaned in, and to our shock, Gu village was now shrouded in a faint mist. The villagers, regardless of what they were doing, all stopped, gazing blankly at the sky with vacant and empty expressions. Even those who had been asleep began to emerge from their houses, one by one, moving into the courtyard, swaying as they looked up at the sky. The air raid siren blared, stopping abruptly after the third sound. The mist enveloping the village gradually dissipated within that brief minute. At that moment, my heart tightened, as if a bad omen was looming. What are they doing? Fat June's voice trembled, his face pale, stammering. It seems the repetition has begun, I said quietly, feeling a tightness in my chest. Immediately, a villager took the lead, moving like a soulless shell, followed by others, all slowly marching toward the same direction. Xingling was the first to notice something amiss, and she sharply pointed out, "They're surrounding us." My heart sank, and I regretted not realizing it sooner, but now it was too late. In less than a minute, over 50 villagers had gathered in Huazi's front yard. Under the moonlight, their faces were pale, their expressions wooden, like zombies, their hollow eyes all focused on the tightly shut door. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, like the sea before a storm, silent yet with undercurrents. They were waiting for the first flash of lightning and thunder to stir the waves. What do they want? Fat Jun's voice shook as he backed away a few steps. How many people in Huazi's family? I asked. 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, Officer Huang quickly answered. Ah, I get it. That's us 5. Wang Zikai said, amused, satisfied with the obvious connection. The repetition has started, beginning with the night of the wedding. I gritted my teeth. They're here, for a massacre. The tragedy of Huazi's family flashed through my mind like lightning, and I understood that it was the village's beast horde that killed them, dismembering their bodies. But why did these beasts suddenly attack Huazi's family, only to forget everything afterward? A flood of questions surged, but at this moment, survival was the only goal. Run! We have to run. Fat Jun's voice was filled with despair. We can't win, we'll die, we'll all die. It's too late. Xingling drew her knife, her eyes clear and resolute. If we go out now, we'll die even faster. Officer Huang said firmly, pulling out his gun, decisively planning, have you played tower defense games? Guard the house, kill anyone who comes in. Gao Yang, Fat Jun, guard the windows in the back. Xingling, Wang Zikai, the 3 of us will hold the front door. No problem. I responded, a fighting spirit rising within me. Wang Zikai rushed to the door, ready to fight, while Xingling stood to his left, knife poised. I stood behind Wang Zikai, with Officer Huang beside me, gun in hand, prepared for whatever may come. He suddenly turned his head, shouting at me, "Turn on the lights." They may not be hindered by visibility, but it's crucial for us. I quickly turned on the flashlight, then immediately closed my eyes. Entering system. Reminder, you are in danger, luck point gain increased by 100 times. You currently have 72 luck points accumulated. Unlock talent. Unlocking talent requires 60 points, do you wish to? Do it quickly. I urged in my mind, anxious. Unlocking. Unlocking. Unlock failed. Damn it. Never works when needed. I cursed silently, feeling the urgency. Add the remainder to agility. Your agility has permanently increased by 12 points. Stamina, 27. Endurance, 28. Strength, 17. Agility, 39. Mental, 137. Charisma, 47. Luck, 132. I opened my eyes, feeling slightly lighter, perhaps just a psychological effect. I knew if I borrowed the knife god talent from Xingling for those 10 seconds, I'd be rendered useless afterward. The numerous attribute boosts meant little to an ordinary student like me. However, if I could deftly dodge a few attacks, I might live a bit longer. I only hoped this would allow me to die a little slower. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed outside, and Officer Huang's shout reached my ears, "They're coming!" Bang! With a fierce crash, the door was violently struck. Soon, a hand covered in green scales punched through the door panel, followed by another one. The hands clawed and tore wildly, ripping a large gap in the door like a chainsaw. I saw a partially beastified young man, Uji, the village's literary youth, squeezing in. His eyes bulged exaggeratedly behind his glasses, his face twisted and frenzied, saliva dripping from his mouth, half of his body already inside, muttering lowly, "Humans, humans, humans." Bang! A bullet pierced his eye, followed by his agonized wail. The sharp tang blade stabbed into his open mouth, penetrating his throat. Aji twitched a few times before gradually falling still. Zzz. As Qingling withdrew her blade, blood splattered onto Wang Zikai's face. He froze, despite having been the most vocal earlier, now seeming less brave and less thrilled by the killing. "Don't just stand there!" Officer Huang shouted at him. Wang Zikai snapped back to reality, his expression returning. "Die!" He kicked Aji, who was stuck in the door hole, sending him flying out, the air thick with urgency and danger. I had to admit, as a young beast, Wang Zikai, possessed incredible natural strength. Bang, 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 more beasts surged from the courtyard, relentlessly slamming against the fragile door. With a resounding crash, the door finally gave way, collapsing. 3 half-human, half-beast villagers climbed over the fallen door, ignoring my presence, lunging towards Qing Ling and Officer Huang. Bang! Slash! With gunshots and flashes of the blade, blood spattered, and the beasts on either side fell. Meanwhile, I firmly held back one of the beasts, my arms quickly beastifying into 2 bronze-colored large iron pincers. "Let go of me!" I shouted angrily. With a forceful squeeze, I snapped the beast's spine in half, the crisp sound echoing in the air. The beast howled in pain, and in its dying moments, it opened its mouth, revealing red fangs, biting fiercely into my shoulder. My scream tore through the air at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets hit the Fong beast's head in succession. Blood gushed out, and it ceased struggling immediately. Realizing the beast in my arms was dead, I released my grip, breathing heavily as it limply fell, reverting to Sister Fan who had served us tea earlier. My shoulder was torn, bleeding profusely, blurring my vision with both the enemies and my own blood. This was my first time killing a beast. Excitement, fear, and anger surged through me like a tide, momentarily shattering my reason. I roared to the sky, the muscles in my legs and chest hardening like bronze, rising like a more handsome version of the Hulk. Outside the door, countless beasts swarmed, and I charged toward the dark mass of beasts all at once. "Stop!" Gao Yang shouted, but I could no longer hear him. I rushed outside, fists and feet flying, smashing a beast's head with a punch, kicking one away with a kick, fighting like a madman, heedless of anything. My combat prowess exceeded everyone's expectations, taking down 7 or 8 beasts in one breath. However, outnumbered, more beasts swarmed like hungry wolves, quickly entangling me, gnawing at my body, ultimately engulfing me in a pile of beasts. The remaining beasts surged into the house, and my heart tensed. Officer Huang in Qing Ling's defense line was on the verge of collapse, watching as the beasts fell one after another to bullets and the tang blade, but there were simply too many enemies. Just then, a beast slowly rose from the corpses and blood, surprisingly the village head, Master Wu. Although Qing Ling had dealt it a fatal blow, it wasn't entirely dead, its neck gaping and head tilted. My heart skipped a beat as Master Wu extended his hands, lunging at Qing Ling. She was busy stabbing the tang blade into a beast's heart, and at that moment, I knew she wouldn't have time to draw her sword. In the nick of time, I swiftly activated the knife god talent, rushing forward, and accurately stabbed the dagger into Master Wu's heart. Quickly withdrawing the knife, I had to make the most of those 7 seconds. I sidestepped, leaping to Officer Huang's side, stabbing at a beast lunging toward him as he reloaded. Unexpectedly, its chest was covered in hard scales, rendering my dagger useless. Instantly, it backhanded me, sending me flying, my head hitting the dirt wall, stars exploding before my eyes. In that instant, the scale-covered beast lunged at me, just as a bullet struck its right eye, followed by a sharp tang blade splitting its head from behind. Qing Ling decisively withdrew the tang blade, shouting, "Fall back!" At that moment, Fat Jun rushed over, helping me retreat to a corner. My chest burned with pain, and looking down, I saw a narrow wound, blood flowing incessantly. Quickly, it's okay, it's okay." Fat Jun's voice trembled, his expression dazed, seemingly drained of strength. Suddenly, an ape-like arm covered in brown fur broke through the window, grabbing Fat Jun's neck and dragging him backward. "Ah!" Fat Jun shouted, fortunately getting stuck in the window thanks to his large frame, preventing him from being pulled out. Ignoring the wound on my chest, I quickly jumped up, using all my strength to stab the dagger into the ape-like arm, eliciting a scream from outside, forcing the arm to retract. The rescued Fat Jun had no time for gratitude, crawling under a table, curling up with his hands over his head, lost in thought. I understood Fat Jun had done his best, holding no grudge against his fear. Clutching my chest wound, I stood up, looking fearlessly and angrily at the chaos outside the door, where bodies lay, blood pooling. Officer Huang had run out of bullets, discarding his gun, picking up a rusty machete from the corner, retreating to my side, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" I gripped the dagger tightly, clenching my teeth, and responded, "I'm all right." Just then, a nimble beast leaped through the door, moving with the speed of a leopard, skillfully dodging Qingling's blade, heading straight for Officer Huang. Ah! I could only watch as he swung the machete, aiming for the beast's head but only striking its shoulder. The beast remained fierce, quickly pinning Officer Huang to the ground, its angry growls chilling to the bone, opening its fanged maw, ready to crush his neck. Without hesitation, I charged forward, both hands gripping the dagger, and with the momentum of my body, I viciously stabbed into the beast's hindbrain. The sharp tip pierced through its skull, with blood and brain fluid gushing out, splattering across Officer Huang's face. Officer Huang struggled to push the beast off him, grabbing the machete again and pulling me to my feet. We stood back to back, panting heavily, ready to face the next wave of attacks. "Are you okay?" he asked, wiping away the grime from his face. "I'm okay," I replied, filled with a bloodthirsty determination, my vision tinged red. "Good," he shouted with renewed spirit, "my wife hasn't given birth yet, I can't die here." "I can't die here either," I echoed passionately, a thought flashing through my mind as I shouted, "I'm still a virgin." In that moment, both Officer Huang and I felt a surge of courage rising within us. Covered in blood, standing amidst the carnage, I shouted with both sadness and fervor. Nearby, Qingling, holding her blade, frowned slightly, thinking I might have been scared senseless like Fat June. Officer Huang suddenly burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting the perilous situation. From outside, amidst the pile of Luohan beasts, I heard Wang Zikai's voice, his tone shocked. "What did you say? Say it again." "I'm still a virgin," I repeated loudly, excitedly. In that instant, the heap of Luohan beasts exploded. Wang Zikai emerged, drenched in blood, fully beastified, standing 2 meters tall, clutching a beast's head in each hand like ragged cloth. With a crack, he crushed the 2 beasts' heads, swinging them fiercely, their remains flying and knocking over other beasts nearby. Just like that, he strode towards the house, with 7 or 8 remaining beasts rushing at him, but none of these small fry were his match. With astonishing strength, he tore one apart with his bare hands, amidst a bloody storm, like a demon reborn. His chest heaving slightly, he walked over the corpses, stopping before me, looking down at me, who was a head shorter, his face covered in blood. "You really are still a virgin?" I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, nodding heavily, "Yes." "I knew it," Wang Zikai exclaimed, his hands waving, face full of excitement. "I knew you couldn't have lost it before me. We're truly good brothers." Bang! A beast suddenly crashed through the roof, landing inside the house. "Watch out!" Qingling roared, swinging her blade at it, but the opponent was quicker, its tail sweeping her out of the doorway. "Qingling!" I shouted, but my gaze refocused inside the house, a slayer among the beasts. This slayer was not at the same level as Auntie before, it was younger and fully beastified, exuding an immense sense of oppression. I could barely recognize the human face, and its body had completely transformed into a sprawling giant lizard, its entire surface covered in tough, dark red scales. If this slayer stood upright, it would likely be taller and more robust than Wang Zikai. After tossing Qingling out, it charged at me without hesitation. At that moment, Wang Zikai instinctively pushed me aside, sparing me from its charge. The next second, the slayer collided with Wang Zikai's waist, its clawed forearms like crossed blades, easily piercing his thick, bronze skin. "Arg! You little bastard!" His veins bulged, taking the hit with his body. The slayer didn't stop, continuing to tear forward, forcing Wang Zikai to retreat rapidly, slamming into the wall, leaving cracks as if the wall could collapse at any moment. As the slayer tried to pull out its claws to end the fight, Wang Zikai, unwilling to back down, quickly extended his arms, wrapping them tightly around the slayer's armpits, preventing its escape. Though his abdomen was pierced, blood bubbling from his mouth, he still managed a pained but determined smile. "Cheap shot, no honor, you rat feed." "Arg!" Wang Zikai erupted with all his strength, snapping the slayer's arms with a wrenching twist, blood gushing like a fountain. It screamed, staggering back, while an unyielding fury rose within me, charging forward, dagger plunging into the slayer's abdomen, knocking it to the ground. Even though the slayer lost its arms, it wrapped its tail tightly around my arms, its fanged mouth aiming to bite me. At that moment, a loud crack pierced the air, a rusty machete cleaving its face. This blade wasn't Officer Huang's but Fat Jun's. His face was smeared with blood and tears, trembling with excitement, raising the machete high for another vicious chop. Die! Die, he roared again, his third strike falling, an indomitable spirit igniting within him. Die! I heard Fat Jun's voice echoing in my mind with each swing of the machete. Die, 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 die! I lost count of how many times he struck, the slayer's head becoming a blurred mess, its twisted body finally releasing its grip on me, stiffening. Fat Jun wanted to keep hacking, but Officer Huang, enduring his own pain, staggered over, stopping his hand. That's enough, it's over. His voice was hoarse but firm. The machete fell heavily, and I saw Fat Jun turn, embracing Officer Huang tightly, sobbing, I survived. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Yes, you survived. Officer Huang gently patted his back, comforting him like a wounded child. I mustered all my strength to push the heavy corpse aside, stumbling over to Wang Zikai. The severed limbs of the slayer pinned him to the earthen wall like iron nails. His beastified body gradually returned to its original form, his mouth full of bloody foam, eyes bloodshot, appearing incredibly fragile. He clutched his abdomen, which was a bloody mess, a total wreck. Bro, something's wrong. His voice grew weaker. I feel like I'm about to die. No. You won't die. I was panicked, trying to pull out the severed limbs, but feared it would worsen his bleeding and death. Damn it, screwed it up. Wang Zikai chuckled foolishly, with a bit of childlike innocence, so lame, even with the Chosen One's script. I messed up. Stop talking, you won't die, you won't die. My hands trembled, and I shouted at Fat Jun, stop crying. Save him. Fat Jun snapped back to reality, wiping the tears from his face with his hand. He ran over and knelt down, carefully examining Wang Zikai's wound. Brother Yang. These two severed limbs, we need to pull him out. He's already lost too much blood. A wave of helpless despair washed over me. I know, but if we don't pull them out, I can't heal him. We have to take this risk. Fat Jun gritted his teeth, his voice firm. Brother Yang, make the call. I looked at Wang Zikai lying on the ground, his pale face tearing at my heart. He had already lost consciousness. Taking a deep breath, I finally made up my mind, pull him out. Officer Huang moved closer to me. Gao Yang, hold down Wang Zikai. Fat Jun and I will pull out the severed limbs together. The three of us exchanged glances, counting in unison, 3, 2, 1. Squish, accompanied by a gut-wrenching sound, the two severed limbs were pulled out simultaneously, and blood sprayed over us. I felt the cold blood pouring over my face, but there was no room for retreat in my heart. Block it! Quickly block it! I shouted urgently. Fat Jun immediately pressed his hands tightly over the two bleeding holes in Wang Zikai's waist, muttering, heal. His palms emitted a layer of green glow, fluctuating in intensity, yet blood continued to gush out through his fingers. What's happening? I asked, my heart pounding with anxiety, feeling suffocated. Focus. I'm trying. I'm trying. Fat Jun's voice was filled with anxiety, his eyes shut tight as he repeated, heal. Heal. Wang Zikai's complexion faded from pale to ashen, and the blood spurting out began to lessen, but I knew it wasn't because the wound was healing but because his blood was rapidly running dry. Watching his chest gradually lose its vitality, I was suddenly overwhelmed with helplessness, too afraid to check his breathing. I'm sorry. Fat Jun's face twisted like a fermenting bun, tears streaming uncontrollably. I tried my best, I really did. Keep going. I yelled, a glimmer of hope igniting within me, don't stop. He can still be saved. Officer Huang stepped forward, gently placing a hand on my shoulder. Gao Yang, don't do this. I forcefully shrugged off his hand, knowing what he was about to say, but I didn't want to hear it. Yet his weary and heavy voice still reached my ears, he's gone. The person lying before me wasn't my friend Wang Zikai, his name was just a guise for a mindless beast. That Wang Zikai never existed, merely a lost soul. Dead is dead, I tried to comfort myself, but to no avail, as if a giant stone was pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. In an instant, memories flooded back. The first day of school, Wang Zikai's sports car nearly hit me at the gate. On the third day of military training, when I fainted from heatstroke, he carried me to the infirmary. The first time at the internet cafe, he dragged me into a game, and I lost all night. That night we got drunk, he cried, hoping his parents wouldn't divorce. I sat powerlessly in front of Wang Zikai's corpse, my soul seemingly lost. Qingling, clutching her still bleeding arm, walked in holding her knife. Fat Jun hesitated for a moment, then stood up from beside Wang Zikai, walking over to Qingling and placing his hands on her wound heel. I glanced at Wang Zikai, a tightness gripping my heart, frowning. Is he dead? Officer Huang nodded in confirmation, no heartbeat. His gaze swept around, landing on the scattered beast corpses. I never thought we'd truly have to slaughter the village. Without Wang Zikai, the four of us might have perished here. Are there any missing? Fat Jun's uneasy voice interrupted my thoughts. I counted just now, 31 outside, 22 inside, a total of 53. Officer Huang's voice was calm and firm. No missing. Does that mean we can leave this damned place? Fat Jun was impatient, hoping everything could end now. They're all dead, no more enemies. But just as Fat Jun spoke, my heart clenched tightly, sensing a premonition of unease. Something's wrong. I clutched my chest, my thoughts becoming chaotic. What's wrong? Officer Huan looked at me with alertness. I don't know how to describe it, maybe it's my perception. I murmured, a thread of despair spreading within me. Something is still around us, it's strong, excited, and dangerous. Brother Yang, don't joke like that, it's not funny at all. Fat Jun, having survived by a hair's breadth, was extremely flustered, looking around anxiously. What else is there? Where is it? I don't see anything. I closed my eyes, trying to focus and enter the system. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point gain increased to 1,000 times. My mind trembled, silently repeating the perplexing phrase, with only one thought flashing across my mind. Given our current state, the four of us are doomed to not escape this fate. I opened my eyes, shouting anxiously, "Run! Run!" Before I finished speaking, the four of us sprang into action, leaving Wang Zikai's body behind. As we rushed out of the courtyard, Qingling suddenly stopped, raising her hand towards us without turning, her voice urgent and firm, "Stay back. Don't come near me." The rest of us stopped in our tracks, filled with doubt and fear in our hearts. At that moment, my gaze locked onto Qingling. Her long black hair seemed to undergo an abnormal change, with a few strands inexplicably floating upwards. Those strands of black hair aren't hers. I realized the severity of the problem hitting me. The strands of hair, like snakes eyeing their prey, were poised to strangle her neck. Qingling's fingers moved quickly, and the blade hidden in her chest pocket sprang out. She instinctively ducked, rolling back to our side. The severed strands of black hair floated in the air for a few seconds, like plankton, slowly drifting skyward. The four of us looked up, a chill running through our hearts in unison. A humanoid skull descended from above, its long black hair spreading like shadows. Look at the ground. Fat Jun's shout shattered the silence. I looked down to see the hair of the corpses automatically detaching, coiling into strands like tiny black snakes crawling on the ground. Soon, they defied gravity, swimming toward the monstrous entity in the sky, like thousands of lost tadpoles returning to their mother's embrace. Before long, the creature took its complete form. Its appearance defied description, resembling a bizarre human skull, with billions of black strands of hair appended to it, like a massive seaweed monster floating in the depths of the ocean under the moonlight. It descended slowly, its hair spreading in all directions, instantly blocking out the sky and the moon, the surrounding darkness pressing in, as if the apocalypse had arrived. I heard Fat Jun stammering beside me, "Isn't that the hair monster that attacked us that night?" "That's right." I felt a cold chill run down my spine. Honestly, even if all five of us gave it our all, we might not be able to deal with this thing, let alone now, when we're depleted and weakened. I turned to Officer Huang, unease gnawing at me. Does the Zodiac organization know about this situation? Officer Huang's expression grew even more grave. I'm afraid they knew, which is why they sent us here. This isn't a test, it's a death sentence. My voice was laced with bitterness. We've been used. Cheng Ling interjected coldly, we're just cannon fodder. I'm sorry, it's my fault for getting everyone involved. Wu Dahai isn't a bad person, I thought my judgment of character was right. Officer Huang appeared full of regret. I shook my head, not blaming him. It's not your fault. We chose to join the organization. Enough of this. Think of a solution. I don't want to die. Fat June shouted anxiously. Qingling, can you still fight? I couldn't help but ask. I remained silent, feeling the intense pain coursing through my body. I had at least 3 fractures, and the muscles in my right arm were torn, leaving me unable to grasp the Tang sword firmly, a mere bluff. I knew I still had the metal talent, but a level 2 ability was useless against such a beast. In my heart, like Gao Yang, I saw no way out, escape was impossible, fighting meant certain death. All logic in my mind screamed, this was a death trap. Awaiting death is an endless torment, yet it didn't last long. I looked up, gazing at the black hair that blotted out the sky like an inverted black carnivorous flower, encircling the 4 of us. Everyone be careful. Gao Yang's voice echoed in my ears, but it was futile. Fat June was the first to fall victim, closing his eyes without resistance, just hoping the pain would end quickly. Next, Officer Huang was ensnared by the black strands, unable to resist, and after a brief struggle, he was wrapped tightly like a solid bundle. My situation was the most dire. Despite a temporary agility boost helping me evade, I was eventually surrounded by the black hair. I fought with all my might, controlling the knives, blades, and Tang sword around me, battling the darkness. For a moment, many strands were severed, but a few always managed to slip through. In just 6 or 7 seconds, I was tightly bound. Under the pull of the black hair, my feet slowly left the ground, and I was suspended along with my 3 companions. Eventually, I became the most coveted prey for the skull beast, drawn swiftly towards it, hovering before its hollow face. The black strands moved like slender snakes, attempting to merge with my waterfall-like black hair. At that moment, the skull suddenly spoke, a hollow and chilling female voice echoing in my ear, hair, such beautiful hair. I stared at the skull, unafraid. Without warning, I opened my mouth, and the small blade hidden under my tongue flew out, slashing towards the skull's forehead. Metal! I shouted, pouring all my strength into controlling the blade. The blade, under the immense mental force, seemed incredibly fragile, leaving only a negligible scratch on the forehead. My sneak attack, however, enraged the terrifying hair monster. Hundreds of strands intertwined, instantly forming a hard black needle, like a scorpion's tail, stabbing straight into Qingling's chest. Qingling! My heart sank, my voice echoing in the air. Dangling in midair, Qingling silently endured the fatal blow. The black needle retracted from her chest, blood gushing out like a flood, quickly staining her pale neck, face, and forehead, soaking her long hair. The hair monster seemed entranced by the scene, whispering, hair, such beautiful hair, all mine. Its voice carried a twisted fervor. As the first drop of blood dripped from the tip of Qingling's hair, the hair monster quivered with ecstasy, its black strands rapidly unfurling, rushing towards Qingling to entangle and consume her. Everyone else could only watch helplessly, hearts aching. I couldn't stand by and watch her die. I had to save her. I had to do something. I closed my eyes, silently chanting in my heart. Enter system. Warning. You are in extreme. Lucky points. You have currently accumulated 71 lucky points. Comprehend talent, skip confirmation. This power, I had to master it. I took a deep breath, silently communicating with the unknown force within. At this moment, perception flowed in the void, and after what felt like countless realizations and trials, the moment of success finally arrived. As the system's voice echoed in my mind, talent, flame. Serial number, 26. Rune type, element, I knew I had embarked on a new journey. Level 1 Flame can summon fire elements through both hands, maximum temperature 280 degrees Celsius, burn radius 1 meter. My heart trembled, realizing this power was not just heat but a destiny I was to control. The subsequent attribute boosts thrilled me: stamina, endurance, spirit, and charisma, all I had longed for. In that instant, I pondered, can spirit influence elemental damage? I understood that each point in spirit held potential for enhancement. I decided to allocate all my lucky points to spirit until the power surged forth. Points allocated. The system's notification brought the updated attributes into view: stamina 47, endurance 48, strength 17, agility 39, spirit 199, charisma 57, luck 132. I felt a renewed strength, as if energy was coursing through my body. I smiled slightly, opening my eyes, and with a thought, peculiar and searing energy gathered at my fingertips. The black strands began to fall, and I couldn't help but whisper, "Flame." Whoosh! My hands erupted in blazing fire, and the black strands running along my arms snapped, emitting faint cracking sounds like crushed insect shells. The remaining strands, sensing pain and fear, swiftly detached from my body, fleeing desperately. Using this momentary release, I began to descend. Reacting swiftly, I grabbed Officer Huang's back with one hand, pressing the other on his chest, shouting, "Flame." His chest ignited immediately. With the temperature and range under my control, the black hair on Officer Huang sensed danger and retreated. As he descended, I stepped on his chest and launched myself towards Fat June 3 meters away. That leap was a great challenge for me. Though I had increased my agility somewhat, I couldn't perform as gracefully as an acrobat. With the distance between me and Fat June so close, I desperately reached out and grabbed his leg. The sudden assault terrified him. "Ah, don't kill me." I leaned in and whispered, "Bear with it." Then, I raised my arm and slapped Fat June's plump rear, a sound like thunder, "Flame." Whoosh! His backside was instantly engulfed in flames. The surrounding black strands retreated like a tide, fleeing swiftly. Congratulations! Flame, upgraded. Level 2 Flame can summon fire elements through both hands, maximum temperature 580 degrees Celsius, burn radius 3 meters. Level 2 Flame permanent attribute boost: spirit plus 100, fire resistance plus 60, charisma plus 10. As the system's voice echoed in my mind, I felt a stream of energy flow into my body, filling me with a sense of joy. Fat June's large frame was ensnared by the black strands, unable to extricate himself. I retracted the flames, timing it perfectly, reaching out to grab a handful of the black strands, trying to escape, pulling them like a line, drawing me like a kite towards the hair monster's core, the skull. The hair monster, intent on slowly devouring Qingling, was interrupted by my sudden assault. It paused its feeding, turning to attack me. As it severed the strands I held, it was too late. My body soared in an arc over its head. 3 black needles formed from the strands, rapidly taking shape, stabbing towards me from the front, left, and right. At that moment, I spread my arms, pouring all my strength into the left and right black needles, shouting, "Flame." Boom boom! The twin flames erupted from my palms, engulfing the black needles. The one coming straight at me, however, remained relentless. I twisted my body desperately, hoping to avoid a critical hit. In the split second of crisis, a tang sword flew like lightning, severing the black needle. It was Qingling's metal talent. Despite being bound by hair and hanging upside down, her face covered in blood, her eyes remained resolute, locked onto mine. Even on the brink of death, she never gave up. My heart surged with determination as I spread my arms, letting my body plummet toward the hair monster. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. I was within striking range. Flame! I roared, channeling all my energy into my palms. Boom! The flames surged forth, merging into one and engulfing the hair monster in an instant. It screeched in agony, but the fire wasn't enough to burn away all its hair, let alone destroy the hard skull. A sense of helplessness crept in as gravity pulled me rapidly into the abyss, my flames on the brink of leaving their target. Suddenly, I found myself stabilized, as if something had caught me. Looking down, I saw the hovering tang sword supporting me. With a powerful lift, the sword moved, and I leaped up 1/2 meter. At this moment, Qingling had exhausted all her mental strength, her eyes closed, arms hanging. Remarkably, when the black needle pierced her chest, her metal talent had ascended to level 3. This boost was the only thing keeping her going. At level 3, the metal perception range was 50 meters, control distance 10 meters, and weight capacity 60 kilograms. Flame! I leaped again, unwilling to miss this last chance, pouring all my energy into the attack. However, the brief pause allowed the hair monster to react, the skull retreating swiftly, escaping my fiery reach. All I could do was watch, despair closing in. At that moment, a black needle stabbed from behind. Poof! Coarse and sharp strands pierced my lower back, suspending me like a fish caught on a line. The initial sensation wasn't pain but an eerie cold spreading from my waist, followed by a blinding pain crashing into my skull before returning to the wound. I wished for death to end the agony. In my days, I wondered how Qingling endured, silent as her chest was pierced. Did she not feel pain? If I let this pain continue, I'd end up writhing and screaming until utterly drained. As the black needle composed of thousands of hairs withdrew, excruciating pain overwhelmed my thoughts, leaving me voiceless and dizzy. My body began to fall, but instead of hitting the ground, a gentle force cradled me moments later. The support came from two sources, one under my armpit, the other at my right heel. Gao Yang, I thought, struggling to open my eyes, realizing I was still suspended. Beside me stood a man wearing a fierce red Tengu mask. He held my arm effortlessly, his foot supporting my heel, keeping me afloat. Who are you? I ventured. Zodiac, Tengu. His voice was lazy and lifeless, making the mask seem almost comical. Only then did I notice his black robe, arms wrapped in white bandages, and a short ponytail like an Eastern ninja. You guys? I began, but he impatiently cut me off. Leave the rest to me. Tengu lazily pointed at the airborne hair monster, Slice. In an instant, the air froze, followed by a subtle displacement. The next moment, the hair binding Qingling severed cleanly. Catch her. He pulled me, flying toward Qingling. I understood, enduring the searing pain in my waist, reaching out to catch her. Ah! I groaned in agony. Tengu remained still, targeting the hair monster, his right hand lifting again. Slice! The space solidified and shattered again. The hair monster split in two. The skull, sensing danger, moved swiftly left. Though most of its strands were cut, it remained intact. Slice again. Tengu's voice, like a breeze, issued another command. As space fractured, I dodged swiftly, losing a quarter of my hair in the wind but staying whole. Slice again. With the ongoing commands, my movements became agile in this chase. The white skull evaded Tengu's slashes repeatedly in 10 seconds, as if a barber was trying but always missing by a hair's breadth, my head unyielding. Unwilling to tangle further with Tengu, I chose to fly skyward. At this point, my partner Gao Yang glanced down, spotting the white rabbit from before. She was different now, not the KTV waitress, but a stylish young woman. A cute pink bunny mouth adorned her white mask, her black and white jersey opened to reveal a red crop top and long legs, like a fashionable hero. She had just steadied Officer Huang in Fat June. Without mercy, she shouted at me, "You useless thing. You'll owe me new shoes." Oh. I responded lazily, a hint of relief in my tone. The white rabbit's pretty face looked anxious, bending down, hands on the ground, preparing for something. Jump! She kicked off, soaring instantly. Officer Huang stood dumbfounded as a gust rippled from the white rabbit, so strong it made me close my eyes. When I reopened them, the white rabbit was gone, leaving deep footprints and cracked ground behind. In under 2 seconds, she ascended over 100 meters. The white rabbit precisely calculated her leap, matching the skull's upward trajectory at its peak. Hello, she greeted the skull leisurely, then raised a baseball bat, delivering a perfect blow, home run. The force of her swing sent her 2 meters higher. Meanwhile, the skull, struck heavily, plummeted like a meteor, crashing into a dry pond in the ancient village, creating a muddy crater. Soon, the skull floated from the muddy water, its dome cracked, jaw dislocated, yet it stubbornly tried to escape. Wu Dahai stood firmly by the pond, wearing an indescribable punk leather jacket. He slicked back his broom-like hair, flashing a confident, crooked smile. Zodiac Electric Rat Ultimate Move, he leaped 2 meters, punching down hard at the skull in the mud, Super Lightning Fist. In truth, there was no electricity on Wu Dahai's fist, it came from above. In my view, the pond's surroundings dimmed suddenly, then tiny sparks of lightning enveloped the pit, crackling toward the skull. Thick blue-white bolts struck it like power lines. Boom boom boom, the night sky brightened as day. When I came to, Tengu was descending slowly. Unable to hold on, I collapsed with Qingling in my arms. In my fading consciousness, I vaguely heard Wu Dahai's excited voice approaching. It's done. Wow! It really had a rune circuit. I exclaimed, the surrounding noise abruptly quieting. Wu Dahai, next time, just act decisively. All those flashy poses give me a headache. White Rabbit's dismissive sarcasm reached my ears. His voice sounded teasing, making me smile despite myself. You don't know anything, it's called a sense of ritual. Wu Dahai retorted angrily. Being a chunibyo is a disease that needs treatment, I interjected. Hey, someone over here is about to die, Tengu's voice called out from nearby. Let me see, wow, how tragic, a childlike voice chimed in softly. Hey folks, there's still one inside, a man with a heavy nasal voice added. It's just a lost beast, don't mind it, Wu Dahai said. It's not a beast, it's my friend, save him. I tried to continue shouting, but my eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and my consciousness suddenly faded. When I awoke, I only felt thirsty, with no pain at all. To my surprise, my lower back, which had been stabbed, felt no pain, just a slight itch, like a mosquito bite. Don't move, it'll be alright soon, that childish voice spoke again. I struggled to sit up, my vision gradually clearing. In front of me was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with cute double buns in her hair, wearing a modified hanfu with a white top and a light pink floral skirt. She knelt beside me, her chubby little hands holding mine, her cheeks rosy and her big eyes clear and innocent. Who are you? I asked. The Zodiac, little sheep, but everyone calls me Meng Xiaoyang, she replied proudly. Did you heal me? I asked, gratitude in my voice. Nope, I just took Big Brother's injuries and made them my own, she blinked. What? I was shocked. At this moment, White Rabbit squatted in front of me, gently ruffling Meng Xiaoyang's hair, talent, damage transfer, serial number, 24. Rune type, life. Then she turned to Meng Xiaoyang, that's enough, go find Uncle Dead Pig. No, I want to transfer all of Big Brother's injuries, Meng Xiaoyang said proudly. You don't usually care this much, what's up? Do you like him? White Rabbit teased. No. Absolutely not. Meng Xiaoyang blushed, let go of my hand, and hurried away. My gaze inadvertently fell to White Rabbit's feet. From the earlier jump, her white sneakers had holes, revealing her little feet, the black nail polish on her right big toe unfinished. What are you looking at, rude? White Rabbit's tone was light, and I quickly averted my gaze. She sat cross-legged, took off her ruined sneakers, and pulled out a bottle of black nail polish from her baseball jersey pocket, speaking nonchalantly, rushed out too fast, didn't finish, you don't mind, right? Not at all, I replied. If you have questions, ask me, I'm here to answer, her voice was slow and friendly. Is Qingling alright? I couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, she was the first one saved, almost died, but we brought Meng Xiaoyang and Uncle Dead Pig, so it's not a big problem, White Rabbit said, focused on her nail polish, speaking in her usual slow manner. Meng Xiaoyang's damage transfer, what's that talent? I asked. As the name implies, she can transfer someone else's injuries to herself, but it must be within half an hour of the injury. White Rabbit paused. We haven't precisely measured it, but roughly, the amount of damage she can absorb at once is enough for you to die 10 times. I was shocked, not expecting to die that many times. But Meng Xiaoyang can't digest the damage, it must be transferred out shortly after. White Rabbit finished her thumb, held her foot gently, and blew on her nail. The transfer method is the same as absorption, just touch the other's body. There's a species barrier between damages. Human injuries can only be transferred to humans, animal to animal, plant to plant, beast to beast. These small rules seem to hold endless possibilities. I felt a bit worried. Isn't she then? No worries, let me introduce another big shot in our organization, Uncle Dead Pig. White Rabbit tilted her head, pointing at the man not far away wearing a pig head helmet. He looked about 300 pounds, sitting shirtless like a giant Buddha or a mountain of meat. His solid, dark muscles didn't sag like fat but instead gave a sense of reliable security. Uncle Dead Pig, I'm starting now. Meng Xiaoyang stood in front of him, reaching out her cute little hand. Hee, go ahead. Uncle Dead Pig's voice resonated like an echo in a valley. I watched quietly as Meng Xiaoyang placed her hand on Dead Pig's belly, and soon, the skin on his lower back split open, revealing a bloody hole, precisely where I had been stabbed. It was shocking, yet no blood gushed out, just a slight trickle. I watched again as the wound on Dead Pig's body healed visibly, disappearing completely in less than a minute. More amazingly, Dead Pig seemed unaffected, even falling asleep and snoring right before me. All done, Meng Xiaoyang pulled back her hand, patted her little skirt, and bounced back, hugging White Rabbit from behind. Hee. Stop it. White Rabbit was busy with her nail polish, unable to pay attention. I don't know what you're so happy about. Yay. Meng Xiaoyang made a face at White Rabbit, then glanced at me shyly before running off towards Tengu. The Zodiac, Dead Pig, Talent, Self-Healing, Serial Number, 47. Rune Type, Life. White Rabbit explained, as you saw, his self-healing ability is extraordinary. A normal person trying to stab him would probably tire themselves out first. He's called Dead Pig because dead pigs aren't afraid of boiling water. Is he really that strong? I couldn't help but feel like a frog in the well. Because both Meng Xiaoyang and Uncle Dead Pig have reached level 4 talents, White Rabbit pouted slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of pride. Even though it's just one level higher than level 3, the strength difference is not minor. As I pondered this, I suddenly remembered someone. What about Wang Zikai? Is he still alive? White Rabbit replied casually, oh, that lost beast, can't be saved. Why? I was nearly shouting in my agitation, feeling dizzy from the rush of blood. Open your mouth, White Rabbit commanded without ceremony. Aren't you guys? I hadn't finished when she swiftly placed an orange-flavored gummy candy in my mouth. I had no choice but to gulp it down, hesitating to chew. Eat something, replenish your sugar. Don't worry, this hand didn't touch my feet, White Rabbit joked. I finally swallowed the candy but felt a heaviness in my chest. Didn't you say you don't kill lost beasts? Not killing doesn't mean saving, White Rabbit smiled knowingly. I was left speechless by her words. Alright, just teasing you. White Rabbit popped another candy into my mouth, this time apple-flavored. He's not dead? I was overjoyed. White Rabbit blinked her brown almond eyes, revealing through her mask, no need to save Wang Zikai because he doesn't need saving. Your lost friend is quite special. Unless you chop off his head or dig out his heart, it's hard for him to truly die. Excessive bleeding poses no threat, and a stopped heart is no cause for concern, as his body has activated a self-repair mechanism. I was secretly amazed at Wang Zikai's extraordinary talent. Isn't this similar to Dead Pig's talent? Not quite, but it's enough for self-preservation. Just as the words left my mouth, Wang Zikai, clutching his nearly healed wound, stumbled out of the house with Fat June's support. Upon seeing me, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew louder, his body shaking uncontrollably. The recently healed wound split open again from his wild movements, causing him to grimace in pain, yet it didn't stop his laughter. I was bewildered, wondering what on earth he found so funny. Had he lost his mind? Everyone in the courtyard stared at Wang Zikai in confusion. After a while, Wang Zikai, tired of laughing, pushed Fat June away, and staggered towards me with a determined stride. As I attempted to stand up, he slapped my shoulder hard. I knew it, you're still a virgin. Shut up. I nearly rolled my eyes. This was utterly embarrassing. You tried to fool me, ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh again. Hey. Wu Dahai finally couldn't hold back, habitually smoothing his pompadour. what's wrong with being a virgin? I turned to Wu Dahai and couldn't help but grin. Brother, you too? Exactly, what's wrong with being a virgin? Tengu asked lazily, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Whoa! You're all virgins? My mood brightened instantly, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Guess we'll be like family from now on. Not Uncle Dead Pig, White Rabbit chimed in, patting the still sleeping Dead Pig. He's had a wife before. That past tense had was perfectly chosen, and my smile froze. No way? Even someone like him had a wife? With a deep sigh, I lamented, damn, the world is so unfair. Exactly. Wu Dahai grumbled, even Dead Pig found a wife, and guys as handsome as us can't find anyone. Wu Dahai and I exchanged a look, and in that instant, as if we were kindred spirits, we grasped each other's hands and said in unison, I understand you. I understand you. White Rabbit, holding her baseball bat, sighed in exasperation, why don't you two just get together and save the rest of the girls out there? So, does this mean we can join the organization? Officer Huang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, still sitting on the ground, clutching a half-empty bottle of glucose. Yes. Gao Yang, Qingling, Huang Qi, White Rabbit announced formally, congratulations, you three have passed the test and joined the organization. Ah. Officer Huang let out a long sigh, spreading his arms and lying on the ground, seemingly forgetting the pile of beast corpses around him. The life of an adult is too hard. Though we survived the ordeal, there was a newfound sense of relief in our hearts. I exhaled deeply, took a swig of my water bottle. Qingling, who had been lying unconscious, blinked slightly. The blood on her face had been wiped away at some point, leaving her skin pristine. 2 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes, but what I saw wasn't Qingling, but her younger sister, Qingling. Her face was full of fear, trembling all over, breathing rapidly. Seeing me was like seeing a lifeline. She immediately rushed over and hugged me tightly. Her hands gripped my clothes fiercely, her face buried in my chest, her tears soaking my shirt, the warmth reaching my heart. It's okay, we're safe now, I gently patted her shoulder, unsure how to comfort her. For an ordinary girl to endure all this and still hold on was no small feat. Hey, wait a minute. Wu Dahai looked dissatisfied at Tengu. I made the heroic entrance and took down the monster. Why is she hugging this loser? Didn't you say you'd help me with the ladies? She was unconscious at the time, Tengu shrugged in response. Good thing she didn't see it, otherwise your chances of winning her over would drop from 1% to 0%. I couldn't help but laugh, though there was an indescribable complexity in my heart. 1%, White Rabbit's voice chimed in, sharp as ever. Qingling quickly collected herself, showing no mercy to me, the one pushed aside. She hastily wiped her reddened eyes and said coldly, wait here, I'll bring my sister out. In a blink, Qingling seemed to return. She wasn't the least bit surprised by the scene around her, as if everything had never left. She snatched the bottle of water from my hand and drank it all in one go. Then she turned to Tengu, her gaze like a blade, give me back my sword. I noticed Tengu holding Qingling's tang sword, full of envy, nice sword. He tossed it back to Qingling, who gave it to you? Qingling caught the sword, her fingertips brushing over it before folding it into her palm, hiding it completely. A friend. Your friend. Tengu seemed to want to ask more, but she cut him off with a short answer. Dead. Oh. Tengu clearly didn't want to press further, yawning as if he were tired. All done, I'm heading out. White Rabbit nodded, all right, I'll stay and wrap up with Electric Rat. Meng Xiaoyang, let's go. Tengu waved to us, looking relaxed. A swirl of emotions stirred within me. I watched Meng Xiaoyang, who hesitated between me and Tengu, but ultimately ran to Tengu. He effortlessly picked her up, placing her on his shoulder. Goodbye, brother Gao Yang, Meng Xiaoyang waved to me, her voice clear as a bell. Goodbye, I raised my hand in response, a warmth filling my heart. I suddenly thought of my sister, Gao Xinxin, who had been just as sweet and adorable when she was young. But now, the sadness made me shake my head, unwilling to dwell on it. Tengu's body defied gravity, rising slowly. At this moment, Dead Pig awoke from his slumber, nimbly grabbing onto a white bandage Tengu lowered, and joined him in the sky. Clearly, Tengu's capacity was limited, and with Dead Pig joining, his ascent noticeably slowed. Impressive, each one more amazing than the last, Fat June marveled, knowing he was a minor character here, and as the atmosphere became more harmonious, he couldn't help but start flattering them. But flattery won't help, only those three are getting formal positions, you and Wang Zikai are still interns, White Rabbit reminded. No worries, it's an honor to be an intern at such a prestigious company. Fat June grinned sycophantically. Though he'd been through hell and back, he'd found a support system and no longer needed to look over his shoulder. Tengu has dual talents, talent, flight, serial number, 29, talent, spatial slice, serial number, 14, both talents are of the time-space rune type. White Rabbit continued to explain, his talents are currently level 3, but that's already impressive. The talent information among organization members is open, no rush, I'll tell you more slowly. White Rabbit, right? Wang Zikai called out excitedly. Yes? I heard her respond as she turned. Can you check my talent serial number? Wang Zikai's eyes shone with anticipation, I bet it's in the top 3. Having already greeted White Rabbit, she smiled slightly, her almond eyes curving into crescents, your talent is destiny, serial number 0, the strongest ever, bar none. What the heck? Really? I was overjoyed, overwhelmed with excitement, not expecting to be so powerful. Of course, the talent abilities are profound and ever-changing, I'm not entirely sure, White Rabbit said with a smile, just explore it more yourself in the future, it's definitely world-shattering level. I almost wanted to applaud her, she was so good at this. Alright. White Rabbit clapped her hands, signaling us to look at her. There are still many questions you have about this action in the ancient village, we'll explain later, but for now, let's get out of here. Are we flying out too? I couldn't help but ask. No need, she turned and said, we'll take another exit. Led by White Rabbit and Wu Dahai, we reached the slope of the ancient village. Outside the ancestral hall, the temporary structures for the funeral had been taken down, leaving only firecracker debris and wreaths. We pushed open the door of the ancestral hall and walked to the well in the courtyard. This should be it. White Rabbit sounded a bit uncertain as she lowered her mask and extended her hand to Electric Rat. Give me the rune circuit. While White Rabbit spoke, Fat June quietly moved closer, sneaking a glance at her. I could see his face instantly flush, indeed she was an adorable young girl, complete with cute little fangs, exactly the type I liked. If only her outfit were less delinquent and more like a sweet, Japanese style, she'd be perfect. Just as Fat June was lost in his own thoughts, Electric Rat pulled out a circular object from his pocket, about the size of a compact and just as thin, roughly a centimeter thick. We were all drawn to it involuntarily, its exquisite metallic sheen glinted in the sunlight, with intricate grooves etched across it like integrated circuits, through which a flowing light surged continuously. In the center was embedded a mysterious eye totem, exuding an aura where ancient and advanced technology seemed to coalesce, as if it hailed from some ancient civilization where magic and technology coexisted. What is this? My curiosity was instantly piqued. We call it a rune circuit, White Rabbit held it up, her voice crisp. This thing is extremely rare, and thanks to the 5 of you, we managed to get our hands on it today. With this one added, our organization now has 2 rune circuits, Wu Dahai announced proudly. What exactly does it do? I continued to probe, my curiosity growing. I'll explain in detail later, let's get out first. White Rabbit raised the rune circuit high towards the well opening. A buzzing sound filled the air as a beam of light shot up from the bottom of the well. White Rabbit withdrew the rune circuit, smiling as expected, yes, just like the underground realm before. She turned to explain, one at a time, no rush. Electric Rat, you go first, I'll bring up the rear. No problem. Wu Dahai struck a stylish pose and leaped towards the well opening. He hovered in the light, defying gravity. After a brief pause, with a whoosh, he shot up along the beam of light, disappearing from my sight. I seemed to understand, this was a high-tech elevator passage. Next, White Rabbit's voice sounded in my ear. I'm going. Without hesitation, I jumped into the beam of light, filled with anticipation, and instantly felt the wonder of weightlessness. A powerful yet gentle magnetic field swiftly lifted me, high-frequency flowing particle energy flickering before my eyes, my body seemingly traveling through time and space. Slightly disoriented, I gradually rose, passing through what appeared to be an endless underground tunnel, the light ahead fully awakening me. When I realized I was back in front of the Gujia village ancestral hall, the collapsed ancient well beneath my feet confirmed that I had indeed embarked on a fantastic journey. Gradually emerging from the light, White Rabbit also stepped out, seemingly ready to close the passage. With a gentle wave of the rune, the light beam dissipated, and the passage was sealed. "Welcome back," she said with a smile. "Have we been underground this whole time?" Officer Huang asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Yes, you could say we've been in an enclosed space 1,000 meters deep, though it's far more complex than that. I'll explain it slowly later." White Rabbit put her mask back on and asked, "Are you all hungry?" We exchanged glances and then replied in unison, "Hungry." "Yes. Barbecue on the house." She waved her hand enthusiastically, suddenly glancing down at her bare feet with a playful smile. "I also need to buy a pair of shoes." Finally, the five of us left Gujia village, successfully making our way through the small grove without encountering any strange force fields to hinder us. Along the rural path, Officer Huang's police car was still parked there, and next to it was a sleek, low-slung orange sports car, its aerodynamic design stunningly fashionable. "A McLaren." Wang Zikai rushed over, his voice booming, "Wow, I've always wanted one, but my dad thinks it's too expensive and won't buy it." Wu Dahai casually approached, pulled out a car key, and pressed it. The car door opened like a pair of mechanical wings unfolding before my eyes. For a moment, everyone was stunned, myself included. Who would have thought that Wu Dahai, who seemed so ordinary, was actually a rich second generation? "Cheng Ling, want to ride in my car?" He threw a flirtatious glance Cheng Ling's way. Cheng Ling couldn't be bothered, diving directly into the back seat of the police car. I was momentarily stunned, quickly following suit. White Rabbit teased from the side, "Your name is Fat June, right? Sit in the front seat." With that, she also climbed into the back, sandwiching me in the middle. I sat there, upright and at a loss. "Wow, first time in a police car, it's a bit nerve-wracking," White Rabbit chattered excitedly like a schoolgirl. "Want me to put some handcuffs on you for extra realism?" Officer Huang joked. "Sure, let me try." White Rabbit was full of anticipation. Officer Huang actually tossed a pair of handcuffs over, "Here." I caught the handcuffs without hesitation, cuffing my left hand and grabbing Gao Yang's right hand with a click, turning us into a pair of handcuff partners. "What are you doing?" Gao Yang asked in surprise. I wiggled my hand, secretly pleased. "Don't we look like a bank-robbing couple? On the run." No, something more exciting, a serial killer duo. That's even more thrilling." I spun my own narrative. "In the end, the police car overturns, you save me by taking the police with you, leaving me with a massive inheritance, and I can only squander money day by day, filled with sorrow." Gao Yang was speechless. He seemed to have forgotten his earlier remarks about me being dramatic, probably thinking I was more over the top than Wu Dahai now. Laughter echoed from the nearby police car, while the 20 million yuan luxury car stood lonely, watched only by Wang Zikai. "Bro, can I ride shotgun?" Wang Zikai's eyes shone with longing, the first time I'd heard him make such a humble request. Truly the power of money. "Get in," Wu Dahai sighed, shaking his head with a hint of envy. "Damn, that Gao Yang kid is the real winner in life." The police car set off first, but my heart was tense. Wu Dahai started the engine, prompting Wang Zikai to cheer. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Awesome. A 900 horsepower car is something else. 0 to 100 in just 2.8 seconds, a top speed of 380 kilometers per hour. Just listen to that engine roar." But Wu Dahai was far from happy. "If you really like it, I'll lend it to you for a year." "Really?" Wang Zikai's joy warmed my heart, his eyes nearly teary. "Bro, from today on, you're my best brother. Gao Yang can only be second." All right, Wu Dahai said, driving with a wave of his hand, slightly bored. "What's so great about a car? Life without chasing girls is meaningless." As night fell, the two cars headed to the cultural pedestrian street in Feiyang district. White Rabbit told us there was a barbecue place there with fresh, flavorful meat and spicy rabbit heads that were a true delicacy. Aren't you White Rabbit? I asked, surprised. That's why I want to eat rabbit, she replied confidently. All right. I could only smile wryly, feeling she might have a point. In the car, I first called my mom to explain why I hadn't been home for 2 days and why my phone was off, naturally using Wang Zikai as a scapegoat. Hearing this, her mood improved, not pressing further, just urging me to come home soon. Learning my dad had already woken up and was in better health than I expected, I let out a sigh of relief. Hanging up, I noticed the 2 girls next to me watching, feeling a bit awkward. Aren't you calling home? I asked. What's the point? White Rabbit replied coolly, they're all beasts anyway. I turned to Qingling, what about you? I have no family left, Qingling's voice was faint. I sensed this would be a long story, and Gao Yang seemed to understand, not pressing further. Half an hour later, the police car stopped at the intersection, Officer Huang pulling out the keys and saying casually, we're here. We got out of the car and headed toward the cultural pedestrian street. The architecture here, with its traditional charm, reminded me of scenes from martial arts novels, wooden lofts, red lanterns. It was as if we had stepped into another world. The street was bustling with people, and the lively atmosphere of neon lights and alcohol surrounded me. We pushed against the flow of people, making our way deeper into the pedestrian street, eventually finding a narrow, dark alley about a meter wide between a milk tea shop and a convenience store. White Rabbit led the way in, and the rest of us followed closely. Through a series of winding alleyways and even passing through a couple of residential houses, I suddenly found myself in a new world 5 minutes later. In front of me was a circular plaza the size of a football field, with a withered ancient tree standing at its center. Its bare branches were adorned with colorful little light bulbs, flickering as if trying to breathe new life. Surrounding the plaza were old buildings 4 or 5 stories high, their walls lined with signs and neon lights. The fusion of retro and modern elements gave the illusion of being in a cyber world. Is this your base? I couldn't help but ask, my gaze wandering around. This place is called Ten Dragon Village, one of the common spaces for awakeners, White Rabbit said, her tone light as she walked ahead. Groups of awakeners gather here without raising suspicion. Wu Dahai, hands in his pockets, added nonchalantly, only stable lost and awakeners are here, so you can chat, trade, and even flirt without worry. Why? I pressed on, curious. You're quite the curious one, White Rabbit gave me a look of disdain. Simply put, a very powerful awakener did some magic here. Creatures other than lost can't find or enter this place. Who? I asked. The owner of this turf. White Rabbit held up a finger, whispering, friendly reminder, he's not with our organization, so don't cause trouble here, or face the consequences. I fell silent, quickly digesting the information I had. First, the awakeners in the city have formed a small society. This power is enough for self-preservation but not enough to overthrow the dominion of the beasts. I wasn't surprised, with a ratio of 1 in 10,000, there are at least 400 humans in this city. Assuming half have awakened, the numbers are not negligible. Second, the organization of awakeners is not just the 12 zodiac. Third, from White Rabbit's tone, it seemed like organizations coexist without interfering with each other. They appear to have a cooperative and balanced relationship. This point was certainly worth questioning. Our group arrived at a dilapidated tenement building on the west side of the plaza. The hallway seemed to have collapsed, with bricks and cement blocking the way. Next to it was a large iron cage covered with small light bulbs, as big as a freight elevator. White Rabbit nodded toward the cage, and we all stepped inside. I don't like getting in cages, I usually just jump, she said, closing the iron gate. She felt around for a rope on top of the cage, giving it 3 pulls. Jingle, jingle, jingle. The bell rang. Clang. The iron cage began to rise, it was indeed an elevator. When we reached the 5th floor, the inner iron gate opened, revealing a long tenement hallway. White Rabbit had already jumped out of the cage, waving her hand, let's go. I followed her to a doorway, which had a wooden sign that read barbecue hanging outside. Instead of a proper door, there was a curtain strung with tassels. I lifted the curtain and walked in. The interior was spacious, with at least 20 barbecue tables showcasing an industrial style. At the counter stood a striking proprietress. She was heavily made up, wearing a red cheongsam that accentuated her sensual figure. Her dazzling white hair was elegantly pinned up with black hairpins, a few strands falling perfectly over her fair shoulders, both graceful and alluring. She lazily sat on a high stool, crossing her long white legs, holding a water pipe. As customers arrived, she set down the delicate purple water pipe, slightly raised her head, and scanned us with her enchanting eyes. Officer Huang, Wang Zikai, Fat Jun, and I couldn't help but be captivated, our hearts skipping a beat under her spell. This attraction wasn't a natural flutter of the heart but rather a commanding, domineering aura that bewitched and captivated us. Snap! I snapped my fingers, waking the men from wherever their minds had wandered. Boss lady, don't go after our new recruits, please. It took me a while to recruit them, I teased, my tone laced with a hint of warning. What are you saying, little girl? I'm just an old woman, not someone these handsome guys would be interested in, she replied with a slight smile, then asked, do you want a booth or a private room? A booth by the window, I answered. Booth 19 is open, go ahead, she gently tapped the small bell on the counter, smiling, we'll get your order ready. I led everyone through the bustling barbecue tables to a booth at the far end of the restaurant. The so-called window was just a large hole in the wall, without glass, letting the night wind blow in freely, as if it had been smashed open by a wrecking ball. We sat down in a row, with Officer Huang, Wang Zikai, and Fat Jun on one side, and Changling, White Rabbit, and I on the other, with Wu Dahai in the middle. Initially, I wanted to sit with the guys, but for some reason, there seemed to be a subtle magnetic field among us, attracting and repelling simultaneously, and we ended up sitting this way by chance. That proprietress, Fat Jun, was somewhat dazed, full of longing, she's truly a human wonder. Not even my type, yet seeing her makes my blood boil, my breath catch, and my mind fill with naughty thoughts. Me too, Officer Huang said, smoking a cigarette, his voice carrying a hint of defeat, I'm loyal to my wife. Could it really be the 7-year itch? I couldn't help but burst into laughter, Wu Dahai joining in, treating it all as a joke. Don't blame yourselves, White Rabbit said seriously, the proprietress is an awakener, her talent is, allure, serial number, 61. Rune type, mental. Then she flashed a mischievous smile, oh, by the way, he's a man. Spit. Fat Jun sprayed out his tea, he's a man? I breathed a sigh of relief. Officer Huang kissed the ring on his ring finger, confidently declaring, looks like I'm still a good man. Electric rat, did you see that? Learn from him, White Rabbit said after ordering, casually pressing the service button on the table. Learn what? Wu Dahai said eagerly, I'm known for being a devoted guy, but I need a girlfriend to prove it first. Just then, a young waiter approached, smiling, hello, ready to order? Crazy, Officer Huang took a deep drag from his cigarette, his voice tinged with both anger and helplessness. It's absolutely insane. I was stunned, all of this was overturning my understanding of the world. How should I cope with being in such a mysterious place? Fat Jun clutched his hair, seemingly on the verge of a breakdown. Only Qing Ling seemed unaffected, focused solely on the possibility of continuous upgrades. It's indeed hard to accept, but that's our situation, White Rabbit continued, but just then, the waiter served the spicy rabbit heads, and she instantly lit up with joy. Wu Dahai, I'll leave the rest to you. On the white plate before me lay 2 roasted red rabbit heads, sprinkled with chili and Sichuan peppercorns. Their appearance was so brutal that it made my heart skip a beat. Watching White Rabbit, her eyes gleaming, I couldn't resist grabbing a rabbit head with both hands, biting into it. The spicy juices dripped from the corners of my mouth, and the crunching sounds echoed in my ears, transforming me into someone bold and unrestrained. We all quietly watched this White Rabbit eating rabbit head performance. Wu Dahai finally resumed the conversation. Where were we? The 12 rune circuits are very precious, I said. Yes, awakeners are all competing for them. Our organization has obtained the life rune circuit, which is why talents like Mutton and Dead Pig could break through to level 4, Wu Dahai boasted, lowering his voice. Today, we got another one. We'll study it later to determine its attribute. He looked at Qing Ling, speaking calmly, I don't think it's elemental, doesn't feel like it. Your metal talent reaching level 4 seems unlikely. Disappointment flashed in Qing Ling's eyes as she focused on her spicy rabbit head, seemingly losing interest in the topic. Have all 12 rune circuits been found? I asked. How could they be? Including this one, only 6 have surfaced, Wu Dahai replied. The other 4 are with different organizations, each treating them like treasures. Where are the remaining rune circuits? I pressed further. Unclear, White Rabbit said after finishing most of her rabbit head, her mouth a bright red, as if wearing lipstick. She leisurely sucked her thumb and forefinger, savoring the flavor. If not for an awakener accidentally discovering the first rune circuit 20 years ago, no one would have known about them. In short, rune circuits are hidden away, possibly in special areas, on certain beasts, or even gathering dust in an antique shop, with no discernible pattern. Since then, awakeners have been frantically exploring the city, leading to increased conflicts and deaths. White Rabbit finally finished the entire rabbit head, contentedly wiping her mouth. Alright, the basic information is out of the way. Let's review the Gujia village operation. I watched her pick up a wet wipe, cleaning the grease from her hands, then expertly flipping the meat. First, the Gujia village you visited, though surrounded by boundaries, isn't an island, it's hidden in an underground space beneath Li City. What's the difference? I couldn't help but ask. The main difference is that islands can only be reached via official passages like roads, planes, and high-speed trains. Small spaces, however, can be accessed without using official passages. In our organization, Tengu is an awakener with spatial talent who can temporarily cut through space and take us to the underground Gujia village. I pondered this and continued, so why are there 2 Gujia villages? Is the underground one the same as the above-ground one? Good question, White Rabbit gave me a thumbs up. Unfortunately, I don't know either. This left me in silence. She continued, let's start from the beginning. 3 years ago, our organization obtained the first rune circuit, Life. It's the 4th rune discovered by awakeners, found in another underground space, similar to the recent Gujia village. Last spring, I glanced at Wu Dahai with some pride. I used a beauty trick to get him into our organization. What kind of confession is that? Wu Dahai's anger flared, slamming his chopsticks down. You deceived an innocent young guy like me, don't you feel guilty? Stay on topic, I replied smoothly, amused by his persistence. At that time, he mentioned the Gujia village massacre, hinting at hidden secrets, possibly related to rune circuits. I investigated and found it indeed eerie, a family of 5 wiped out, and the entire village vanished. We sent people to the Gujia village site to investigate and encountered the hair monster, just like you did. It led us to the underground Gujia village. Luckily, our team was stronger, and the hair monster couldn't handle us and eventually fled. We stayed in the underground Gujia village for 2 days, gathering similar information as you. Strangely, the hair monster never reappeared. I smirked at Wu Dahai. We returned several times, and it was always the same. The hair monster is cunning, knowing we're tough to deal with, so it never shows up. We concluded it mutated after devouring a rune circuit. So you used us? Officer Huang forced a smile. Yes, finding suitable candidates isn't easy, I blinked, continuing, first, they must be awakeners but not affiliated with other organizations, no one trusts those. Ideally, they know nothing about rune circuits, making them perfect freelancers. Freelancers refer to independent awakeners not part of any organization, Wu Dahai added. I nodded slightly, continuing, these awakeners can't be too strong, otherwise, the hair monster wouldn't appear. But we can't be too weak, otherwise, we'd be easily killed by the hair monster, or it would sniff out the trap and not bite. One crucial element. I looked at White Rabbit, who gently stroked Cheng Ling's silky black hair with a mischievous smile. The target should ideally have super nice black hair. The hair monster has a strong obsession with this, increasing the chance of it taking the bait. Her voice was light, as if weaving a secret. So you chose the 3 of us? Officer Huang raised an eyebrow, somewhat dissatisfied. Yes. White Rabbit beamed like sunshine. You were freelancers with some skills, perfect bait, and completely unaware of rune circuits. Quite the scam. Officer Huang looked displeased. This is where I must commend Wu Dahai. White Rabbit gave Wu Dahai a thumbs up. he was worried about you, specifically asking you to bring extra help. If you hadn't brought Fat June and Wang Zikai, the outcome could have been entirely different.
Such a wicked woman.
Officer Huang spoke with a mix of admiration and caution.
I should keep my distance from you in the future.
Ha, I only trick outsiders, never my teammates, White Rabbit assured, placing a slice of grilled potato on Officer Huang's plate. From now on, we're all teammates, so let's take care of each other. Feeling impatient, I urged, let's get back to Gujia village.
All right, White Rabbit nodded, her expression turning serious.
According to the information I have, the situation in Gujia village isn't that complicated. Simply put, years ago, Huazi's wife, the bride who came to the village, was consumed by a lodger.
What is a lodger?
I quickly seized this crucial piece of information, my curiosity ignited. Wu Dahai began to explain, a lodger is a type of greedy beast.
Currently, known greedy beasts include parasites and lodgers.
I chimed in, adding, parasites, as the name suggests, are beasts that parasitize humans at the cost of death, sharing the body with them. They retain some self-will and abilities, but overall, the human remains the body's master.
Ah!
Fat June exclaimed, nearly spitting out his grilled meat in excitement, pointing to his face, isn't that me?
I've heard about your situation from Wu Dahai.
Yes, your right hand is a parasite, I told him.
Thank goodness. Fat June finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still human. That's great. Unfortunately, you can't fully control the form and abilities of your right hand yet, so keep at it.
I winked at him with a smile. Once you can control it successfully, you'll be confirmed as an official member.
All right. I won't let the organization down. Fat June replied, brimming with confidence.
Wake up, you sycophant. Wu Dahai said coldly, once you become a valuable tool and sign a contract with the organization, she won't give you any attention.
I'm speaking from experience.
Fat June scratched his head and laughed foolishly, hee, that's fine by me. Wait, something's not right, I suddenly realized, a jolt running through my mind. If the white cat was a parasite, it should have died after biting Fat June. However, the white cat appeared again, suggesting it might not be a real white cat. But I set that question aside for now, as Fat June seemed healthy enough.
Let me continue. White Rabbit brought the discussion back on track, her voice gently resonating in my ears. Besides parasites, there are lodgers among greedy beasts. The concept of a lodger is also straightforward, it's a form of possession.
This creature sacrifices its own body to enter an awakener's body, completely taking over the original host, becoming a new species with an awakener's shell but a beast's soul.
We all listened intently, absorbing the information in silence.
The bride was an awakener possessed by a lodger. White Rabbit's tone was heavy.
Biologically speaking, she was no longer a true human.
She could continue masquerading as a beast or choose to cut ties with the past and live as a human.
We call such beings half-humans.
Half-humans, I mused over the term, feeling a profound tremor within. This half-human bride married into Huazi's family in Gujia village, White Rabbit side, and that very night, she controlled the entire village to kill Huazi's family, in the manner you're already aware of.
Why kill them?
Officer Huan was puzzled.
A chilling thought struck me, could it be that Huazi's family were all humans? Bingo!
A smile flickered at the corner of White Rabbit's lips.
How is that possible?
The revelation was a staggering shock to me.
The odds are incredibly low. Officer Huang's disbelief echoed mine.
Despite my surprise, a glimmer of hope surged within. Perhaps my family might all be human too, or at least, the possibility seemed more plausible now.
Suddenly, I realized another inconsistency. No, something doesn't add up. What doesn't add up?
White Rabbit feigned mystery.
If Huazi's family were all awakeners, how could they lose to a half-human? This thought kept echoing in my mind. Well, White Rabbit nodded. Theoretically, for awakeners should be able to handle a half-human, even with the support of a rune circuit. Moreover, if they were awakeners, why would they choose a beast as a partner? The arrangement seems highly illogical.
Stop with the suspense, Wu Dahai crossed his legs, just tell them directly. White Rabbit's voice lowered slightly, because Hua Zi's family wasn't awakened, they were ordinary humans. The sizzling sound of grilled meat on the iron plate filled the air, smoke swirling around, as we all fell into a brief but profound silence. Fat June was the first to break the silence, nervously voicing the question on everyone's mind: aren't beasts supposed to not attack ordinary humans? Yes, White Rabbit seemed prepared for this, her gaze deep and thoughtful. That rule applies everywhere, but evidently, the bride broke it. Why? I asked, bewildered. Who knows, maybe becoming a half-human altered her psyche, or the rune circuit exerted a strange influence on her. White Rabbit shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the complexity of the matter. After all, our understanding of rune circuits is still very limited. I pressed further, so she became a glitch, seemingly using some mental interference to awaken all the beasts in the village, dismembering Hua Zi's family. More intriguingly, she had the beasts dismember her too, which could be considered a form of suicide. That's so odd. Officer Huang shook his head, struggling to comprehend. Why choose suicide after becoming human? What's so strange about that? Wu Dahai laughed nonchalantly. Maybe she regretted it, finding being a beast more fun, or she wanted a do-over in her next life. That's a possibility too, White Rabbit mused, resting her chin in her hand. In the end, her suicide failed. Due to the rune circuit's presence, her head survived, retaining some remnants of consciousness and intelligence, eventually mutating into the hair monster we see now. As for the beasts in Gujia village, they reverted to human form, erasing all traces of the crime, making everything reasonable again, and ultimately forgetting it all. From the police's perspective, Hua Zi's family was gruesomely murdered, but the bride's head was nowhere to be found. What followed was the villagers holding a funeral for Hua Zi's family, and then, overnight, the entire village disappeared. I was lost in this strange train of thought, my mind racing, when the barbecue shop owner's wife interrupted us. She approached with a graceful, sultry demeanor, exuding a rich and intoxicating fragrance. She placed a tray down, revealing 7 cups of drinks. Specially made sour plum soup from our shop, perfect for quenching thirst. Would you like to try some? Thanks, I was the first to accept a cup of the sour plum soup, inhaling its rich aroma with a sense of inexplicable anticipation. The others around me followed suit, raising their cups. As I took a sip, the flavor of the sour plum soup spread across my palate. Not bad, I involuntarily remarked. I'm glad you like it, the owner's wife said with a faint smile, a charming allure in her eyes. A few of the men seemed captivated by her, momentarily forgetting her gender. Enjoy, she said, turning away. As her figure receded into the distance, Officer Huang couldn't help but remark, what a terrifying talent. Snap, White Rabbit clicked her fingers loudly. All right, let's refocus. Just hang in there, and we'll wrap up soon. Please continue, teacher, everyone said, sipping their sour plum soup, seemingly fully engrossed in this unknown story. A half-human leading the village beasts to break the rules couldn't escape the punishment of Tsangdao, even if the police couldn't solve the case. I was about to ask a question when White Rabbit gestured for me to stop. I know what you want to ask. Tsangdao is just a common term, she said after a brief pause. It's actually a way to describe the rules and order governing this world. A significant number of awakeners believe that the world, and the rules forming the relationship between us and the beasts, are all under the control of an invisible and mighty force. This force is akin to what the ancients referred to as heaven or Tao, without bias or emotion, incomprehensible and irresistible. Of course, a minority of awakeners think it's more like a cold, unfeeling advanced AI from a civilization beyond our understanding, and that the rune circuits originate from that civilization. Both theories are mainstream, White Rabbit's voice echoed in the room. Regardless of whether it's Tsangdao or advanced AI, they enforce strict laws on beasts, the most important being never attack unawakened humans. Should an attack occur, punishment follows, which we call heaven's retribution. My heart skipped a beat. So the entire village of Gujia suffered heaven's retribution. Yes, she nodded, according to our conjecture, because the half-human bride committed murder, Tsangdao caused Gujia village to sink 1,000 meters underground. The village beasts endlessly repeat the events of those days, trapped in a perpetual cycle. Why Tsangdao punished them this way, I don't know. But the result is, these beasts are like prisoners, and the hair monster is trapped with them, unable to escape.
As for the surface Gujia village, she continued, it can be understood as Tsangdao utilizing a type of 3D printing technology to replicate an almost identical Gujia village, replacing the one submerged underground.
White Rabbit clapped her hands.
That's it for the explanation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
The room was silent as everyone tried to digest the astonishing information. Wu Dahai, with the demeanor of a senior, patted Fat June's shoulder. I was just as shocked when I first learned about this.
But you're just getting started. Do you know what the end gate is? Or the Crimson Tide? There's a lot more for you to learn.
White Rabbit stretched lazily. All right, let's call it a day.
Take it slow.
Wait, I called out to her, one last question.
Go ahead, she replied. I asked, feeling a wave of confusion, what should we do now?
White Rabbit rolled her eyes, seemingly pondering before she answered, on a smaller scale, your immediate task is to become stronger.
This is a fundamental lesson for awakeners.
The stronger you are, the less likely you are to be killed by beasts, peers, half-humans, mutated creatures, or other enemies, and the better your chances of surviving the next Crimson Tide.
Crimson Tide?
The name sent a shiver down my spine, even though White Rabbit mentioned it casually.
I knew it was something we would inevitably face. In time, I would learn more.
On a larger scale, White Rabbit continued, all awakeners must work to quickly find the 12 rune circuits. In theory, gathering all the rune circuits will open the end gate. Most awakeners, including our organization, believe this is the first step in dispelling the fog, perhaps the most crucial step. I noticed White Rabbit's demeanor darkening, seemingly feeling powerless against this goal. But, it's incredibly difficult.
Is it hard to find them? Officer Huang interrupted.
Yes, the appearance of rune circuits is random, reliant on luck, but that's not the hardest part.
Given enough time, they can be gathered. White Rabbit's tone cooled. The real challenge is deciding who will take them once collected. Is there no leader among awakeners?
I struggled to find the right words, filled with questions.
Not at all, Wu Dahai said, crossing his legs. Leaderless, fragmented, divided like the three kingdoms. I couldn't help but add, the idiom might not be perfect, but it gets the point across. White Rabbit responded with a smile.
However, when the time comes, expect an all-out civil war among awakeners. A mathematician created a risk assessment model, and it showed that on that day, 94% of awakeners would die in the conflict, leaving only one leader to guide the survivors to open the end gate. Honestly, I'm not looking forward to that day, White Rabbit said with a half-smile.
After all, who can guarantee they won't be part of the 94% instead of the 6%?
I fell silent, as did Officer Huang, frowning, while Chang Ling remained expressionless, and Fat June swallowed hard.
Suddenly, a loud, booming voice broke the silence.
Wang Zikai, who had somehow woken up, planted a foot on the barbecue table, boldly declaring, within a year, I promise to take down the Lizardmen, defeat other organizations, open that blasted gate, and lead everyone to victory. Instantly, the bustling barbecue shop fell into silence, with dozens of patrons pausing their meals to turn and stare at the standing Wang Zikai in our group.
Get him down,
Fat June said in a panic, while Officer Huang was quick to cover his mouth with his hand. I stood up immediately, wearing a sweet smile, and bowed to everyone, apologizing, sorry about that, he's a white face, lost one. I pointed to my head and added with a laugh, he's got a few screws loose. Among the customers, a few awakeners seemed to catch on and laugh knowingly, easing the atmosphere back into a lively buzz. I sat back down in the booth, looking at Wang Zikai with a tone of sincere advice, big brother, even though your talent is unmatched, you can't be so arrogant. You need time to develop cautiously. As they say, a visible spear is easy to dodge, but an unseen arrow is hard to guard against. If you get targeted and fall early, who will lead us to greatness in the future? Wang Zikai seemed to find my point reasonable and waved it off, saying, I just got carried away after waking up and hearing you all chat so passionately.
I'll keep it in check next time. I emphasized, remember. Keep a low profile.
Okay. Low profile, he promised earnestly. All right then, I stood up, contemplating silently, let's wrap it up for today. Wu Dahai, take good care of everyone.
I need to head back to headquarters. I added quietly, after all, carrying something precious makes me uneasy.
No problem, take care on the road, Wu Dahai replied with a smile.
Gao Yang suggested, why don't we accompany you?
I could sense his concern, knowing that carrying something so important alone was worrying. Plus, he was also curious about seeing headquarters.
Thanks for the concern. Seeing through his intention, I smiled confidently, there won't be any issues.
Wu Dahai also laughed. White Rabbit may not be great at everything, but when it comes to fleeing, she's number one. We all knew her terrifying jumping ability was well known. I walked over to the window by the booth's outer wall, which was really just a large drafty hole. The night wind blew in as I put on my baseball cap and mask, tucking my hair back in place against the breeze, softly saying, "See you."
Then, with a light leap, I disappeared into the night.
Wu Dahai and the rest of us lingered for another half hour at Shilongjai, discussing various topics about awakeners. He was open about everything he knew, but when it came to deeper information, his knowledge seemed limited. Perhaps this was due to his lower rank in the organization, or maybe the exploration of beasts by awakeners had reached its limits.
Late at night, the 6 of us left Shilongjai.
Officer Huang drove Chungling, Fat Jun, and me home, while Wu Dahai had Wang Zikai take him. Wang Zikai was hugging Wu Dahai, excitedly calling him good brother, almost kissing him. Seeing this, I felt relieved, finally able to relax a bit. In the early hours, the police car drove along the quiet roads, soon reaching the Qingyang Bridge. Xingling leaned her head against the window, the night outside blending with the translucent glass, highlighting her fair face and indifferent gaze, making her appear dreamy and mysterious. A director would surely love her face, filled with stories.
But I couldn't help asking her, what are you thinking about?
Leveling up, she answered simply and directly. It seemed this woman had only one thought on her mind.
Just then, Officer Huang suddenly interjected, Gao Yang, what do you think about the Zodiac 12? I pondered, trying to articulate my thoughts, and asked, are you asking if they're trustworthy?
Trust is too luxurious a word. Officer Huang's gaze was deep and piercing.
Think of the Zodiac 12 as a group of mercenaries. Do you think this group is worth risking our lives for? Is there a better choice? I asked.
True, Officer Huang sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Big fish eat small fish.
We don't have the luxury to negotiate.
After some thought, I slowly said, from my experience so far, I don't think the Zodiac 12 is a bad organization, but not exactly a good one either.
Exactly, Officer Huang agreed, nodding. Take White Rabbit, for example.
She seems harmless, but she's actually a ruthless character.
Ultimately, if it weren't for Fat Jun and Wang Zikai, we wouldn't have lasted until the hair monster appeared. But did you notice?
She was determined to wait for the hair monster to show up before saving us. In her eyes, our 5 lives were far less important than the rune circuit, I concluded.
Precisely.
Officer Huang looked ahead as the car reached the middle of the bridge, the river's vast surface stretching out on both sides. But White Rabbit is right, in this world, awakeners may be more dangerous than beasts. But, we hadn't joined the organization then, Fat Jun chimed in from the passenger seat, now we're part of it. White Rabbit said she's only cold to outsiders, and good to her own.
And you believe everything she says?
Officer Huang retorted, his tone dripping with disdain.
Fat Jun fell silent immediately.
Just one meeting and you're already siding with outsiders, Officer Huang pretended to be angry, glaring at Fat Jun back in Wang Zikai's garage, I shouldn't have spared your life.
I didn't mean that. Fat Jun's face flushed red and pale alternately.
Don't scare him, I realized Officer Huang's intention and quickly stepped in to play the good guy. Leaning forward, I patted Fat Jun's shoulder, Fat Jun, let me teach you a way to judge people. It might not always work, but consider it a reference.
Okay, Brother Yang, go ahead.
Over time, Fat Jun's trust in me had only grown stronger.
After all, I had never given up on him.
In Gujia village, I had even awakened my flame talent and fought fiercely with that strange man. In his eyes, I had become a true big brother. Judge deeds, not words, I told him.
What? Fat Jun seemed a bit confused.
It doesn't matter what someone thinks or says, What matters is what they've done, Xingling coldly explained. After a moment of reflection, Fat June suddenly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I've got it." Xingling slightly frowned, clearly displeased. "I'm not your sister-in-law."
But she didn't even bother to say it again. Officer Huang. Brother Yang. Sister-in-law.
Fat June's eyes were misty. "You could have abandoned me many times, but you never did.
You complain about me, but always bring me along. You guys are truly good to me." "As long as you understand," Officer Huang said, satisfied, patting his shoulder. "Fate brought us together, made us companions, treasure this bond. As for the Zodiac 12, they're our support, but not necessarily our comrades," I added.
"Right, they can protect us or abandon us at any moment.
It all depends on the organization's true purpose. If achieving that goal requires our lives, I know they won't hesitate."
Officer Huang lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, his gaze calm yet resolute. "But from our standpoint, we refuse to be cannon fodder.
Survival is our absolute bottom line, sacred and inviolable." I extended my hand, responding, "It's too early to draw conclusions, but survival is also my absolute bottom line."
Fat June, not wanting to be left out, turned around and placed his hand on top.
"Mine too."
Officer Huang freed a hand to join our firm promise. After a moment's hesitation, Xingling also extended her hand. The four hands pressed firmly together, feeling the warm strength, then slowly released. Fat June rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling. "I know it sounds silly, but for a moment there, I felt like I had a family for the first time in my life." All right, let's not get too sentimental," Officer Huang interrupted, pointing to the drawer in front of the passenger seat. "Open it, there are 3 sheets of 4A paper inside.
Take them out."
"Oh, okay."
Fat June rummaged through the card drawer, finally finding 3 densely filled forms.
I leaned over, slightly surprised by the words written on them. "Sequence list?" "Yes, after the sequence number, all the talents I know are listed here." Officer Huang smiled, his expression relaxed. "I originally planned to give this to you after the 3rd assessment, but since we've joined the Zodiac 12 organization, the sequence numbers aren't as crucial for you anymore.
Still, keep them.
From now on, we're all starting from the same point, supporting each other through challenges." At that moment, a strong sense of camaraderie filled my heart, as if we truly shared an invisible bond. My hand trembled as I held the 4A paper, and Gao Yang's words, "Judge deeds, not words," echoed in my mind.
Overwhelmed, I couldn't help but burst into tears.
On my way home, I called my mother, intending to visit her at the hospital. However, she insisted I return home, as my sister would be staying at the hospital overnight and needed me to take over in the morning.
I agreed without hesitation.
When I got home, it was already 1 a.m. Exhausted, I quickly took a shower, too tired to even think about analyzing the damned sequence number, and fell into bed. Just as I was about to drift off, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I snapped to attention, sitting up as I realized the sound was coming from my bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock.
Someone was definitely knocking.
My mind cleared instantly, thoughts racing yet accompanied by a throbbing pain at the back of my head, my heartbeat quickening. My mother and sister were at the hospital, and my grandmother had been sent to my uncle's place in the countryside recently, where she'd stay for at least half a month.
Who could it be at this hour?
I quickly got out of bed, channeling my energy into my hands, ready to unleash my talent, flame.
I called out, "Who is it?"
"It's me," came the familiar voice of my sister, Gao Xinxin, from outside. I breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of caution lingered.
Why would she be home at this hour?
She usually barged in without knocking.
"Are you really my sister?" I asked.
Who else could it be?
Her playful, slightly haughty tone was unmistakable. "I don't believe it."
"Tell me a secret only the two of us know," I insisted.
"You used to pee with a split stream until you were 10. You have 3 moles on the sole of your foot.
You're such a big dummy."
"Is that enough?" she shouted angrily from the other side.
All right, I couldn't help but laugh, unlocking and opening the door. Outside stood Gao Xinxin in a thin, airy white silk nightgown, barefoot, her hair a mess, pouting with a look of discontent.
Weren't you at the hospital? I asked. Since you came home, Mom let me come back too, she said, walking into my room with a pout and sitting on the bed. I can't sleep well at the hospital. Mom was just worried about me being home alone.
Oh, right. I sat beside her, looking at her.
How's Dad?
She lowered her head, her mood sinking. The doctors say his recovery is better than expected, but I don't think so at all.
What happened? I asked.
Dad will be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, she said, pulling her feet up and hugging her knees, her gaze drifting through the shadows outside the window.
Uncle Ching came by today to talk about the factory.
He said business isn't good, and there's a huge sum they can't recover.
A big supermarket went bankrupt, and the owner ran off. Now they can't make payroll, and the workers haven't been paid for 2 months. I could only sigh. My father's food processing factory had been facing internal and external troubles in recent years.
Frequent social obligations made it clear to me how strained things were.
Uncle Ching, as my father's business partner, must be equally troubled.
Dad said if it doesn't work out, we'll sell the house and move back to the countryside. My sister's voice carried a hint of tears.
I don't want to go back there. A complex mix of emotions surged through me.
My sister, in her adolescence, was accustomed to city life and would surely struggle to readjust to the countryside. The outhouse there was her nightmare. Each visit to our grandmother's, she'd avoid using the toilet as much as possible. As I pondered how to comfort her, she suddenly said, I want to stay in the city.
I'll work after middle school. There's more money here.
Her words startled me, a mix of admiration and shame filling my heart.
She wasn't just concerned with vanity but wanted to help ease the family's burden. No way.
At your age, you should focus on studying, not working.
I protested urgently.
I can be a fashion influencer, she said, her eyes lighting up.
A what? I was taken aback. You know, a fashion blogger. I love Lolita dresses and often post outfit photos online. I already have over 6,000 followers. Some brands contact me, sending dresses and even paying me to advertise.
It's called being a seed influencer when you do it professionally.
Her enthusiasm left me speechless.
Excitedly, she shared her plans, her eyes shining with confidence. I've calculated that if 3 shops hire me each month, paying 300 yuan each, I'll earn 900 yuan. Plus, selling the dresses they send on a resale site can make another 1,000 or so.
That's 2,000 a month.
Her plan sounded so promising as if she could already see her future. I gently stroked her head, filled with affection. Shinshin, I support your love for Lolita dresses and your dream of being an influencer.
But it's just a hobby, you can't give up school for it, understand?
But...
She hesitated. No buts. Dad won't have to sell the house, and you don't need to worry about money.
I'll figure something out, I assured her firmly.
She frowned slightly. What could you possibly do?
I knew Wang Zikai's family had money, and Wu Dehai's even more so. Perhaps I could borrow some from them or see if they'd be interested in investing in Dad's factory. After all, there'd be plenty of opportunities to repay them through hard work. I smiled and told her, that's for me to worry about. Relief softened her expression as she scooted closer, resting her head on my shoulder.
Can I sleep here tonight? She asked softly, hopeful.
No, I refused firmly.
Why not?
We used to sleep together all the time when we were kids, she pouted, seemingly dissatisfied.
That was when you were little.
It's different now, I said gently. But I'm a bit scared, she admitted in a low voice. Lately, things feel off, and I had a nightmare last night where you died. The warmth of the night seemed to chill at her words, tightening my chest. I won't die easily, I reassured her with a chuckle. Dad was fine too, and look what happened, she replied with a child's innocence.
That was a rare accident, I comforted her. We've already had our share of bad luck. It won't happen again.
I pulled her into a hug, speaking softly, all right, go back to your room and sleep.
Okay, I'll stay a little longer, she said reluctantly, not wanting to leave. I didn't rush her. Sitting quietly together, I realized her knocking didn't seem so strange anymore. Perhaps she was just particularly sensible. After all, the upheaval at home forced maturity upon her. Growing up often happens overnight.
Suddenly, a sense of dislocation struck me. 2 hours ago, I was at the barbecue shop in Shirlongjai, discussing rune circuits, world fog, the endgate, and the crimson tide with other awakeners. Now, I was here with my sister, talking about my father's accident, moving back to the countryside, and dropping out to work. Sometimes, I really can't tell which world is the real one. In the silence filled with our own thoughts, my sister finally made up her mind, sighed, and stood up.
All right, I'm going to sleep. Go on, I replied softly.
She paused, her eyes lingering on a piece of 4A paper on my desk. Though the room was dark, the moonlight from outside fell just right, illuminating a corner of it.
Damn! It's the talent sequence list.
I hurriedly got up, gently pushing her toward the door, urging, "Go to bed quickly."
Okay.
She slowly walked out of the bedroom. Just as I was about to close the door, she suddenly turned around, as if remembering something.
Anything else?
I asked, gripping the doorknob, trying to stay calm. "Brother," she looked at me steadily, her clear eyes blinking in the dim light, a strange flicker within them as if a hidden light source was rapidly disconnected and reconnected. "When did you awaken?"
My heart tightened sharply. No. No. No, no, no. Beep. Warning. You are in an extremely dangerous situation.
Luck point earnings increased by 300 times.
Inwardly, I thought, sis, what are you talking about?
My palms were sweating profusely, and my heart pounded like a drum. I wanted to struggle, but reason told me, there's no escaping this time.
Am I scared? Of course, I am. 3,000 times the luck earnings, what kind of concept is that?
My 4 companions and I together couldn't defeat that hair monster, yet now, my sister, if she could still be called that, was 3 times as dangerous.
Conclusion, certain death.
Strangely, more than fear, my chest was filled with regret, frustration, and sadness.
Why was I so careless? Why did I let her see the talent list? Why couldn't I memorize it and destroy it immediately?
"Brother, don't be afraid." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of helplessness and sorrow.
"I'll be quick." Bam! I didn't even see what happened, just felt my throat tighten as my back slammed into the wall.
My sister's slender white arm had already clamped around my neck. I desperately tried to pry her fingers apart, but they wouldn't budge. The soft little hand I'd held countless times now felt as hard as metal.
Those small hands could easily break my neck, yet they didn't exert more force, absolutely confident, exuding an irrefutable authority.
Sis. I choked out, tears falling uncontrollably.
She paused slightly, then gave a mischievous smile. Really?
Don't show such a sad face.
Be more afraid, so I can enjoy the pleasure of killing you. Why?
My voice carried a hint of pleading.
Why do we have to kill each other? We can still be family. Brother, you've got it wrong.
She pouted, her eyes cold. First of all, this isn't mutual slaughter between us and you humans, it's just a one-sided hunting game for us. Her tone was gentle, as if soothing the bitterness in my heart.
I'm still your sister.
Even if you've awakened, even if I have to kill you, that won't change. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll forget this, I'll cry for your death, and I'll miss you forever, really. Even now, I can hear the crying in my heart, because my favorite person is my brother.
I don't understand. I was thoroughly confused. You don't need to understand.
You awakeners always die because you want to understand. Her eyes gradually cooled.
Goodbye, brother. Wait. Before I die, one last question, I gasped, trying to grasp the fleeting time. What kind of beast are you?
She didn't answer, just regarded me with an inscrutable look. In the moonlight, her face was pristine, with no sign of beastification.
Brother wants to see my true form? She showed a slightly embarrassed smile, then quickly put it away. But I think, since brother is about to die, it's better to remember me as I am now.
The pressure on my neck gradually increased, and I felt the suffocating fear.
Greed beast? Wrath beast? Lust beast? Deceit beast?
When I guessed deceit beast, the hand gripping my neck paused slightly, so it was a deceit beast. I knew nothing about such beasts, but I couldn't die here.
Sis.
Tears slid down my flushed cheeks, and I apologized softly, "I'm sorry." At that moment, my hand suddenly grabbed Gao Xinshin's head, my voice growing firmer, "Flame." Whoosh, with a blast, flames surged from my palms, instantly enveloping Gao Xinshin's head, causing the grip on my neck to slacken.
Ah!
I shouted, pouring all the energy from my heart into my hands. The fierce flames raged between us, scorching Gao Xinshin's head, illuminating the room with blazing light, the air heating rapidly. The intense heat roared through the room, the searing heat almost blinding my eyes, forcing me to close them tightly. I continued to yell, driven by the desperate fight and heart-wrenching pain. The raging blaze persisted for nearly a minute. When I was utterly exhausted, my hands fell, and I opened my tear-filled eyes, shocked. Gao Xinshin's upper body was nearly burnt away, revealing her pristine collarbone. Her body, still undeveloped, appeared tender. Her hair was in disarray but unharmed, seemingly only tousled by me. To my surprise, her face remained intact, without a trace of burn. Her gaze, seemingly amused, fixed on me, her lips curling slightly. "Brother, I'm your sister. How could you do this?
What kind of monster are you?"
An abyss of fear surged in my heart.
Ah!
The force gathered in her hand again, bringing excruciating pain and suffocation as my body was forcefully pinned against the wall by my sister, Gao Xinshin.
Monster? Is that what you call us?
Her eyes were bright, and I saw madness in them.
You humans are the real monsters.
Once adorable kittens, at some point, turned into cunning, disgusting, venomous snakes always plotting to bite their masters.
If it were you, what could you do? Could you still convince yourself it's your kitten?
No, you can only kill that snake, mourning the kitten that will never return.
You're not my sister.
I glared at her with fury. You're not the Gao Xinshin I know.
Give her back to me.
Ha 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 ha. She seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world, laughing heartily until tears came out.
Her laughter was like a knife, stabbing at my heart.
Finally, she laughed herself tired, extending her left hand and piercing my chest effortlessly. This time, there was no miracle.
Ugh!
Blood gushed out, feeling like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart, the excruciating pain tearing me apart. I began to scream, my consciousness blurring, the agony engulfing me like a tidal wave. I felt myself melting, disintegrating, becoming a small, objective existence in this world. I was the energy-saving lamp hanging from the ceiling, the pool of blood at my feet, the foray paper on the desk singed by heat, the messy sheets and blankets, my sister's eyelashes, and the air filled with the scent of blood and burnt flesh. I was everything, yet not myself.
In that instant, my soul returned to my body.
Through blurred vision, I saw a blood-soaked, beating human heart gripped tightly in Gao Xinshin's hand, my heart. She looked at it with her innocent yet eerie big eyes, her expression reverent. A few seconds later, she looked up, showing a slightly shy smile as if my sister were playfully asking her brother, can I eat it? My heart skipped a beat, and I was jolted awake by a scream.
Ah!
I jolted upright in bed, instinctively touching my chest to find it intact, my heart still beating. It was just a dream after all. But this dream was too vivid. Never had I experienced such detailed, painfully realistic sensations, truly a terrifying nightmare. I was drenched, cold sweat pouring down. After calming myself for a bit, just as I was about to get out of bed, a chill ran down my spine when I noticed someone in the room from the corner of my eye. In the gentle moonlight streaming through the window at a 45-degree angle, illuminating the center of the room like a spotlight on a solo performer, I saw a woman and a chair. She was wearing a red, form-fitting cheongsam, her silver hair elegant like snow in the moonlight, sitting seductively on the chair. It was my computer chair, the gas lift long deflated, sitting absurdly low. Yet her graceful figure was in stark contrast to the chair, exuding an irresistible allure.
Boss lady? I instantly recognized her.
I go by Lu Qingying, but if you feel more comfortable, you can call me Sister Lu. She smiled slightly, her voice gentle as a spring breeze.
Sister Lu, what's going on?
My expression remained calm, but my hands tensed, ready to unleash my talent, flame.
Don't be nervous, I mean no harm.
Her words were gentle, yet I remained silent. What you just experienced was all a dream. Lu Qingying's voice was languid and soft, nothing like the fox spirit I had imagined.
And right now, you're still dreaming.
Her eyes, mesmerizing and flowing, sent a shiver through me, so it was a dream within a dream, and it felt so real. I noticed her captivating peach blossom eyes were fixated on me. I can switch to other settings, but I thought you'd feel more at ease in a familiar place. This will do, I replied, not rushing to question her intentions, trying to maintain composure.
Are you dual-talented?
Talent, sweet dream, sequence number 50, rune type, mental, she responded candidly. Of course, it can only be used when the target is asleep.
This Lu Qingying was indeed no ordinary person. I pondered how to phrase my question. How did you activate sweet dream? How were you able to enter my dream?
That's impolite, she smirked with a sly smile.
How can you ask about a girl's trump card? Fair enough.
I deliberately avoided her gaze, my mind swirling with confusion. Even in a dream, she retained that enchanting allure. However, my sudden visit is because I have a request for you. Lu Qingying's eyes were filled with laughter, a hint of temptation in her gaze.
Why don't you take a guess?
I quickly searched my mind.
How could it be through mere eye contact?
If that were the case, she'd be unbelievably powerful, so how could my sequence number be ranked only at 50?
Sour plum soup?
I guessed.
High IQ, I knew I didn't pick the wrong person.
Lu Qingying nodded appreciatively. I need a medium to connect with the target's dream.
So, you drugged me?
I couldn't help but ask. Oh, don't make it sound so harsh. She blinked, elegantly resting her chin on her hand, placing a slender finger lightly against her lips before moving it away. Just like that, a little mixed into the sour plum soup you drank, and a gentle stir. However, this method is less effective, lasting only up to 24 hours, so I had to come find you tonight. If I used my blood, the connection effect could last over a week. I mulled over her words quietly. She seemed sincere, willing to reveal part of her hand.
After a brief hesitation, I asked, was the dream within a dream you created?
No, that's a side effect the first time, sweet dream, is invaded.
Next time.
I mean, if there's a next time, you won't have nightmares again. Her lips slightly parted, a special desire flickering in her eyes. I must say, your dream was incredibly delicious.
I felt slightly offended but chose to remain silent.
Lu Qingying tilted her head, smiling as she explained, don't misunderstand, I wasn't being sarcastic. Dreams, though fictional, are extensions and constructs based on the dreamer's memories, knowledge, emotions, and soul. She continued, despite dreams often being unconscious and absurd, they have an underlying logic.
My heart sank.
Lu Qingying's voice echoed in my ears. You see, your talent list is indeed on the table, and your sister might suddenly come home looking for you. Even if you locked the door, you'd handle the talent list before opening it. But what if you forgot?
Just like in the dream. As for your sister, she might really be a beast.
Stop, I frowned, trying to interrupt her. Lu Qingying looked at me with appreciation. Through someone's dream, I can discern whether they're dull or emotionally rich. Your dream was extremely vivid because you possess an abundance of emotions and a powerful deductive ability, filled with creative imagination and coherent logic.
Among all the nightmares I've experienced, yours ranks in the top 3.
Her gaze grew more entranced as she continued, deceit beast, huh, I've never seen such a beast. Imagine, it might really be like in your dream, I even saw complex emotions and behavioral logic in it. Honestly, we awakeners live alongside beasts, yet we know so little about them. Most awakeners aren't willing to delve deeply, only knowing how to fight daily, which is quite boring. But you're different, deducing so much potential from a single dream, you're truly remarkable. Thank you, I replied, not truly grateful, just unsure of what to say. You're welcome. She leaned forward slightly, hands clasped on her knees. We've chatted quite a bit, it's time to get to the point because I can't guarantee when you'll wake up. Go ahead, I said cautiously, adjusting my posture, preparing for the worst.
I came to find you because I want to be friends.
I thought I misheard, paused. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble just to make friends?
It's not just about making friends, she no longer beat around the bush. I want to make a small deal with you.
I pondered silently, calculating in my mind. Of course, I won't force you, you can refuse. If you do, I hope you won't spread tonight's events. It won't benefit either of us, we can pretend nothing happened.
Understood, I nodded in response, but why me?
Because I spotted you in the crowd. She threw me a flirtatious glance, and although I knew it was just a charm, strangely, it made me inexplicably happy.